Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
A Billionaire's Treasure. An Alpha Billionaire Romance. Billionaire Boss Series Book 4. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
I didn't become rich by playing by the rules, and I always get what I desire. I knew she was the one the moment I saw her. The smirk on her face was the first thing that caught my eye. She was the epitome of stubbornness and ruination. Her only goal was to become a billionaire novelist like me. I made eye contact with her across the room and knew I had to have her from that moment. There was only one problem. The things I did in the past were returning to haunt me, and there was no way of hiding the bad businesses I'd gotten involved in. I have to take care of the wrongdoings I was involved in before anyone finds out the truth about the man that's after me.
A Billionaire's Treasure. Lola.
I began to feel very drawn to Arson as he started his presentation. Despite being in college, I hadn't met any other guy who had that certain type of confidence he did. I examined how he walked, with his back straight and chin up, the way he spoke slowly, making sure every word was articulate, and how his eye contact burned holes straight through anyone's head. He was the perfect guy if I wanted one. I quickly shook away the lustful thoughts and started to take notes. He went into detail about how to market your novels for the age group you want to sell to, and that's where I struggled with my work, trying to make someone want my book in their home. Arson also owned a line of hotels nationwide named after himself, the Lockhart. I wasn't interested in any of that, though. The fact that this man was a novelist was really attractive to me. He told us about his daily routine and how strict he was with time for his employees. It showed how ruthless he was when it came to his work. He was stern and didn't play with his work. He was a man who knew what he wanted and got it. What was this feeling? I fanned myself lightly and continued taking notes. A half hour went by, and the presentation was over. When Arson went around to hand out his business card whenever we needed to contact him, his smile melted the hearts of all female students. I fell victim to this feeling, but would never let that be known. When he handed me the card, we made eye contact and I felt tingling throughout my body. He winked, and I was taken aback, feeling attracted but confused. I guess he noticed because he chuckled and moved on to the next row of students. What was that? Arabella asked, smiling. He was totally just flirting with you. I rolled my eyes and pulled my bag over my shoulder. You're over-analyzing things, Bella. You like him? Her eyes widened with excitement as she stared at me. I raised an eyebrow to mask my nervousness and stood up from my seat. I need coffee, I said, and left the room quickly. I'm not sure how a simple gesture could get me to crack like that, but it was strange, and I had never felt that before. I rushed out of the class and straight to the coffee shop to clear my mind. I started to think about Arson again as I waited in line. His suit was so nice, form-fitting without a single piece of lint. His hair was so dark and his gray eyes were piercing. Hello? What can I get for you? I heard faintly in my head. That confused me, but I ignored it. Excuse me? I snapped back into reality and realized the barista was trying to get my attention. I laughed softly. Sorry about that. 1 large cup of vanilla hazelnut coffee, please. The barista put in my order and then told me my price. I heard a familiar voice as I looked through my bag for my wallet. I've got it, and add another large coffee. Black, I saw a man extend his arm, handing the barista a black card. Her eyes lit up at seeing him, and my body tensed up. All of my feelings from just 10 minutes ago came rushing back when I turned to see Arson standing next to me with a smirk on his face. "You didn't," I spoke lightly, then cleared my throat. "You didn't have to." "I wanted to, so I did." He chuckled and took his coffee from the barista, and I did the same. "Let's talk." My eyes widened, and he chuckled again and walked away to a table in the corner. Taking a deep breath, I followed him to the table and sat in front of him. "You're not afraid?" I asked. "Of?" He furrowed his eyebrows. "Being out in public, without some sort of bodyguard or protection. You know, being a billionaire and all." I took a sip of my coffee and almost moaned as the warm liquid rushed down through my chest. "I have nothing to be scared of." He trailed off, not knowing my name. "Lola," I stated simply and stuck my hand out to shake his. He grabbed my hand and placed a kiss on it. I heard a girl gasp from the table behind us, and I rolled my eyes. "Too much?" he asked, referring to the kiss. I shook my head in disagreement. "Girls here are annoying sometimes, but why did you want to speak with me?" He smiled and took a sip of his coffee. He licked his lips, and that made my stomach full of butterflies. "I saw you taking notes, and I wanted to ask you what you thought about my seminar." "Arson Lockhart cares what I think?" I questioned and smiled lightly. "I do." He smiled and drank more of his coffee. "So tell me, Lola, what did you think?" "I really admire how hardworking and dedicated you are." I pushed my hair back behind my ear. "Actually, can I interview you the next time you're available?" Sure. What will this interview be about?" He leaned back in his seat and crossed his hands. "You, and what made you want to become a novelist?" I stared into his eyes as he nodded. "I should be free next Tuesday around 3. I'll tell my assistant." "Don't be late, Lola." And with that, he stood from his seat and left. I just sat there, not knowing what to do really. I was confused about why he decided to leave so abruptly, but after a few minutes, I shook away the thought and went on about my day. I grabbed my coffee and returned to my suite, which I shared with Annabella. When I arrived, she was sitting on the couch waiting for me with a smile. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I chuckled and took off my jacket, hanging it on the coat rack. "I saw you and Mr. Lockhart at the coffee shop. You totally have a thing for him, Lola." I plopped down on the couch beside her and kicked off my shoes. "Why do you think I have a thing for him? We only spoke for like 5 minutes." I pulled my feet up and looked over at her. "That's the reason, Lola. You never give any guy," I cut her off. "He's not a guy. He's a man. So what if I talk to him? That doesn't mean I like him. You never give any guy or man the attention to even have a 5-minute conversation. You're a high and by type of girl," Annabella smiled. "It's good that you say you don't like him because he's too old for you anyway." "Too old?" I thought to myself. I'm a grown woman. I can date anyone I want, however old. I mentally rolled my eyes and flashed Annabella a fake small smile. "Yeah. I guess you're right." 3 days of normal activities went by, and it was finally Tuesday. For some reason, I wanted to wear something that would catch his eye, so I decided on a black button-down, a black skirt that hugged my waist and hips, and a pair of red heels. I did my makeup neutral with bold dark brown lips. I straightened my hair and smiled at myself in the mirror. If this look didn't grab his attention, I didn't know what would. When I walked out of the bathroom, Annabelle's mouth dropped. "Where are you going? You look so hot." "My interview with Arson is today." I smiled and grabbed my bag from the couch. "See you later, babes." I could feel her watching me in disbelief as I left, but I shrugged it off. As I walked toward my car, many guys looked my way or tried to talk to me, but I only wanted Arson's attention. I hadn't been interested in a guy since I'd been in college, so developing feelings for someone was new to me, like learning how to walk again. I pulled up to his office. It was a place I had always seen, but had never thought to research since this wasn't where I was from. When I walked through the huge glass doors, my heels clicked against the marble floors. That sound made me feel bold for some reason and helped me stay focused. I was here for an interview, not to fall into the arms of Arson Lockhart. The walls had big, beautiful paintings on each wall. The Lockhart was written on the wall behind the front desk. Although it was a big building, I felt as if I belonged. Like this was the place I needed to be.
Arson.
He's straight through the doors, I heard my assistant say from afar. I turned from my view of the city to see Lola sitting there, looking as beautiful as ever. I was shocked. She looked completely different from the girl with the jeans, sneakers, and ponytail she'd been in when I first saw her. I smirked and sat down at my desk. "Hi, Mr. Lockhart. How are you today?" She sat in front of me with a smile and her notebook in hand. I watched as she opened it and wrote something down. She looked back up at me, confused as to why I was staring at her, but I just chuckled and leaned back in my chair. "I'm doing great, Lola. How are you?" I stood and walked to the front of my desk, leaning against it. I looked down at her in her chair and finished before she could speak. "Let me guess. I'm doing well, Lockhart, and I'm looking very beautiful as well." I mimicked her voice and laughed. She cleared her throat uncomfortably and shifted in her seat. "Good. Actually, Mr. Lockhart, I was going to say I'm doing fine." She looked me directly in the eyes with a straight face. I laughed. She couldn't possibly be serious right now. Who knew she couldn't take a joke? Scoffing, I grabbed a cigar from my desk and lit it. "Well, what are your questions?" "For one, I wanted to know what inspired you to become a novelist." She looked down at her book, ready to write. Her nails were painted beige, and her hands looked soothing and slightly glossed from the lotion she had used. "Since I was young, I've loved reading, so by the time I was 17, I had written my first book. It was never published, but I've been extremely passionate about writing since then. It's all I've ever wanted to do with my life, so I turned it into a career. Now look at me, a billionaire." I laughed and took a drag from my cigar. I loved talking about myself. It's not so much of a cocky thing to do. I'm just very confident, and talking about myself helps remind me of how I made it to the top on my own. "Great," she spoke, writing down what I'd just said in her notes. "And how long have you been writing, Mr. Lockhart?" 20 years. I returned to my seat. Published my first book when I was 22 years old. I saw her eyes widen slightly, but she continued to write. Her bracelets clanked together softly, and her hair fell on her face. She was so beautiful. I wanted her in my life. There was a silence in the room, and the air grew thick. I decided to lighten the mood a bit. "How old are you, Lola?" "I'm 21, Mr. Lockhart." She kept her eyes on her notes, but I could see her face turning red. "Do you want to be a novelist?" I asked, and she nodded. She finally looked up at me and spoke. "I do, Mr. Lockhart." "Call me Arson," I told her. "How badly do you want to be a novelist? How hard are you willing to work for it? It's not as easy as you may think. You can't just write a book and get it published. It's much more than that. It's hard to catch the reader's eye these days, and this field is competitive since most people read on their electronics. To get to the top, you have to be the best and never stop working until you get what you want." She sat there in shock, not doing anything. She had completely stopped writing and just stared at me. She was startled, and I could see it all over her face. "Let me mentor you, Lola." I smiled and leaned forward on my desk. "Oh, okay, Mr. Arson." She shifted in her chair again and wrote something down in her book. I could see her begin to turn red in the face again. "Every Tuesday, same time." I stood up and fixed my tie. "I'll show you out." She looked at me, confused, and stood up, following me toward the door. Before she could fully exit, I grabbed her hand and kissed it. She furrowed her eyebrows and continued walking. I couldn't afford to be around her too long, or I might grab her and kiss her. She was gorgeous, standing at 5'6" with a perfect curvy figure and long black hair. Her freckles were like constellations, and her lips were pouty and desirable. There was no doubt in my mind that she was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life, and I had to have her. I didn't mean to come on to her too strongly. I guessed that she just needed time to get comfortable around me. She seemed stubborn about who she gave her attention, which attracted me the most. I'd be a fool to let her slip through my fingertips.
Lola.
He did it again. Cutting our meetings off short, as if there wasn't work that needed to be done. I rolled my eyes at the thought of it and got in my car. I didn't understand him. The interview went well, until he just went on a rampage about what it was like being a novelist. I appreciated the advice, I really did, but I didn't expect all of that at that very moment. I didn't expect the kiss he left on my hand before leaving. Although that was a very interesting experience, I am happy that he asked to be my mentor. I needed someone like him to help me get where I needed to be. The only problem with that plan will be trying to focus on my work with him breathing down the side of my neck. I felt like I would melt right in his office, but showing extreme affection too early with a guy can turn him off or give him the leverage to use you. When I returned to my suite, I thought of ways to avoid Annabella, but luckily she wasn't there. All I could do was lie in bed and think of Arson. I hadn't felt the weight of a crush in years, and it made me feel like an irresponsible schoolgirl again. There was just something about the way he talked. His voice almost struck fear into my heart. Those bold eyes and pink lips. That slender body in that dark suit. I felt myself getting hot and breathing heavily, so I had to take my mind off the thought of him quickly. I rolled over on my side and pulled my laptop onto my bed. I opened it, and the last piece of writing I was working on appeared on the screen. It was titled Daisies and Apricot. It was a short story I had written about my past partner, who always brought me daisies and apricot-scented body scrubs. As I read over it, I thought that I would come across some similarities between my ex-boyfriend and Arson, to give me a little hint as to why I was so attracted to him, but that wasn't the case. Arson was the exact opposite. He was challenging. All of my past boyfriends were very sweet and possessive. Their personalities fit so well with my dominant behavior. They all fell to my knees when they saw me, but Arson Lockhart was different. He saw me and felt attracted, but he didn't fall to my knees like the rest of them. He remained strong and determined. That's what attracted me the most about him. I was so used to being around childish little boys that I thought being over 18 made them real men, but Arson was a real man. Strong, hardworking, dedicated, and stern, all while being confident. He had everything he wanted in the palm of his hand, and he could control people however he pleased. Except for me, of course. I liked him too, but I wasn't that easy. I was a tough cookie who took a while to be cracked, so if he thought he could have me falling to my knees in a couple of days, he had another thing coming. I smiled, closing my laptop and putting it on my bedside table. I had a man who had my dream job, and also had a thing for me. Why not use this to my advantage? I took one red rose and one white rose from the vase on my desk and carried them to the bathroom with me. I needed some time to relax and to also care for my skin, so I ran a warm bath and added the petals from the roses, pink salt, and a few drops of lavender oil. When I first put a foot in, I felt the warm water kiss my skin, which automatically put me at ease. I played my favorite album on my phone and just relaxed. This was everything that I needed. I was about 3 songs in when my phone began to ring. I dried off my hands on a small towel and picked up my phone to see who it was. My eyes widened at the name on the screen. Arson Lockhart. What was he doing calling me after our meeting? Hopefully, it was to tell me why he ended our session so quickly. I hesitated a little, then answered. For some reason, hearing his deep voice on the other line felt really good. Hello, Lola, he spoke, not saying anything else. Hello, Arson. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm trying out this new restaurant tonight, and I want you to come with me. Well, Mr. Lockhart, He cut me off. I'll pay for everything, and you can ask me any other questions you were going to ask earlier today. I guess dinner wouldn't hurt. I trailed off and sat up in the tub. It wouldn't, so I'll pick you up at 7:30. I'm wearing a navy blue suit, so work around that. And before I could even get a word out, he hung up. I guessed I was going on a date. I sat there genuinely confused and turned on, but I quickly shook off the thought and began to wash off. When I returned to my room, I looked in my closet and thought, what do you wear on a date with a billionaire? I had to look like arm candy. Arson Lockhart wouldn't just go out with any girl. It was 6:30, so I just laid out my clothes and started on something else to pass the time. I decided on a simple black dress that hugged my curves with a pair of heels. I straightened my hair and put on light makeup, but I wore bold red lips. Where are you going tonight? I heard Annabella speak from the door. Out, I replied simply. Yeah, sure, Lola. Have fun with Mr. Billionaire. She chuckled and walked away. I didn't know what upset her about my going out with an older man, but I was a grown woman. If I wanted to date someone much older, I had every right to. I rolled my eyes at her remark and walked to the bed to slip on my dress. I felt so beautiful with it on. I never wore it because my mind was too focused on my studies to go on dates. All my life consisted of was writing. I remembered that when I was around 18 or 19, I knew how to balance being a party girl and still getting everything done that I needed to do. That, sadly, wasn't enough for me, though. I wasn't reaching as much success as I wanted, so I completely cut out partying and having fun at the age of 20, and here I am today. I was 21 years old and had butterflies before going on a date. There was nothing wrong with that. I just always thought life would turn out differently for me. That may be why I was so open with Arson. It might not seem like it on his end, but I didn't usually give guys the time of day, so he was lucky. I felt he could be that missing excitement I needed in my life. I was just so used to being by myself without any distractions. I wasn't sure if a relationship was what I needed right now, but I was willing to try it out. My phone lit up, showing a text from Arson. It said he was outside, and his driver was waiting for me. I laughed a little and slid on my shoes. I didn't even know why I expected a billionaire to drive himself to a restaurant. I made it outside and saw the driver open the back door. I kindly thanked him and got inside. Arson sat, watching me get in the car with a smile on his face. His teeth were the whitest I'd ever seen. All of his teeth were so perfectly straight that it was mesmerizing. You look stunning, he spoke. Thank you. You look good as well, Arson. I blushed slightly. The ride there was lovely. I saw the view of downtown at night while music played softly in the background. The air was fresh while blowing through my hair. I felt like my 19-year-old self again. I heard a chuckle and turned to see Arson watching me. Having fun there? He smiled. And for the first time I smiled back. I am. I'm feeling a bit nostalgic. I understand. He nodded. Go out with me more often, and you could feel this all of the time. The smirk on his face made my stomach drop. As pleasing as that offer sounds, I'll have to see how the rest of the night goes before I make a decision. He shrugged with a smirk on his face and turned to face the window as we pulled up to the front of the restaurant. I waited for the driver to open my door and thanked him after. I looked up at the big, white letters. The Crystal Room, Arson spoke, reading my mind. He grabbed my hand, causing me to tense up and pull my hand away. It's okay, Lola. I don't bite. I nodded and he grabbed my hand. At least not too hard, I heard him mumble as we walked in.
Arson.
I watched as her body moved swiftly in that dress. She was the most gorgeous girl I'd ever laid eyes on. I liked a woman with curves, long hair, and an attitude. I was determined to make her mine. "Hello, Mr. Lockhart. Your table is this way." We followed the waitress to our secluded table upstairs on the balcony and took our seats. I ordered us some wine and watched as she looked over the menu. "See anything you like?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Not really." She closed her menu and sat back in her seat. "Order for me." I smirked and looked at the waitress, who had begun pouring our wine into our glasses. "Are you ready to order, sir?" She smiled down at me. "We are," Lola stated loudly. The waitress jumped at Lola's stern voice, and I chuckled. She clearly wasn't expecting her to be that bold. Lola seemed a bit protective over me, but I liked it. I scanned my eyes over the menu and decided on what we were having. "We'll both have the steak and lobster dinner with mashed potatoes on the side." "See, coming right up." The waitress spoke as she collected our menus and walked away. "Jealous?" I asked Lola as I took a sip of my wine. "I could never be jealous, sweetheart. Look at me." She smiled and took a sip of her wine as well. "I just don't like being disrespected. I deserve just as much respect as you do." That turned me on, the way she thought so highly of herself. I just wanted to tear that little piece of fabric right off, but I had respect for her. A strong, beautiful woman like herself took time and patience, but I was sure I'd get her to crack soon. "I want to know more about you, Lola. Have you always wanted to be a novelist?" I folded both hands together and leaned back in my seat. Since I was about 7, I knew I wanted to write. Every other day, I'd try to write a new story or start reading a new book to get inspired. My life revolved around it. She took another sip of her wine and licked a drop off her bottom lip. "There was never anything else you wanted to do?" I raised an eyebrow. She nodded. "There were, and I did them. I took ballet for a couple of years, I used to sketch, and I'm a pretty amazing cook. I also wanted to be a chef, but those just became hobbies over the years. I knew I wanted writing to be my career." "Ballet, huh?" I smiled. "Explains why you have such strong and beautiful legs. I'd love you to taste your cooking one day since you've bragged about your talents. You'd be amazed." She smiled and ran her finger around the brim of her glass. "This wine is amazing. So smooth and opulent. You want a bottle to take home?" I asked. "I sure do." She smiled widely. "Thank you." Just then, the waitress came back with our plates. The food looked delicious, almost as delicious as Lola. Usually, the girls I dated would light up at the expensive meal before them, but it was like she was completely used to this. Has she dated rich, older men before? I shook the thought and asked the waitress for another bottle to take back home. She politely told me she'd wrap it and put it in a bag for us. I nodded and turned my attention back to Lola, who was cutting into her steak. Seeing the fork slide between her lips after a bite was sensual. "Is the night going well for you?" I asked, staring into her eyes. "Wonderful," she stated with a smile and continued to eat. "Maybe we could do this again tomorrow night." "Sounds lovely, Arson, but I'd like the next time we see each other to be at our next meeting." She poured herself another glass of wine. "I have a lot of work to do, and I would love to be undistracted." "Oh." I cleared my throat. I'd never been turned down. I was starting to wonder if she even liked me. I began eating my food. "I would like to do this again, though." She smiled and continued eating. "Then we shall." I wiped my mouth clean and smirked. "Arson Lockhart, I am going to murder you," a woman screamed as she ran towards me. She began hitting me, yelling that I had killed her husband and ruined her family. Lola was shocked but managed to pull the lady off while workers rushed over to see what all the commotion was. I dialed my driver's number and told him to be out front of the restaurant immediately. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lockhart," a random woman said to me, as she tried to clean off the food that the woman had spilled on my clothes while going crazy. "I'm the manager, and I'm not sure why this would happen. You should work on your establishment if you're going to let crazy people like that inside a place like this." I looked at her, then over at Lola, who took the extra bottle of wine from the waitress. I quickly grabbed her free hand and dragged her out of there. We quickly got inside of the car, and the driver sped off. What was all of that about?" Lola asked. "I have no idea. I've never seen that woman a day in my life." I shrugged and turned to look out of the window. I knew exactly who that woman and her husband were, but that was none of her business. I heard her sigh deeply and adjust herself to face the window. She probably didn't want to go out with me again, but I would make sure that she did.
Lola.
That was one of the weirdest things I'd ever encountered, and the fact that Arson knew absolutely nothing about the situation seemed very fishy to me. I loved the feeling of being taken out and shown off, but not if things like that were going to be happening. I wondered if he was hiding something. Why do you think she'd do that? Throw an entire fit in front of everyone, claiming that she'd want to kill you in a public restaurant, and why would she accuse you of killing her husband? I unlocked my phone to text Annabella to tell her that I was coming home and didn't have my key. Simply because I am a billionaire, Lola. People will do anything to get their hands on my money, even if that means accusing me of false crimes. I don't even have the time to hurt some random man. He scoffed. I guess you're right, I agreed and looked out the window the entire ride back. When we pulled up to my dorm, I called Annabella, but there was no reply. Let me walk you to your door, Arson offered with a smile. No, it's okay. I've got it. I laughed slightly and proceeded to step out of the car until I felt him pulling me back by my hand. What? Do you think I'm going to murder you or something? He smirked, staring me directly in the eyes, and I felt my body go entirely numb. His voice sounded so chilling, more serious than playful. And no, you can walk me there, I said quickly, pulling my hand away and getting out of the car. I was in such a blank state of mind that I forgot to thank the driver. Here's your wine, Arson said, walking around the car and handing me the bag. I nodded slightly, then led him to the building and my door. I knocked a few times, but there was no answer. I tried calling a few times, but there was still no answer. You're always welcome to stay with me for the night, Arson offered. There was a solid 10 seconds of silence before I even replied. I had to think seriously. Do I really want to stay with this man after he has made several romantic advantages, or do I want to sleep outside in the hall until Annabella realizes I'm here? I turned to him slowly and laughed. You promise you won't hurt me? I'll try not to. He threw his head back and let out a loud chuckle that made me jump. His arm slid around my lower back, and he walked me back outside to his car. The car ride back to his place was long and silent. The only sounds were the wind and soft music playing in the background. I felt like something would happen tonight, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. We pulled into the driveway of his house, and it was luxurious. This was the first time I had seen something like it. Plants were everywhere, and I could see the pool view upon entering. The driver exited and opened our doors, wishing us a good night, and Arson led me into his home. This place is so beautiful. I looked around at the fiery red furniture and black decor. Almost as beautiful as you, Lola. Follow me. He led me to the clear doors of his elevator. Let's get you into something more comfortable. What did you have in mind? I raised an eyebrow. Nothing too serious. My daughter is a little younger than you. She comes to visit time from time, so I always have new clothes here for her to sleep in, he laughed. She's a little smaller than you, but I don't think there's anything that you can't sleep in. When we made it upstairs, it was just as huge as the downstairs. A long marble-floored hallway led to what I suspected was his bedroom, because it was the biggest. Upon entering, I saw the biggest bed I'd ever seen in my life, with black silk sheets. "Wait here while I go get you something to put on." He winked and then left the room. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. I was just happy to take these shoes off. I sat on the edge of his bed and kicked off my heels. I found a small hair tie in my clutch and pulled my hair into a high ponytail. I looked around the room. It was minimalistic but still very opulent. "I found this for you," Arson spoke, and my head snapped in his direction. He closed the door behind him and walked over to me. He handed me a champagne-colored silk nightgown. He unbuttoned his shirt and walked into the bathroom attached to his room. "Where can I change?" I asked him. "Right there." He peeked his head out of the bathroom. "Don't be afraid. I won't look." I heard him laugh as I tried to quickly get out of my dress and into the new one. When I took off my bra, I turned to see him walking out of the bathroom in only his boxers. Let me tell you, for an older man, he had a great body. I erased the dirty thoughts from my mind and just stared at him. He looked at my shocked expression, down at my body, and smirked. I looked down and noticed that I was only in my underwear. The air in the room became thick, and I quickly grabbed the gown to cover myself. I didn't have a bad body, but I felt embarrassed and uncomfortable for some reason. I mean, I'd only known the guy for a couple of days. It wasn't the right time to be naked around him, especially when I wanted to wait for this moment if things got that far with Arson and me. "Lola, you don't have to hide from me. We're both old enough to be naked and comfortable with each other." He walked by me and picked up my clothing from the floor. He placed them on a chair beside his desk and looked at me again. "Where will I be sleeping?" I tried changing the subject to take away from the awkwardness. "With me, hopefully," he responded. "I respect whatever boundaries you have. I haven't slept beside a beautiful woman in a long time." I nodded slowly, not wanting to put up a fight, and climbed into bed. He turned off the light and got into bed next to me. Directly across the room was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, and the curtains were pulled back completely. There was a beautiful view of not only the moon and stars, but of the city as well. I could see almost every building that was well lit, and that alone made me feel safe. The light from outside made it easier to see around the room, and to see that Arson was staring at me, staring at the view. I looked over at him and smiled. "The view is beautiful. Thanks for letting me experience this. Anytime you want to see it, let me know." He ran his hand over my thigh, and it drove me crazy. "You know, Lola, I've wanted you ever since I've laid eyes on you." "I'm well aware, Arson," I replied bluntly, trying not to say too much. "Well, do you feel the same way?" I felt him move a little closer to me. "Maybe," I smirked and rolled over on my side. I felt him pull me back so my body touched his, and his hand grazed my leg. "So why aren't we doing anything about that?" His hand slipped between my thighs, and I began to melt, but I wasn't going to let him know that he had full control of my body. I pulled his hand away and laughed lightly. "Good night, Arson Lockhart." I felt like the connection was there. "I guess not." He spoke quietly. He moved back away from me and turned over. "Whenever you're ready, Lola, just let me know." Again, I smiled to myself. "Good night, Arson Lockhart." I woke up to a mist of water on my face. "Wake up, Angel." I sat up and rubbed my eyes to see a woman standing with a food tray over me. "What was that you sprayed on my face? It feels refreshing." "Rosewater, ma'am. Mr. Lockhart ordered that we wake you up beautifully with a nice breakfast." I smiled, closing my eyes and inhaling the smell of pancakes. The woman placed the food tray on my lap, and I automatically dug in. It was like nothing I'd ever tasted before, although it was a simple meal: pancakes, eggs, and bacon with a cup of tea and a bowl of fruit. "Mr. Lockhart had to leave early for work, but he says you are welcome to stay here until he gets home. He left you an outfit at the end of the bed, and if you are ready to leave before he gets home, just let me know and I'll phone the driver." The woman smiled, and left the room without saying anything else. Who would have expected Arson to let me stay after things didn't go as planned last night? I guessed he really liked me. After eating, I set the tray of food aside and slid out of bed, grabbing the clothes left for me. I walked to the bathroom and saw the most beautiful shower I had ever seen. The shower head was the entire ceiling, and the doors to the shower were clear with a gold trim. I was in love. I took off my clothes and hopped inside. I turned on the shower, and the water fell on me like the mist of a rainforest. I looked at the shelf built into the shower and saw all the beautiful body wash and shampoo bottles. I helped myself to do whatever I needed and got myself cleaned up. I grabbed the 2 folded towels and dried my body and hair. After taking the best shower of my life, I put on the dark jeans and fitted shirt he had left me. These hugged my body, so he picked them out for a reason. I walked back to his room and texted him, asking if I could check my email on his computer. While waiting for his reply, I walked around the upstairs of the house and eventually found his daughter's bedroom. She looked just like him, gorgeous and model-like. I saw why her clothes were too tight on me. She looked around 17 or 18. I wondered if she knew her dad liked girls a couple of years older than her. I saw a picture of a woman who seemed to be her mom. I wondered what the relationship between her and Arson was like, and why they weren't still together. I shrugged away the thought and explored more of the house, and then Arson finally texted back and told me that I could use the computer. I continued my exploration down the hall and into another room, which was just full of plants and a different computer from the one in his room. For some reason, I felt the urge to use this one. I sat at the desk and turned it on. To my surprise, there was no password on it. I logged into my email as an extra account because I didn't know if I should sign out of Arson's. I clicked through a few messages and saw that classes were canceled today, which was good on my part. I was going to skip them anyway. I felt tempted to switch over to Arson's account and see what an actual novelist's inbox consisted of. So I did it. I scrolled through several spam messages and emails for upcoming book events until I saw something interesting. A red message was titled, "I am going to kill you, Arson Lockhart." It reminded me of the crazy woman from the night before, so I opened it to see what it was about. Dear Arson Lockhart, I knew about this whole little business you and your rich friends were running, and I had nothing to say about it because it didn't affect me that much, but you have crossed the line. Michael was a kind, loving man and father of 3, who was just doing what he had to do to provide for his family, and you go off and kill him? He had a life. Whether he had your stupid drug money on time, he still had a life and a family, and you took that away. You took him away from us. Now, what are we going to do? He was the one who made a living for us. Either you give me $5 million, or I will kill you, Arson Lockhart. I will sabotage your entire drug cartel and make your life a living hell. I quickly exited the email. My heart was beating extremely fast. I knew Arson was hiding something by how he reacted last night, but I didn't know it was a drug cartel. I didn't know that he would kill someone. I shut off the computer and stood up. I turned to leave and saw Arson standing at the doorway. "Hello, Lola," he said sternly.
A billionaire's possession. Lola.
Have you ever felt as if time had stopped around you, but in that specific moment you could not move? Unable to think and speak clearly. That's exactly how I felt after learning that the man that I was developing feelings for was a murderer, then turning to see him watching me go through all of his private information. My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach as I hesitated to respond to Arson. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk on his face. "I see the clothes fit you well," he spoke, looking me up and down. "Hello, Arson." I finally managed to speak and looked straight past him into the hallway. "Yes, the clothes fit very well. Thank you." Before I could even reach the door, Arson stepped in and closed it behind him. "Did you Find everything you were looking for on the computer? I gulped and nodded. I'll just be leaving now. When I tried to walk past him, he grabbed my wrist, and I felt myself being pushed against the wall. I gasped and looked up at Arson, who was now hovering over me. I could tell by the look on his face that I was caught, and this wouldn't be easy. It's really not polite to go through people's emails. You don't have the right, he spat. I don't know what you're talking about, I mumbled and was quickly cut off. Don't play stupid with me, Lola. I was standing in the doorway the entire time, he scoffed. Arson, I swear, I was cut off again. I know what you saw on that computer, and you don't know how much trouble you're in now, Lola. But you don't seem like the type to be a loudmouth about these things, so I'm considering letting you go. After he said that, I felt so much relief. He smirked down at me and backed away slowly. Just know that if you run your mouth about anything, you'll end up like that woman's husband. Unlike his situation, your family won't have the fortune of ever finding your body. That was oddly a turn on. Not that he would kill me, but how he was so serious. Not once did he crack a hint of a smile. His face showed zero emotion, almost as if he was heartless. No man has ever talked to me in that tone of voice, and it gave me a bit of a rush. Feeling myself shake in fear and pleasure, I bit down on my lip and nodded in agreement. He flashed a look of confusion as his eyebrows knitted together. He needed clarification about my reaction. For once I felt owned, and I liked it too. Come on. I'll give you a ride home. You can grab your things from the bottom of the stairs. He turned and left the room, and I followed him like a lost puppy shortly after. It seemed as if the hallway grew longer with every step I took. The tension was so heavy, and the air was so thick that I found myself almost out of breath. I fanned myself to try to calm down. Once we descended the stairs, I grabbed the bag with my things in it and slid on my heels. They surprisingly went well with the outfit I was wearing. I said my goodbyes to the house workers and went outside to Arson's car. He was already inside, staring forward toward the view of the city. I realized that this wasn't some bad boy, good girl fantasy. This was real life, and I was actually next to a murderer. I never understood how people could kill one another. It just didn't make sense. I guess it could come down to that sometimes, but from what I had read, Arson was completely wrong. If that's how things were in drug cartels, I was glad I had never become a part of one. I sat in the front seat, and he sped off as soon as I closed the door. I didn't even have time to put on my seatbelt. He must have still been upset about the situation. Why wouldn't he be? Some random girl had found out his biggest secret. I'd be pretty upset too. There was an awkward silence between us. His grip on the steering wheel made it painful for me to watch. I found myself constantly switching my thoughts. One moment I was thinking about how amazing it felt to be put in my place, and another moment I realized how my life was in danger. I wasn't sure if I was attracted to this side of him, or if I was romanticizing the situation to make myself more comfortable. I wondered what he was thinking about, maybe about how he would tell his gang that I had discovered their secret, or how I had betrayed him by going through his personal emails. I guessed I would never find out because I was too afraid that asking him might make him snap. I decided to leave that situation alone and focus on the city lights ahead of me. They brought me some peace in this terrifying issue. Arson was so deep into his thoughts that he didn't realize he had passed my building on campus. You missed my building, I spoke a little too loudly. He jumped a little and quickly reversed the car, moving back toward my building. I admired his tightened jaw and how straight it looked. His skin was very smooth, without any wrinkles. I guessed anything was possible when you were a billionaire. I grabbed my bag and opened the door. See you tomorrow, Mr. Lockhart. He finally looked at me for the first time since we left his house and raised an eyebrow, questioning my statement. I smirked and stood from his car. I'll be at your office to finish my interview with you. 3 o'clock sharp. I spoke with my back turned to him, and before he could respond, I walked away. When I reached my floor, my door was wide open, and Annabella was moving what looked like a few old things from the place. I greeted her with a simple hello and walked toward my room. I clearly couldn't talk to her about my new unexplained attraction for Arson without her rude criticism. She didn't even respond when I spoke to her. I lay back on my bed, wondering how I could feel this way. This man had just threatened to take my life if I revealed his secret, and I could feel nothing but lust for him after that. Was I going insane? In that brief moment of being his, I felt so alive. It was just something about how he told me what to do, and that look he gave me, like I had better listen to him. I wasn't sure why, but I thought I was letting my guard down. I can open up to someone new. Arson was different from the rest, and I thought it was time for me actually to deal with a real man. I was insane. I was risking my life, all for the sake of finding a partner who I could balance out with. After seeing how trustworthy I would be with his secret, I thought he could get over his hatred for me. I turned on some music and started to sing along softly until I felt the presence of someone at my door. "So you were just going to stay out all night with no call or text, then come home and not tell me where have you been?" Annabella asked from my doorway. I looked at her and shook my head. "Anna, I called you like 20 times last night, and you didn't answer the phone for me, which resulted in me staying the night at Arson's house. I didn't think you would care to know where I've been since you ignored my phone calls, and didn't even bother to respond when I just said hello to you." I rolled my eyes and continued to stare up at the ceiling. "Did you call my new number?" "That would be the smart thing to do, Lola," she said. "And great. Just great. You're sleeping with this man now? Since when do you have a new number, and when were you going to tell me, Annabella?" I sat up quickly and looked directly at her. "I'm your best friend, for Christ's sake. What if it was an emergency? And how dare you? Nothing happened between Arson and me. I'm sure Arson would be all the protection you needed, Lola." And I sent a text to all my contacts with my new number. "You would have noticed if you had taken a break from your little novel and paid attention to the real world." She scoffed. "Pathetic. I don't even know who you are anymore. Get out of my room, Annabella." I couldn't believe my best friend would even say something like that to me. She had been the only one who supported my decision to become a writer, but the last few days were tense between us. I wasn't sure where all of this built-up hate had come from inside of her, but I needed to find out and know why she was directing it toward whatever Arson and I have going on. "Fine," she mumbled, folding her arms over her chest and leaving my bedroom. I heard her say a few things under her breath, but I didn't care enough to extend the problem. Since we were children, Annabella has always been stubborn. She never cared if she was wrong or right as long as no one questioned her actions, and when her actions were questioned, she would catch an attitude. This problem never fazed me because I was the most knowledgeable in the friendship, and she would always listen to me. Since Arson and I had begun talking, Annabella had taken her stubbornness to an entirely different level. She had been very moody and disapproving of everything going on, although I was a grown woman who could make her own conscious decisions. I wasn't quite sure what she didn't get about that. Even if she didn't approve of who I was dating, she could at least support me being in a relationship, and that was the thing. Arson and I weren't even dating, so I didn't see the big deal. Whatever we had between us could either go really badly or well. All I knew was that I wished to have my best friend there for me through it all. I started to do a bit of studying to clear my mind, but also to gather some questions to ask Arson. I searched his name online and wrote down interesting facts that caught my eye. I started downloading some of his books onto my laptop to read later. I wanted to know the ins and outs of his mind. One of his books caught my eye, and I couldn't wait to read it. The very first page caught my eye, and I almost instantly fell in love with the story. Idyllic is what I would describe him as. I spoke into the phone, letting out a small laugh. I was in the community kitchen of my apartment, filling up a small bucket with ice. I heard my best friend mumble, slightly confused, on the other side of the phone. You barely even know the guy, Sarah. Plus he's like 10 times your age. She sounded irritated. I could imagine how hard she rolled her eyes, but something drew me to this guy, my new neighbor directly across the hall. We bumped into each other once in the hallway, and the way he caught me was breathtaking. I don't know what it was. Guys never really caught my eye, old or young. I was always on a level that they weren't. I liked focusing on my craft more than a silly relationship, but this was different. His rich tan skin and glistening smile. There was a little spark when I fell into his arms. The innocence of the touch drove me up the wall, and I have yet to understand why. You don't get it, Rachel. I felt something. I smiled slightly and ran a finger around the rim of the silver ice bucket. You're irritating, you know that? She exclaimed with a very nasty tone of voice. I rolled my eyes and took a deep breath. Look, if you're going to continue with this lurid attitude, I don't think we should finish this phone call. Bye. And with that, I hung up the phone. When she returned to her room, she opened her journal to the entry she had written after meeting Arthur. He was just a guy, and I was just a girl. No, wait, he was more than that. How could I devalue a soul with rich intellect and a consciousness that glows immensely to just a gender? Something so distant, something so man-made. I want to know your thoughts. I want to feel your vibrations. I want our subconscious minds to linger around each other and engage in an experience our physical bodies can't. I want to talk to you. I want to hear about your childhood. I want to know your deepest conspiracies, and I want you to take up all the space in my mind. Feed me knowledge. Enlighten me. Sarah smiled down at the page before drawing hearts all over it. She felt that Arthur was the guy of her dreams. The story of my life. Midway through reading, I found myself still thinking about the argument I had with Annabella again. I decided to let the situation go and get some rest before class and my meeting with Arson tomorrow.
Arson.
Why was Lola acting so seductive after I practically told her I'd kill her? Why was she so eager to see me again after discovering my drug cartel? This was all so strange. Did she really feel this way, or was this all a part of some type of scam from my enemy? I wasn't sure what it was, but I called a meeting with the guys at the clubhouse. I picked up a pack of beer and brought it along with me to the meeting. The guys were very anxious to hear the news that I had for them. I didn't know how they'd react or what they'd say, but I just knew I had messed up badly. Had I not calmed down, I would have never noticed that my hand was red and burning from how tightly I gripped the steering wheel. I can't believe that something like that even happened. How could I be so stupid to practically leave all my most important information out in the open? I just thought I'd be able to trust Lola enough not to do anything stupid like that, but my judgment was wrong. I started to think about how my entire empire could come crashing down if the world learned about this, and I became so angry that I just had to hurry inside before I lost my temper. In the clubhouse, the guys and I gathered around the table. They all took seats while I stood before them. I put my hands behind my back and cleared my throat. I was afraid to tell them the news, but I knew I had to be strong before them. My team would never do anything to me. I had never told them news like this before, so it was a new experience for me. This could also spark a new emotion I had never seen in them. How easy could it really be to break news like this to them? How could I tell them our future lives were in danger? Alright guys, here's the bad news. They all sighed and threw up their arms in anger. I know. Bad news is a rare thing around here, but we are in serious trouble now. What kind of trouble, boss? Pete, one of the members, asked. So, there's this girl I met after doing a seminar at her school a couple of days ago, and she's gorgeous. I mean, the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. I took a deep breath and continued. To make a long story short, we went on a date, and she came home with me. I let her stay in my home while I was at work today. Well, why would you do that, boss? David, another member, said. Don't ask. Anyway, I caught her going through my email and she found out about this drug cartel. I shook my head and took a deep breath, waiting for their response. All of the men gasped and looked around at each other. I could see the anger and worry on their faces. A couple of men started discussing what could go wrong if anyone else found out, and it felt like the world's weight came crashing down on my shoulders. I knew that I had really messed up. What are we going to do about this? What are we going to do to the girl? No one can find out about this. Pete sounded confused, looking around at all of us. I say we kill the girl. If she isn't that popular around the school, or a nobody in general, there should be no problem if she dies. Right? One of the other members spoke. The group waited in silence for my response. Kill her? I think we've killed enough people already, I said, covering that I wanted to save her life because of my feelings towards her. Plus, there's something really special about this girl. You like her or something? Pete asked. That's beside the point here, Pete. I say you kidnap the girl. There's a week left in school, right? Kidnap the girl, and no one at the school will come looking for her because it's the summertime, David said. There's no point in killing the girl when you can use her to work for you. I ran my index finger and thumb over my chin. Sounds like a pretty cool idea. All the guys simultaneously agreed that that would be the best option, and we began planning it out. The guys and I devised the best way to get Lola to fall for this trap. Tomorrow, during our interview, I will see if Lola will come to my place for dinner after her last day of classes. Then I will explain to her that she would stay and work for me until everything was settled between us. Hopefully some other things will happen between us, but I'll save that for later.
Lola.
I finally finished my math final, and it was time for me to go to my interview with Arson. I changed my outfit from a simple t-shirt and jeans to a form-fitting skirt with a button-down, leaving the few top buttons loose to show off my cleavage. I wore a simple pair of heels and pulled my hair into a tight bun. I went for my everyday makeup, which was natural but with bold lips. I knew that Arson would love what I wore, making me feel more confident. I got in my car and headed over to his office. Upon entering, I saw the same gorgeous girl at the front desk. For some reason that made me jealous, and I began to wonder if Arson had ever tried anything with her. I mean, she was flawless. She had great hair, body, and a nice smile, but she wasn't me. I walked up to the front desk and flashed a fake smile. Lola Anderson for a scheduled meeting with Mr. Lockhart at 3 p.m. I stared at her as she clicked through the computer. She told me to walk into his office, and that he would be waiting for me. Perfect. I walked towards his office, once again loving the sound of my heels clicking against the ground. I made it to his door and knocked 3 times. I heard him mumble for me to come in, so I entered. I watched, and he looked up from his desk. He was wearing his reading glasses and had on a navy blue suit. I felt this tingly feeling in my stomach. Hello, Arson. I smiled and took a seat in front of his desk. I pulled my notebook from my bag and opened it to where I had left off after our last meeting. How are you today? I'm fine, Lola. How are you? I saw his eyes go from my eyes to my chest and back up to my face. He smirked and leaned back in his chair, holding the back of his pen between his teeth. I'm amazing. I let out a small laugh. So, Mr. Lockhart, I did a little studying on your pieces of work, and I wanted to talk a bit about your book, The Midnight Hour. It's more salacious than I expected, but it caught my eye. Yes? That's one of my favorite books that I've written. He folded his hands together and placed them on his lap. What about it sparked your interest? The age difference. I smiled and he raised an eyebrow. Also, the way you write. I love how the story alternates between both characters' points of view. You have a way with words that capture the reader's eye, Mr. Lockhart. Thank you, Lola. He smiled. Just then there was a knock, and a pretty woman stuck her head through the door. "Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Lockhart. I have your coffee." She walked in wearing an outfit similar to mine. She placed his coffee on the desk and flashed a sly smile. "Have a nice day, Mr. Lockhart." Arson smirked and watched her as she left. I raised an eyebrow in slight jealousy and cleared my throat. I should make myself a bit more comfortable. I pulled my hair from its bun and let it fall over my shoulders. Arson's eyes widened at the sight, and I knew I had him back in the position I wanted him. "Now," I smiled, "what inspired you to write The Midnight Hour?" "My attraction to women like you inspired me, Lola." He chuckled. "My dominant traits inspired that book as well. My attraction to men like you makes me want to read your story 1,000,000 times." I laughed and began writing in my notes. "Tell me about your favorite book, Arson." "Well, for starters, I'll tell you the book's name. It's Can't Buy Love by Nicholas Hunter." He spoke, and I jotted this down as fast as I could before he could continue to explain what it was about. It was the very first book I bought from the college's school store. I'd heard a slight buzz about it around town and decided to check it out. I smiled softly and sat back in my seat, waiting for him to go further in detail. It was about a boy who had always dreamed of having as much money as he needed to buy whatever he wanted, and he achieved that goal. But here's the twist: by having so much money, he attracted all the wrong types of people to have friendships or relationships with. He learned that money can't buy love, and though it can buy you materialistic things, it can't bring you deep-rooted and eternal happiness. He smiled and watched as I copied that down into my notes. "That's really beautiful. I'll definitely have to check that out. I have a copy I could lend you one day," he offered. "Wow, that'd be amazing. Thanks, Arson." I blushed slightly. He checked his watch and looked at me. "Well, Lola, I'm sorry to cut this short, but I have a meeting to attend." He sat up and took a sip of his coffee. "Oh, all right," I said, making the disappointment in my voice clear. I began putting my notebook in my bag and rolled my eyes at how awkwardly short that was. Arson stood from his seat and grabbed my hand as he walked from around his desk to walk me to the door. "Now listen." He backed me into the door. I began breathing heavily from how close he was. I stared into his eyes and he smiled. "I have a very busy schedule this week. So, I don't need you popping up with any interviews anytime soon. All right?" He grabbed my arms and slid his hands down to my waist. "Next Friday after classes, get real pretty for me, all right? And meet me at the coffee shop at 7 p.m. sharp. We're having dinner at my place." I nodded slowly, not breaking contact. I felt his lips press against mine roughly, and my knees buckled. I never expected him to kiss me. One of his hands left my waist and held the back of my head, pulling me closer to him. There was no space between us, and I felt my heart drop when he bit and tugged my bottom lip. "Now go." He pulled away, laughing, and used his thumb to wipe away any lipstick that he had smeared. I licked my lips and just stared at him, not knowing what to say. That was the most breathtaking kiss I'd ever had, and the way he had taken it by force was the icing on the cake. He held the door open, and I quickly fixed my hair before leaving. For the second time with Arson, I felt 19 again. I walked away feeling like someone powerful. I felt like a new person, like I had a life again. With being the uptight, all-work no-play type of girl, life could get pretty hard. I was always stressing about what I had to do or what deadline I had to meet, but I didn't feel that way around Arson. I thought I might be letting my guard down a little too fast, but it was the best decision I'd made in a long time. This new rush of excitement completely overtook me, and I didn't think I could turn back. It was far too late now. Being around Arson made me feel like it was okay to take a break occasionally, and have fun, and go back and finish my craft later. But it had only been a few days, so I needed to slow down and pay attention to who I was falling for. This man was a murderer, a new leader of the drug cartel. What had I gotten myself into?
Arson.
I knew she wanted that kiss as badly as I did, and I knew that the kiss would definitely leave her wanting more. I didn't really have a meeting. I just wanted to leave her on edge. I knew that even the strongest, most independent girl couldn't hold herself back. I knew my magic, and it only took a couple of days. I chuckled and walked back to my desk, taking a sip of my coffee while looking out the window's view. I had everything I wanted in the palm of my hand. Lola made me feel young again. Being around her took me back to when I was around her age and just starting to discover what love was all about. That was a time when I was wild and adventurous. I had a lot of downtime and could really be myself without any consequences. That's why being with her was such a valuable time for me. I felt she was really the one for me, which hurt me so much that she would betray me. I thought that if her feelings were almost the same as mine, she would at least respect my privacy. Whether my email was left open or not, it wasn't her place to look inside. That whole situation angered me so much, but I couldn't force myself to be over-the-top upset with her. I knew that showing extreme anger toward her would make me uncomfortable, and I couldn't bring myself to hurt her that much. My phone began to ring, disrupting my thoughts and making me slightly irritated. It was a call from David. I answered quickly, because it was rare for David to call me in the middle of the day. "Boss, you're not going to like this." His voice sounded frantic, and I almost didn't want to hear what he was going to say. "What is it?" I kept my calm, panicking just as much as he was going to help nothing at that moment. "That lady who has been chasing you down for years says she's coming after the girl, and it's not going to be pretty." "The girl? What girl?" I asked in confusion. "The one you went out with the other night, you know? The one who found out about us," he said. There was silence on the phone after that as I took a minute to think. "How'd you figure that out?" I asked. She sent me an email from her husband's account that he had with us and said these words exactly. "Dear David and crew. Since Arson stole the love of my life from me, I'll have to take something from his as well. That girl, his new arm candy. My daughter has been telling me she's seen them around town together, and it's more than just taking her out to make himself look good. He has feelings for this girl, and this is the perfect time for me to come in and make my move. I hope you guys get a hold of her before I do." "It's crazy, boss," David spoke. "This woman is absolutely out of her mind." "Oh, this isn't good, this is not good, David." I found myself panicking just as much as David. It was bad enough that all of the guys hated her. This random lady was after her because she saw us at dinner one night together. Who was her daughter, and why was she watching our every move? "What, do you love this chick or something?" David asked in an almost disgusted tone. "Just find out where that lady is and handle her," I spat and hung up the phone. Love? PSSH, whatever. I was fond of her, but I was most certain I didn't love someone I barely knew. My jaw clenched and I stormed out of my office. Maybe I did love her, but how? I've barely known her for that long. How could these feelings for her be so strong? I decided I was going to go home early. After taking my keys from the assistant, I made my way out to my car. Hopefully the ride back to my place would calm me down. I turned on some soothing music and took in the city's beauty. I inhaled the fresh air that blew through the window as I drove up the driveway of my home. When I made it inside, I completely ignored the workers there for the weekly cleaning and went straight to my bedroom. I took off my shirt and tossed myself back onto the bed, feeling more comfortable than I expected. I began to think about Lola and how much her personality reminded me of my ex-wife. Yes, the shy and innocent girls were fun to toy around with now and then, but the open and hard-working ones were the type of girls I'd considered being with. My ex-wife was a lawyer and very loud and opinionated. We met at a convention for young innovators in our early 20s and fell in love. We had an unbreakable bond until our first daughter was born 2 years later. She became a different person, and I knew that being a mother and raising a child could change you somehow, but she didn't even try to do anything the same anymore. She completely shut me out when we were supposed to be a family. Where she crossed the line was when she cheated on me. It would have made sense for me to be the one who cheated since women had been throwing themselves at me since my ex-wife and I met, but no. She fell in love with someone new, and I always beat myself up about that in the back of my mind. I wondered what he did for her that I hadn't, or what I had done wrong in general. Everyone told me it was all her, but I felt I had some responsibility for that. Being around Lola brought back those feelings that I had with my ex-wife, and that's another reason why I couldn't bear to be around her for so long. I didn't want to fall for the wrong person, thinking I could get back what I used to have. I guess that kidnapping her next Friday would help me find out if she was the one. "Hey boss. I just got a call and you're not going to like this," one of the members in the back spoke up. "What's up?" I asked, not ready to hear what other bad news had to be stacked on top of the situation. "Ronnie, down at the harbor, says the new guy got away with a couple of boxes of the illicit substances. He says he didn't notice a few boxes missing until the car was speeding off, and he saw them in the back seat." "What new guy?" "I didn't hire anyone new. It should only be the 5 men I originally sent down there." I slammed my hands on the desk. We let some random get away with a few boxes of our product. I couldn't believe this was happening. First, my life's in danger because an outsider knows my illegal source of income, and now a large amount of my product has been stolen. I picked up a bottle of beer and launched it across the room. It shattered as it hit the wall, and beer went everywhere. "Clean this mess up," I spat. "And come up with how we'll find this son of a gun by morning, or things aren't going to be pretty."
Lola.
Great. I spent an entire week without Arson after he kissed me like that. I laid in my bed, staring up at the ceiling. I had no classes or finals to take that day, so I had nothing better to do. I sat up, grabbed my laptop from my bedside table and opened it quickly. I thought, what better to do right than continue to read where I left off from Arson's book, The Midnight Hour. I began reading from page 36. The main character, Arthur, had just awakened from a long steamy night with his partner. It was like Arson described his character's feelings almost as if they were his own. Have you ever looked at someone? Like really looked at them? Did you take a minute to admire the beauty that lies upon them? I have. I do it every day. Looking at Sarah is a pleasant moment I experience every day. Taking even the slightest second of the day to admire her inspires me so much. She's so deep-rooted into my poetry that I could write about my love for anything in the world and still find a way to reference my feelings for her. She and I are meant for each other. I know this because our souls vibrate on a higher level together. Without her, I would probably be an old man down in the dumps every day because I haven't found my true love. My favorite part of the day is watching her. She's my favorite movie. I like how she lotions her legs, mimicking rich and fancy women. I love the way she laughs at the littlest things I do. I love the crinkle in her nose when she giggles, and most of all, I love how she loves me. Despite the age difference, she and I truly love each other. And no, we aren't accepted in society, but we will continue to let our love grow strong. We're both grown and consenting adults, and we should be able to love each other without any judgment. Sadly, this isn't how the world works. Who cares what the world thinks? I am in love with Sarah Hughes, and nothing will change that. The way she moves when she dances, the look on her face when I tell her she's beautiful, and how she's so carefree with whatever she's doing. That's why I'm writing this right now, because my feelings for her are too strong for just a short, simple poem. She changed my life so much that there must be another way to show that I care for her. I love her, and I'll love her until I die. I sighed and smiled to myself. What if Arson thinks of me the same way Arthur thinks of Sarah? I must have said that aloud because Annabella laughed loudly as I walked past my room. Yeah, right. She snickered as she walked down the hall. I quickly stood from my bed, tired of her attitude, and walked down the hall into her room where she just entered. "And what exactly is your problem, Anna? You've had an attitude since I met Arson. Why can't you just be happy that I actually like someone?" She turned her back to me and sat on her bed. "You dumb, silly little girl. You're sleeping with the enemy." "The enemy? What are you even talking about, Annabella?" I asked, genuinely confused about what exactly she meant by Arson being the enemy. "And I'm not sleeping with Arson. Let's make that clear." "Wow," she scoffed. "Some best friend you are. What, are you jealous?" "Of what?" She laughed harshly. "The fact that I'm out having fun without you? Or maybe even the fact that you can't hold on to a man, but now that I have one, it's rubbing you the wrong way? Is that it? You're trash, Lola. How could you say that to me? Are you really going to let some random man come between us?" she screamed. We were now standing face to face, and she was on the verge of tears. "I should ask you the same thing since you've been acting as if I'm nothing to you since Arson and I met. If you don't remember one of the biggest things I've ever told you, things would be better off if we didn't talk anymore." "But Anna, I'm so confused. What are you talking?" "Just go, Lola." She cut me off, and I threw my hands up in defeat. "Whatever, Annabella. I guess I'll see you around." I had no choice but to go back to my room, disappointed and confused. There I was, trying to resolve the issues between us, and she couldn't even tell me what was going on so I could fix it. Why did she believe Arson was the enemy, and what was the big thing she mentioned? A couple of days passed slowly but surely. Class after class, final after final, and I had to do it all on my own, without Annabella telling me that I'd do fine or letting me know she'd be there for me. I felt empty. I tried making small talk with the other students and even the professors, but it just didn't feel right. I hadn't been alone like that in a long time. On the bright side, I had been working on my novel. It's based on a teenage girl without a care in the world. She goes by herself on an adventure through different states, and learns many life lessons along the way. Being who she is, the trip through various cities and areas full of nature helps heal her. It gives her closure from past struggles, and a sense of relief from the issues she faces in the present, making her outlook for the future positive. There was a spin on the story, though, to keep it interesting. The reason this girl went on an adventure was to escape from the weird guy who had been stalking her for months. I finished up the remainder of the draft for my story intro. "It's like boys are manifested with trouble," I sighed as I laid back on my bed. I could feel the cool breeze from the air vents cause goosebumps to swell all over my arms and legs. My silk gown wasn't doing much to cover my body. "Oh girl, I'm sure it's just someone playing a joke on you," Shandy said, smiling. "No. This is serious, Shandy." I half yelled angrily. "Do you know what it's like to be stalked? I'm always being watched. It's scary, and it's getting in the way of my job, new relationships, and just everything in general." Shandy bit the inside of her cheek gently, and her eyes widened slightly. "What are we going to do about this?" "I don't know." I closed my eyes tightly and took a deep breath. "I really don't know. I just need to get away. It's all a big representation of who I am, who I used to be, and who I'm becoming. It's my life experience dramatized through a life I wish I lived. A life that I will live after my dreams of becoming a best-selling author come true." The way that Arson's favorite book made him feel was exactly how my own novel made me feel. It was as though even if the character was fictional, there was still someone out there to whom I could connect. I was often guilty of getting lost in my own writings. I would usually have had Annabella critique my writing, but after the situation between us, it was like living with a stranger. We didn't acknowledge each other anymore. The worst part about it all was that I was starting to see her hang out with a new group of friends. I just wanted to know where we went wrong. I let my English professor look over my work instead. She gave me a couple of pointers on how to go about writing certain things, and just scanned through a few of the pages that I had already written, but overall, she said it was a pretty cool story. The words pretty cool made me uncomfortable. I didn't want my story to be seen as pretty cool, but rather spontaneous, refreshing, or life-changing. Random thoughts of how my work could possibly not make it far in the writing business flooded my head. I knew that I was a great writer, but the weight of everything happening, plus the compliment I had just received from my teacher, made me think otherwise. I knew there had to be a way to get myself back on track. I shook the negative thoughts from my head and started to walk back to my room from class. As I approached the building, I spotted the lady who had attacked Arson at the restaurant. She was leaving the building that I lived in, and seeing her in broad daylight, she looked strangely familiar. I walked with my head down until she was out of sight so she wouldn't see me, and assumed it had something to do with Arson murdering her husband. I started thinking about how messed up that situation was, and felt horrible. I couldn't imagine that happening to me or my family if I had one. I finally passed her without noticing, and caught the elevator to my room. When I made it inside my suite, there were about 4 or 5 other people sitting on the couch watching TV. Anna was sitting in the middle of them. Seeing her doing something that we always did together with some random people made me feel less important, like this entire relationship actually ended over something that I wasn't completely aware of. I stormed into my room and lay on my bed, burying my face on the pillow. I let out a muffled scream of frustration, then sat up straight. I just wanted everything to be back to normal. It had officially been an entire week since the kiss with Arson and the argument with Annabella, and I hadn't talked to either of them since. I didn't talk to many other people on campus, so when it came time for me to rant about anything, I could only talk to myself. It felt like I was going crazy. It was definitely not fun being the only person I could talk to. I had just finished my last final of the school year, and decided to get a cup of coffee to wake myself up. Everyone must have really been in a hurry to get home, because the line for coffee wasn't as long or as slow as usual. The campus was almost empty. It was finally summer. I got a cup of coffee and a Danish. This was the only thing that had been able to put a real smile on my face for the last couple of days. The walk to and from the coffee shop, and the actual coffee itself, was what I needed to clear my mind from everything that had been going on lately. Though I felt pretty bored and alone, these were the moments that I needed to keep myself sane. It was always good to take the time to reassure yourself that everything would be all right, and that you could always move forward in any problem as long as you worked hard enough. I took a seat on a bench next to a girl with sandy brown hair. I wanted to see if my attempt to make small talk would work because, quite frankly, I was tired of talking to myself. Hi. I looked over at her. I'm Lola. What's your name? Daisy. She smiled and looked over at me. I know who you are, Lola. I've always wanted to hang out with you. She laughed nervously. Why didn't you say anything? She just looked at me and I caught on. Let me guess. The email I sent to the entire school claiming I didn't need distractions from my work? You're right, she laughed. What made you want to talk to me? Just decided to be social for once. I smiled slightly. I thought it'd be cool, actually, to have fun once in a while. I understand, she spoke. So, do you have any plans for the summer? I asked. Well, yeah. There are tons of flyers going around for some upcoming parties and bonfires. She began pulling out pieces of folded paper from her bag. You can have these. I already have the information on my phone. Thanks, Daisy. I smiled big and put the flyers inside my bag. A couple of friends and I are hosting a big, end-of-the-semester party event tomorrow. You should come out. She mimicked my smile. I'll definitely keep that in mind. I stood up and waved. See you around. Did I just make a friend? The end of my junior year of college, and I was finally making a friend other than Annabella. Why did this feel so great? Was it because I had found someone who could fill this empty part of me, or because I just missed the feeling of having multiple friends when I was younger? Who knows? I was just glad that I didn't have to be alone anymore. As soon as I got back into my room, my phone rang. It was Arson. After this long period of not speaking, I decided to call first. I answered and slowly put the phone up to my ear. "Come over tonight." Those were the only words that he spoke. His voice was deeper and darker than usual. It sent chills up my spine. "What time?" "I thought I was meeting you at the coffee shop." "You know what, just come over now." Is there anything you need in particular, Arson?" "Stop talking and come over now," he demanded. I'd never been more attracted to him than I was at that very moment. He hung up the phone, and I sat there speechless. I decided to slip into something more appealing. I took a quick shower and threw on a dress similar to the one I wore when we first went out, with fishnets and a pair of heels. Little did anyone know, I was hiding a beautiful set of red lace lingerie underneath. I put loose curls in my hair and wore no makeup except for my favorite burgundy lipstick and a little mascara. I was sure I knew what he wanted, but I wasn't sure how I'd feel if things went a different way. The drive to his house felt like I was on top of the world. I was in my own car, blasting my favorite music with the wind blowing in my hair. Once again, I was feeling like the 19-year-old me. I had a feeling that my life was about to take a turn that I never expected. This could be the start of something new. I pulled up to his house and parked off to the side. A couple of seconds after ringing the doorbell, I was greeted by the nice lady who helped me last time. "Well, hello, beautiful. It's a pleasure to see you back here." She smiled and stood off to the side so that I could go in. "Mr. Lockhart is waiting for you in the master bedroom." I thanked her and took my time walking up the stairs. With every step I took toward that room, I felt the anticipation rise. I knew that there was going to be something interesting behind those doors, but I couldn't imagine what it could be. I got closer to the door and placed my hand on the doorknob.
Arson.
As soon as I heard her hand on the other side of the door, I knew it was go time. I quickly opened the door, and she jumped slightly. I grabbed her wrist, pulled her inside, shut the door behind us, and pressed her up against it. She groaned quietly, and I placed a few kisses on her neck. I felt her body become tense, so it was time for me to lay out some ground rules. "Now you listen to me, and you listen closely," I spoke in a stern voice, asserting my dominance. Her eyes widened as she nodded slowly. "Oh, okay." "Nah." I pulled her hands over her head and gripped both of her wrists with one of my hands. "From now on you answer with yes, sir. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir." She bit down on her lip, and I smirked. I loved seeing her under my control. I wanted her to submit to me. I wanted to have complete dominance over her. "Whatever I say, you do." I chuckled. "You didn't really think that tough girl act was going to cut it around me, did you?" She opened her mouth to speak, but I cut her off. "Think before you answer, Lola." "No, sir," she said quietly. "Louder, Lola." I pushed myself closer to her. "No, sir," she squealed, and I felt the pace of her breathing increase. "That's a really beautiful dress you're wearing, Lola." I spoke in a low tone but loud enough for her to hear me. "Take it off." I let go of her wrists and stepped back so she could get undressed. She turned her back to me and slowly let down the zipper of her dress. She slowly let the straps fall down her arms and pulled them off her chest. From where I was standing, it looked like a simple red bra, but then she turned around and the lace took me by surprise. She slid the rest of her dress down to her ankles and kicked it across the room. She had on a matching pair of lace panties. They looked so beautiful and lay across her long legs. I sat on the bed and just admired her beauty. Everything was happening in my favor, and I couldn't be happier. "Take off the stockings and bring them to me. When you make it over here, lay across my lap and do not make a sound." And that's just what she did. Without hesitation, she complied with each demand, and I loved every moment of it. When she made it over to the bed, she stood before me. She placed the stockings in my hand and laid across my lap. Laughing slightly under my breath, I pulled both of her hands behind her back and tied them together. "Good girl, don't make me punish you." "Yes, sir," she whined. "Don't say another word," I instructed. I lifted her body and tossed her on the bed. I brushed her hair back out of her face to admire her beauty. Her skin was perfect, and the color of the lipstick she had chosen made her eyes glow. I looked at her directly and said, "You're never going home." Her face went from seductive to panicked. It made me chuckle. She was about to open her mouth, but I warned her that if she screamed, although no one would hear her, she'd be in serious trouble.
Lola.
"You're never going home," Arson spoke as he looked me directly in the eyes. It was like the words rolled off his tongue as slowly as possible. Just when I thought life was going great, everything went into shambles. I watched as he laughed on my face as if I were nothing. Maybe this was all a part of the role play, I thought to myself, but there I went again, making up silly excuses in my head to make light of the situation. It was a way to make myself calm and comfortable. I recalled Annabella calling me a dumb, stupid little girl. That's exactly how I felt right now, because that's exactly what I was for trusting a man I barely knew. There was just something about Arson's aura that just pulled me in. His charm and witty sense of humor really captured my heart. Even with everything going on, I could feel myself falling harder for him. I somewhat understand why he would keep me here forever. I knew his biggest secret, and he didn't want anyone to find out. He was just protecting himself, maybe even the both of us. Maybe someone else found out that I knew the secret and was out to get me, and this was Arson's way of protecting me. Why would he wait an entire week to do something about the situation? Whether he was doing this for himself or us, I still felt stupid for how I caved. I submitted to him so easily that it was embarrassing. I had never been so obedient and controlled in my entire life, not even as a child. My parents were never really the most chill parents in the world, but they definitely were not as demanding as Arson. I wished he would come back to finish what he had started, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. So I sat there close to tears and not knowing how to feel or what to do next. I felt hopeless at this point. My arms were tied up, so if I'd tried to make any escape, it would be 10 times harder than it should have been. I shifted onto my side and lay down. It was a little uncomfortable for a while, but soon my body became numb and I couldn't feel a thing. So many thoughts were flying through my brain that I couldn't even decide what to think about first. I eventually got so confused about everything that was going on that I just let myself fall asleep to take a temporary break from all of the madness.
Arson.
I left her sitting on the bed and went to my office to check a few emails and see if there was any new information from the guys. I was scrolling through a load of emails from people contacting me to do events and lectures around the world. The guys sent a few messages about how they found out the woman's name and address. Now they were coming up with a plan of how to get rid of her. I sent out a few replies and continued to scroll through pointless messages until one particular message caught my eye. It was titled "Watch Your Back, Arson," and it read, "Dear Arson Lockhart, I know what you're up to. As if you didn't think murdering my father was enough, now you're fooling around with my best friend." I raised an eyebrow. What was this person talking about? The fact that she actually gives you the time of day makes me wonder if she is that stupid, or if you are just really good at playing these games. My father has been dead for a year now, and if you think my mom and I have forgotten, you have another thing coming. Enjoy your peaceful life as much as you can, Arson. The letter wasn't signed with any name, but when I thought about it, The girl who sat next to Lola the day I gave that seminar looked a lot like the woman at the restaurant. That woman had said her daughter had been watching Lola and me around town, and the only person who could possibly know who we both were and what had been going on between us was Lola's best friend. Was it possible that I had killed Lola's best friend's father?
A Billionaire's Troubles. Lola.
I woke up in a room I'd never seen before. I looked to the left, and the view was almost the same as the view from Arson's house. I looked down and I wasn't tied up anymore, nor was I wearing the same outfit from the night before. I was dressed in a satin top with matching shorts. I pulled myself out of bed and walked to the door. When I tried opening it, it was locked. No matter how hard I pushed or pulled, it wouldn't open. With a sigh, I turned and went to look at myself in the mirror. My hair looked freshly brushed, which was odd. I pulled it into a ponytail with the hair tie that was on my wrist. I looked down and saw a note lying on the dresser. It had my name on it. I was a bit hesitant about picking it up, but maybe it would explain why the door was locked. After a couple of seconds of deciding, I finally opened the letter. It explained that there were 2 doors inside the room. One led to a walk-in closet, and the other to a bathroom. It said that there would be various pieces of clothing that were my size inside of the closet. I read over a few more lines about where certain things were in the room, and I finally made it to the end, which was what I was looking for. The reason the door was locked, according to the note, was because I didn't deserve as much freedom as I wanted. The note was clearly written by Arson, because it said that I should think about the consequences of my absurd actions. He wrote that he had had a hard time deciding if I should work for him, until he trusted me again or if he should kill me. He also mentioned that my phone had been taken away, and any source of connecting with someone outside of the house had been blocked off of the computer in the room and my laptop, which he had found in my car. I rolled my eyes and crumbled the note into a ball. I couldn't believe that this was happening to me, because I looked through a couple of emails. What I really wanted to know was why it had taken him so long to take action against me. What about the situation changed his mind? Did someone else know? That's it. Maybe he told the members of his cartel, and they put this entire plan together. That had to have happened, because what else would have made Arson change his mind so suddenly? I shook my head and slid my feet as I walked back over to the bed. I plopped down and buried my face in the pillow. I let out a muffled scream to release the built-up anger in me. There was a knock on a door, followed by the voice of the woman I had met the first time I was there. "Ms. Lola, your breakfast is ready," she spoke. I got up quickly when I heard the door unlock from the outside. It pushed open slowly and she came inside, walking toward me with a tray of food. It smelled so delicious. I couldn't wait to eat. As she sat the tray down on the bed, I eyed the cracked door, thinking about whether I'd be able to make it out to find my car keys. I guess she noticed because she grabbed both of my arms and looked into my eyes. "Don't even try it," she whispered. "There are 2 big guards out there." I nodded slowly. "Do you know when I'll be getting out?" "No." She shook her head. "Mr. Lockhart doesn't tell me much." 2 questions. I looked at her and she nodded, agreeing to answer them. "What's your name? And why are you always so nice to me?" "I'm Ms. Rose, the maid." She smiled. "You remind me so much of myself when I was younger, independent and spending time with older men. Seeing you makes me nostalgic." After overhearing Arson explain the situation between you 2, I thought you could use all of the support I can give right now. "Thank you so much." I smiled and hugged her. She jumped, not expecting the hug but returning the gesture. She reminded me a lot of my grandmother, who I was really looking forward to seeing this summer, but that plan was ruined because of Arson. "Rose, what is taking you so long?" one of the guards asked in a menacing tone. "I gave you extra bacon." She smiled and left the room swiftly, closing and locking it behind her. I smiled softly to myself, knowing that someone cared, and crawled back into bed. On the tray were waffles, bacon, eggs, and a bowl of fruit. I was also given a cup of tea, with a little bowl of sugar on the side. After I finished eating, I decided to take a shower. The bathroom looked exactly like Arson's, so I knew how everything worked. I walked back into the room and went to the computer to play some music. To my surprise, Arson had a lot of the music I listened to on there already. I made a quick playlist and turned the volume all the way up so that I could hear it in the bathroom. I started my shower and actually enjoyed my time there. Some of my favorite songs were playing, and I was using all of these fancy and expensive skin and hair care products. I didn't know if Arson intended for that to happen, but I was actually starting to have a good day. I got out of the shower and wrapped a towel around my body. I didn't want to put on the same clothes, so I went into the closet to see what was there for me. Upon entering, I expected to see just a small amount of clothing, but this was more than that. What was before my eyes was an entirely new wardrobe. There were all types of outfits. There were everyday outfits, night out outfits, an array of night clothing, and even all types of shoes. I looked into the dresser's drawers and saw different types of undergarments and lingerie. I started looking at the tags, and everything was the right size, just like the note had said. This was sort of strange, but I guessed it would come in handy during my time there. But if I was going to be held in this room for the time being, why would I need all of these different types of outfits? I shrugged away the thought and just picked out a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. I lotioned my arms and legs and just decided to play on the computer until the day went by. Arson mentioned my laptop in the note, but I didn't see it anywhere, which left me with the only option possible: the computer in the room. Although I used this computer to play music earlier, I was still very concerned that I might stumble onto something that I should not see. That could really trigger Arson to take my life. I was very careful about what I clicked on. I only opened the Notepad application because my mind was full, and I needed to write down a few things. I let some of the music play quietly while I gathered my thoughts together. I decided to start a new novel. Since my laptop was nowhere to be found, and I couldn't continue working on the novel that I had already started, this could be something that I would do to pass the time here. I titled it Locked In With Your Own Thoughts. It was going to be about a girl kept in captivity because of her bad behavior with the man she loved. I began to type, releasing all of my thoughts. 47 days and 3 hours. That's how long I've been held in captivity in the basement of my master's house. I never knew that I could make him this angry. I never knew he would turn on me like this. It isn't too bad down here. I have a bed, a TV, and a bathroom, and there's always someone bringing me 3 meals a day and a couple of new books when I've finished the old ones. The only thing that could be better is the need for more human communication. I have no friends, no family, and no master. I know you're wondering what happened, why I'm being held captive, and why I even have a master to begin with. It all started a year ago when I signed a contract with a man by the name of Eric Pierce. He is the most gorgeous man I have ever seen, and when I first saw him at my job, I knew I wanted to be associated with him somehow. His skin was smooth and blemish-free. He wore ripped jeans, beige boots, and a long t-shirt that read "Angel Set Free." He was glowing. He had such a powerful energy that I couldn't believe it. He walked around with his hands behind his back, examining my room. There was a room in the building where I worked that I used to paint in. I thought no one would ever find it due to its hiding place, so I hung up a few of my pieces. He smiled at a few and nodded at others. He walked up to me and eyed my outfit, raising an eyebrow at my bright yellow sweater. "Did you do all of this?" he asked. "Yeah. Why? You going to tell on me?" I rolled my eyes and spoke in a mocking tone. "No, none of that. I just saw this place sitting around and wanted to check it out." I nodded and pointed to his shirt. "I love that album." He smiled and shoved his hands in his pockets. "Same. So, how much of my work did you see?" I asked. And what's your name? Just about all of it, he chuckled. I'm Eric. We spent almost an hour getting to know each other, and it was beautiful. One day after work, he stopped me at my car and told me he'd been checking me out since he saw me. He then asked me if I had ever participated in a secret relationship. I'd already had experience, so I told him yes and then let him know that if he was trying to pursue this type of relationship with me, I was very interested. He smirked and told me he'd have a contract typed up by the next day. The next day came, and we went over the rules during lunch. One of the main rules was that I would address him and only him as master. Since that day he's been my master, and I have done everything he has asked. Exactly 48 days ago, I messed up. When I say I messed up, I mean it. It was really bad. Eric has been out of town for a week, and I needed to be intimate so badly that I felt like I couldn't wait another day for him to get home. It felt as if I was going to die without it. He came home a day early to surprise me, and walked in on the worst thing ever. He caught me in the act of being with another man, and what made it worse was that I was so caught up in the moment that I called the other man master. The look on his face was terrifying. I had never seen him that angry or aggressive before, not even during one of our moments. Before I knew it, I was being thrown into this basement. Lola. I heard Arson's voice and jumped. I hadn't even heard the door being unlocked and opened. I had been too caught up in writing. Yes? I turned to him and spoke with a slight attitude. What have you got there? He raised an eyebrow and tried to look at the computer screen behind me. Nothing of yours, don't worry, I scoffed, crossing my arms over my chest. Fix your tone of voice, Lola. You're lucky I didn't kill you yet. He smirked and walked towards me. He handed me 2 spiral notebooks and a box of pens. One book has all of the jobs you will be doing for me while you're here, and the other you can use as a journal when you get bored. I began to read through the book, and saw that there was a list of groceries that I needed to pick up tomorrow. It also mentioned that I'd get the money tomorrow, and the driver would be there at 10 to pick me up. Something told me that he didn't really want to punish me. It was just something about the tasks that I had to do. I mean, was grocery shopping really a task you would give to someone you were holding hostage? I didn't know. His intentions were beyond me. Before I go, come here. He spoke in a very demanding voice. I got up and walked over to him. He grabbed my waist and pulled me closer to him. Our noses were barely an inch apart, and he flashed a smile that made my heart melt. It felt like everything around us stopped. One of his hands grabbed the back of my neck, and he kissed me. He pulled away and chuckled, licking his lips and walking out of the room in one swift movement. Hearing the lock on the door made me snap back into reality. That kiss just proved that someone had put the idea to kidnap me in his mind. If he was angry enough to kidnap me all on his own, he wouldn't have come in here and kissed me like that. I brushed my fingers over my bottom lip, because it had begun to tingle. I wasn't sure what it was, but that kiss had felt magical. He had kissed me with so much love and passion within those 3 seconds that it was scary. I didn't even get to ask him why he kissed me. I sighed and saved the document on the computer. I let the music play while I opened the window and looked at the view. I was surprised that the window wasn't nailed shut, but after looking down at the bush of thorns, I understood why. I sat on the window seat and pulled my knees to my chest. I was bored out of my mind and had nothing better to do but watch the clouds go by and see what types of shapes they made. Besides the song playing, silence filled the air. The house, this area, the sky, it was all completely quiet. Though I had longed for this type of silence back on campus, I was starting to miss the various sounds that had surrounded me there. Being locked up, even if it had been only a couple of hours, made me miss school and my home. I started to think about what my parents and siblings were doing at that very moment, probably playing board games or watching movies and having lunch. That's something that I'd never missed out on, and I would have given anything to be doing that with them in that moment. Actually, I would have given anything to take back my horrible actions. I wish I had never looked through Arson's emails. Maybe I'd have a life to live.
Arson.
During the entire process of abducting Lola and holding her hostage, I could do nothing but keep her comfort first in my mind. The boys had wanted to keep her inside of some rough, cold building where she had very little water and food, but I couldn't bring myself to do that to her. I couldn't have lived with myself if I had done that to her. With anyone else, I would have done it in a heartbeat, and maybe even have taken their life without any thought put into it. With Lola, things were just different. They had to be different, because something about her led me to believe that she was the one I'd been searching for years after my divorce. I wanted to deny my strong attraction to her, but every time I did, my feelings just became stronger. I even had to take a deep breath before walking into her room. She doesn't know that she's my weakness. She's not even a little aware of how hard I've tried to remain calm around her. I went into her room, admiring her beauty from behind. I called her name and watched her jump. I hope I sent shivers down her spine. I had to brace myself for when she turned around. When I saw her face, I had to hold back a smile. She looked very well rested and sort of happy, but when her eyes met mine, her face cringed into a look of disgust. She was definitely upset with me. I gave her the 2 spiral notebooks and pens I had for her. One of the books I gave her to write in when she was bored, and the other was a list of things I needed her to do for me. I didn't know if she noticed when she flipped through a couple of pages, but a couple of those tasks involved spending time with me for a couple of days, dinner dates, some trips to the mall, and outings to a couple of other places. Hopefully those outings could lead to us having mutual feelings for each other because, at this moment, it seemed like I had more feelings for her than she had for me. Kissing her was a part of my plan. I wanted her to feel the feelings I had for her because clearly, being nice after kidnapping her wouldn't work. As much as I wanted to take her right there on that bed, I couldn't. I had to resist as much as possible. I'd be lying if I said the thought of her curvy body wasn't always in the back of my mind. It was. Each and every day, I imagined my hands moving up and down her smooth waist and pulling her body close to mine. I longed for her touch. It killed me inside that I couldn't have her the way I wanted. Why did she have to mess up? I shook my head angrily at the thought and continued on with my day. There was a meeting today with the guys and me. We were getting together to talk about what was new with the whole kidnapping situation, and what was new with the cartel in general. David and I first put together this cartel when we became very money hungry. We were looking for ways to make more money, and David, being my best friend since childhood, was doing nothing but looking out for me when he suggested this idea. A drug cartel full of millionaires. Yes, I said it. A drug cartel full of millionaires. Each of us had worked our way up to an outstanding amount of money coming in daily because of our jobs and this cartel. If anyone found out about this, we wouldn't lose much money because we already had a lot saved up, but we could ruin our reputations within our careers. Not to mention, we could spend a lot of time in jail. That was why the boys were so anxious to get rid of Lola, but I really didn't think that she would be the one to take down our entire cartel. If she really wanted to sabotage us, she would have acted quickly. There were no messages or emails on her phone or laptop about the situation, so I doubt that she even had a plan to expose us in the first place. The guys made it seem as if she was working with the enemy, and they knew the easiest way to get inside my house was by using a young, pretty girl. That logic didn't make sense simply because Lola played extremely hard to get. If the enemy sent her over to get any information from me, then I would have been intimate with her the first day we met. She wouldn't have hesitated to spend the night at my place either. The guys really kept coming up with these outrageous theories about her, but she was just a normal girl who got caught being very nosy. Hey, what's up, guys? I greeted the guys as I walked into our clubhouse. Similarly to the meeting from last week, The guys sat in a group behind the table, and I stood in front of it. They greeted me back with various heys and what's ups. So what's up with the chick, boss? David sat up in his chair. Yeah, boss. Did you get the job done? Pete spoke. What do you mean, did I get the job done? I cocked an eyebrow and crossed my arms over my chest, waiting for a response. There was never a job to begin with. Did you kill the girl? One of the other members yelled. No, I didn't kill her, I spoke. She knows too much, boss, Pete added. Look. I told you idiots that she only knows that the drug cartel exists and that I killed that woman's husband. That's it. She knows nothing else, I spat angrily. How dare they question me about killing her when that was never the plan in the first place? Silence filled the void air between us as the guys looked at me, taken aback by my reaction. I paced back and forth for a few seconds to blow off some steam. I couldn't handle the thought of Lola actually being dead, especially because of me. What's the update on the missing packages? I sighed and took a seat. Someone handed me a beer, and I took a quick swig. We have the names and locations. We were going to send a few of our best men out to get them, tonight. Pete took a swig of his beer and looked directly at me. I nodded. Let's get their things ready. Yes, sir, they all said in unison, with the exception of David. I could tell by the look on his face that he was thinking really hard about something. He wasn't paying much attention to anything that was going on around him. You two, I pointed to the two guys in the back. Get the bags, and the rest of you get the guns ready. I sat back in my chair and watched as everyone left the room. Again, all but David. I grabbed a cigar from the box on the table and lit it. You really like this girl, huh? David chuckled, looking up at me. I do. I took a drag from the cigar and blew out the smoke in his direction. I kept a straight face. Why are you asking me this? Why else would you spare her life, Arson? She's the one, David. I'm so serious when I say this. I took a deep breath and brushed my hair back with my free hand. How are you so sure? His eyebrows knitted together in confusion. She's a little college girl. No, David. She's a grown woman, and I know she's the one because Lola makes me feel the same way she did. Maybe even a little better. Damn, he laughed slightly. You really are feeling this girl. Now I know why you lashed out. I'm surprised that you even went through with the kidnapping plan if your feelings for her are that strong. That's the thing, man. I'm torn between loving her and killing her. I shook my head. I don't think I could bring myself to do it, but the thought seems tempting. I couldn't live with her being dead, but I could definitely live without the fear of falling madly in love again. You get what I'm saying? I understand, man. He sighed. It's just going to take time, all right? Don't stress yourself out. I flashed a slight smile and put out my cigar. What I really needed right now was some rest. I hadn't slept much for the past few days, so I was just running off of multiple cups of coffee. I said my goodbyes to David, telling him to pass the message along to the rest of the team, and left. The drive back home was shorter than I expected, and I was thankful for that. Immediately after making it inside the house, I quickly walked to my room. I wasted no time taking off my clothes and hopping into the shower. The warm water kissed my skin, and I swear it felt like heaven on earth. I found myself humming along to the song that was playing softly when I entered Lola's room earlier. It made me think of how beautiful the shower would have been if I shared it with her. My mind started to fill up with the thought of her. Whenever I tried to think of something different, it just brought me back to her. She reminded me of the sunset. How it's so warm but so vibrant, and it could make your whole day better just by looking at it. She was like caffeine in the morning. As much as you had been warned to stay away from it, it was addicting, and you needed it to get through the day. She stood tall like a sunflower, beautiful and bright. The perfect combination. Who would have suspected that I, Arson Lockhart, would ever find love again? Now, I just had to figure out if she loved me back.
Lola.
I woke up again, but this time to a purple and orange sunset. I didn't even know that I had fallen asleep. It was like they were waiting for me to wake up, because the moment I sat up in bed, there was a knock on the door. Dinner. I heard Ms. Rose speak through the door. I smiled slightly, but not for long. When the door opened, Ms. Rose wasn't alone. She walked in with a huge tray, and Arson followed swiftly behind her. I guess I wasn't eating dinner alone. I looked down at my hands and played with my fingers while Ms. Rose sat the food in front of me. I whispered a small thank you, and she whispered back for me to stay strong. I looked up only enough to see the food and Arson's body as he sat on the bed. We were having grilled chicken and broccoli for dinner. I picked up my plate, placed it on my lap, and began to eat in silence. I didn't know how to feel, but I knew I wasn't necessarily in the mood to speak with Arson right now, especially after that kiss. "It's a nice night, huh?" He broke the silence. I saw him take small bites of his food while waiting for my response. I just stayed silent, not sure of how I should reply. I took another bite of my food and sat my plate to the side. I wiped my mouth with a napkin and turned away from Arson. I went to sit on the window seat and watch the sky turn black. I heard him muffle a stiff laugh and sit his plate down on the serving tray. Then he set the tray on the dresser. "Lola, can you talk to me, please?" he asked. The sound of his feet tapping against the hardwood floor as he got closer to me made me anxious. "Why didn't you finish your dinner?" "Not hungry," I replied simply, watching the sun almost go into hiding. "Why are you acting like this? Is it something that I've done?" His tone of voice was dripping with concern and confusion. He took a seat beside me, and I could feel his eyes burning holes into the side of my face. "How do you actually feel about me, Arson? Why'd you kiss me, and then leave me here locked up without an explanation? Am I part of some type of sick game you're playing?" Tears began burning my eyes, waiting to fall out, but I forced them back. "Why are you doing all of this?" "I'm not sure why I'm doing this, but I don't want you to ever think that I'm playing you or whatever. I actually care about you." He tried to take my hand, but I quickly pulled it away. I didn't want to touch him right now. "How do you feel about me, Arson?" I asked again. I finally turned to face him and looked him directly in the eyes. I can't put it into words, but I know that I can show you." "Great." I forced out a laugh. "And how do you plan on doing that?" He kissed me. Just leaned in and kissed me, but this time I didn't kiss back. I stood up and walked away from him, shaking my head. "No, Arson. You don't get to just kiss me and leave again." "But Lola," he started, but I quickly interrupted. "If you don't mind, I would really like to be alone right now." He sighed and left the room. I heard the lock click, and for some reason it was annoyingly loud. I wasn't quite sure how to feel at the moment. I'd had the opportunity to express my feelings for him. Better yet, he'd had the opportunity to express his feelings to me, but he wasn't ready yet. What was crazy about the whole thing was the fact that he was a writer. It really shouldn't be that hard for him to put his feelings into words. Me being a writer as well, it was very easy for me to explain myself. I guessed it was just different for everyone. I really needed to separate myself from him. I couldn't pinpoint this exact feeling, but it was very overwhelming. I felt like I was drowning in a sea of my own emotions, and I was too far away to swim back to shore. This was what I called the visionary aspect of a writer's mind. I had these moments where I actually envisioned my thoughts, and my imagination became so vivid that it felt real. The color blue surrounded me, but it surrounded me in various shades. Both warm and cool tones captured my soul in a way they hadn't before. Blue sky, blue clouds, and blue waves. There was fog everywhere, and the air was clammy. My hair stuck to my arms like feeding leeches. It was not salty ocean water that I was floating in. I was washing away in my own tears. I took a look up, and the clouds looked like question marks. They had this gold glow that rested around the edges of their shape, like they were hiding the answer to all this confusion from me. The sky turned a peachy orange color as my body washed up onto a black sand beach. After seconds of coughing up water, I started to catch my breath. The sun peeked through the clouds, letting me know that even though things may have seemed solely negative at the moment, things were going to be okay. Left in the sand were the footprints of another human being who was now vacant. I wondered if they were on the same trail of vivid emotions. I was just trying to find my way through this warped reality, but I knew that it would take a while. It was already taking me a while to process the thought of Arson not feeling the same as I did. But what if he didn't feel anything for me at all? What if this was just a simple scam for him to have his way with me and still end up killing me? I didn't know. I didn't think he wanted to kill me, but with him, I never knew his true intentions until he acted upon them. Why did I feel like the only one who didn't have the answers? Why must I be the one lost at sea? My questions almost never had answers to them, and I wished I knew why. It almost always seemed like the answers to my questions would only come in the form of a conclusion to my overall problem, which was very annoying because the situation could last for years, and I would be confused all the way up until the very end when things were solved. I threw myself onto the bed and pulled the blanket over me. It felt like I was a child again. When I was younger, I would always crawl into bed and lay under my blankets to solve my problems. It was the place that made me feel safe, and that was why for the longest period of time my room was my sacred place. Being alone in there made it so easy to be one with my thoughts. It had been only a few seconds, but within that short amount of time, I felt like I was in my sacred place again. But this wasn't my home, and I didn't think it ever would be. I knew that my feelings for Arson were very strong, but I just didn't know if he felt the same. I didn't even know if his kisses were genuine. I needed him to show me that he actually cared for me in more ways than just physical. There were 1,000,001 ways that he could express his love for me if he had any, but he'd just have to find out how to show me on his own. If he felt the same way, this wouldn't be a problem. Although I had just taken a nap, I decided to just go back to sleep and get ready for whatever Arson had planned for me to do tomorrow. I woke up to the loud ringing of the alarm clock, which was crazy because I didn't even set it. I pushed myself out of bed and into the bathroom to take care of my hygiene. My schedule said that this morning I would be grocery shopping, and that I should be ready to leave by 9:45 so that I could make it to the store by opening time. It was just grocery shopping, so I decided to wear a t-shirt, a pair of yoga pants, and a pair of running shoes. At 9:45 sharp, the door unlocked and opened. In front of me stood Ms. Rose and Arson's driver. "Are you ready, Lola?" Ms. Rose asked. "Yes," I said with a smile, then she handed me the grocery list and the credit card. "You can follow me to the car, Ms. Lola," the driver spoke. His smile never left his face the entire time. I followed him out to the car, got inside, and he opened the door for me. After being locked up in the house for a day and a half, I was happy to be out in the fresh air. As we drove off, I rolled down my window and let the wind blow through my hair. I tucked the grocery list and card into my back pocket, trying to clear my mind off the task that needed to be done until it was actually time to do it. We drove through part of town that I had never seen before. This must have been where the wealthy people shopped, because the buildings around the other parts of the city were nowhere near as nice as these. The driver found a perfect parking space right in front of the grocery store, and told me that he would be waiting for me right in this spot when I was finished. I thanked him and got out. The store was named Organic Everything. It was set up really nicely and organized throughout the entire store. I grabbed a cart and pulled out the list of items that I needed to pick up. Finding things in the store was very easy because they labeled everything from the aisles to the prices. Strangely, this brought me peace. The soft music playing from the ceiling speakers and the subtle chill that surrounded me put me at ease. I wouldn't mind doing this all of the time. This felt like meditation. I had gotten all of the items that were on the list within 15 minutes. Just when I was about to close the note and put it away, I saw something written at the bottom. It also told me to pick up a few of my favorite snacks, because by the time I got back, I would have a mini fridge and a small cabinet for my items. I smiled at the list and put it away before quickly doing another run of the store and picking up a few things that I wouldn't mind snacking on from time to time. I went to the cashier and paid for all of the items. Maybe this day would be better than yesterday. The driver helped me pack the groceries into the trunk, and we both got back inside the car. I kept my snacks in the back seat with me. The music on the radio was playing a little louder than it had been earlier, and it was on another station too. It was on the alternative station, and I knew every song that came on back to back. This was just another good thing to add to this good day. When we got back to the house, the driver told me to just take my personal bags up to my room and that he would take care of the rest. I thanked him and went inside of the house. There was a guard waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs, and as much as I should be upset that I was going to be locked inside his room for the rest of the day, I wasn't. I was happy, and I didn't think anything could ruin my happiness right then. The guard let me into the room and locked the door behind me. Just like the note said, there was a mini cabinet and a mini fridge. There was also a slender bookshelf full of books in the corner. The smile on my face got bigger, and I felt the happiest I'd been in a few weeks. Who would have thought pure happiness could come from being locked in captivity? I thought it was really nice that Arson took the time out of his day to do those things for me. I guessed this was him showing that he appreciated me. That gave me a little reassurance. I smiled to myself and put the snacks away. When I turned around, I jumped a little at what randomly appeared. There was a TV mounted on the wall, and I'm not sure how I missed it upon entering. There was a sticky note attached to it. I walked closer to the TV and the note read, "I'm sorry about last night. I hope you can forgive me." I shook my head and took the note off of the TV screen. I tossed it into the small trash bin and walked back over to the bed to sit down. He didn't have to buy me gifts to apologize, but I did appreciate the things he gave me. They could entertain me while I was locked up in here, however long that would be. Luckily for me, I saw a couple of books that I'd been meaning to read on the bookshelf. So that was another great thing to look forward to. I got up and sat in front of the computer. I was going to write a little more of my story. I know you're wondering what my name is, and I'll tell you. My name is Hazel, and I fell in love with my dominant. He fell in love with me too, but his feelings aren't there anymore. Not since I hurt his feelings. I used to make him so happy. I love his smile. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. I can't believe that I even brought myself to hurt such a beautiful soul like that. I remember waking up every day to make him breakfast and to make sure his clothes were ironed for work. I just miss making him happy. Being trapped down here in the basement gives me enough time to think, and man, have I learned my lesson. Never take the one you love for granted.
Arson.
Seeing Lola close to tears like that made me feel horrible. I couldn't believe that I'd had the chance to actually reveal my feelings for her, and instead of telling her, I kissed her. That old trick had worked on girls in the past, but I should have realized that Lola wasn't like most girls. She wasn't like the ones before. She is the one. I tried to think quickly about how I could make her see that she was actually important to me, without physically making a move on her. I started to think about how her room was lacking, and that I could actually help her enjoy herself while she was here. I noticed her room had minimal entertainment in it. All that she could enjoy herself with was the computer. So I called up the interior designer. I told them I needed them to do some work for me the next morning. Lola was a novelist, so clearly she liked to read. I decided to get her a little bookshelf with a couple of books from my library. Just in case she got hungry between meals, I told the designer that I wanted a mini fridge to be put inside the room as well. I also thought that adding a flat-screen TV to the wall wouldn't hurt. I figured she liked watching shows and movies just as much as reading books. I was really excited about this. I hoped that this would put a smile on her face while I figured out something bigger and better to do to show her that I really cared. I didn't want her to think that she was just another girl that I was playing games with. I wanted her to see truly how important she was to me. Although I had to keep her hostage, I wanted to see her nothing but happy. Her happiness brought me joy, and her smile brought me comfort. She made me feel young again, and knew I'd been longing for that feeling since my divorce. That was why I scheduled us to go to dinner tomorrow. I wanted to take her to a semi-normal restaurant to eat, so that we could be around people of both of our age groups. I wanted her to feel safe and secure around me. I wanted her to feel beautiful, and like she was the most important girl in the world. And I knew that money could not buy her love, so I was really putting thought into this. I wanted to live the rest of my life with her. I suspected tomorrow night would be the night that I expressed my true feelings for her. I just hoped things went as planned. Lola reminded me of the second book I had ever written. It was similar to my book, which she told me she liked during our interview, but better in my opinion as the author. This particular story didn't have an age gap between the two characters because it was based on my ex-wife. Although I loved that woman with all of my heart, there were a few things that she could have worked on to better herself as a person. I made sure to put those things in the novel to make it seem as though this was just a character and that she and my wife had differences. But there were good differences. The character's name was Abigail, and she was Lola in the flesh. She was described the same. She talked the same and even felt the same. It was like I was actually reliving my own book. I smiled to myself as I continued my plans for the day. I got another strange email from the girl who may possibly have been Lola's best friend. She claimed that she knew where I lived, and that she'd be sending people over to end me. I chuckled and leaned back in my chair. She was a very funny girl if she thought that she could ever kill me. I licked over my lips and started to think of ways to lure this girl in, so I could retrieve her information and track her every move. Although I looked at her as a joke, threatening my life wasn't a joke, and it wasn't something that I took lightly. Now my goal was to end both her life and her mother's life. I just didn't need the stress of their complaints. I finally sent an email in response from a fake email account to let them know that things were serious. Subject: to the mother and daughter of the man who couldn't do his job. Let's get a few things clear. First, your threats don't scare me. As a man of wealth and people, I have nothing to fear, and if I were afraid of anything, it'd be neither of you two. I am a very hard-working man, but your loved one couldn't deliver me what I asked for. I paid him exceptionally well for minor jobs, but he still couldn't deliver what I asked for. Why? Because he was a greedy son of a gun. He stole money from me. It just so happens that he was the only one to come back later than the others, and he came back with less money than I requested. I was killing random people in the market because he claimed that the amount he had given me was the amount they gave him. He played with my money, so he needed to lose his life. So I'm warning you now. If you don't stop these childish acts of trying to scare me or trying to kill me, you'll end up 6 feet under just like him. You rats are a disgrace. P.S. If you or anyone else you are associated with even puts a hand on the girl, I'll tear you to pieces. I smirked as I hit send. I felt full of energy and on edge at the moment, and it was kind of crazy. I pulled out my phone and made a call to Pete to check in on everything with the group. Hello? He answered. What's up, boss man? Not much, I chuckled. How's everything looking? As far as I can tell, everything is right on track. We've located the lady's residence, and we're going to handle the situation tomorrow night. Make sure you're out of the house and busy with witnesses so nothing leads back to you. Perfect. I replied. Also, we got back the packages that were taken and more. We now dominate their shipping and get half of all of their income and profit. This is great. I smiled widely. Today had been the best I'd had in a while. Where would I be without you guys? We could ask the same about you, boss. I heard him laugh. Everything will be back to normal soon. All right. Talk to you soon. With that, I hung up. Seemed like my life would be going smoothly again. I was going to spend the rest of my day putting everything together for Lola and me tomorrow.
Lola.
I woke up the next day in the best mood ever. My breakfast was already sitting on my dresser for me, and to my surprise, it still had steam rising from it. I stood up and took a huge stretch. I was convinced that this was literally the most comfortable bed I had ever slept in. I walked over to my dresser and took a seat. In front of me sat fresh, fluffy pancakes with an omelet and a small bowl of fruit. Ms. Rose really did know how to cook. Each bite tasted like love and compassion, and I just got happier as I neared the finish of my food. I wiped my mouth with a napkin and skipped back over to the bed. I got back under the blankets and turned on the TV. The only thing that was written in the journal of tasks was a dinner date later, around 7 o'clock. It was 10:30, so I had all of the time in the world to relax and have a little fun before I had to get up and ready. I turned on a channel with music videos and just sang along like crazy. There I went, shamelessly feeling like a teenager again. The summer after my high school graduation was a blast. It was honestly the best time of my life. It was nonstop parties and just fun activities in general. No matter what we did, we made the best of it. We meaning my friends back at that time. They never stuck around because we had different ways of living. Partying was their only hobby. When I turned 20, life took a drastic turn. But that was another story. I decided tonight would be the best night to express my love for Arson. Regardless of whether he felt the same about me, I still needed to get it off my chest. For a man with so little time to waste, he had so much time for me. For a man who held so much importance in the world, he held much more importance with me. And I cherished that. I cherished every moment that I spent with him, and though we only had a few minutes to spare sometimes, it was like the world moved in slow motion. For a woman with a strong head on her shoulders and a bright future ahead of her, I had time to fall in love. Just when I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life alone, because no one was level-headed like me, someone came along. He came along. Something about him made me want to do better, but also made me want to do things that I shouldn't. This dominance he held over me was something that I'd been craving for years. I started to rehearse the words that I would say to him in my mind. Maybe something along the lines of, "Arson, I know we haven't known each other for that long, but my feelings are becoming strong for you. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I only know a little about you, but I feel like I want to be with you for the rest of my life. I had the best time of my life when I was 19 years old. I knew how to equally balance my work and my time to have fun. You make me feel that all over again, and that makes my attraction to you grow stronger. Maybe if you feel the same, we could possibly spend the rest of our lives together." Yeah, that's perfect. I laid back on the bed and turned on a French film. The elegance of French culture always made me feel fancy. What better way to feel before a date with a billionaire than opulent? The specific film I put on was about a young girl who sold her body to older men. I could relate because I had always been attracted to older men, and no, I didn't have daddy issues. I had just always been that way. Tonight was going to be something to remember.
Arson.
It was finally time for us to go out, and I was nothing but happy. I pulled out one of my best suits and put extra effort into doing my hair. I knocked on her door and waited for her response. After a few moments, I didn't hear anything, so I just unlocked the door and let myself in. Her music was playing faintly in the corner of the room, and I heard things moving around in the bathroom. Lola, I called, tapping my knuckles against the bathroom door slightly. Almost ready, she called out. All right. Meet me downstairs when you're done, love. Okay. I heard her giggle, and it touched my heart. I smiled and let out a small chuckle. I left her door unlocked and went downstairs at the end of the stairs to wait for her. I knew she was just going to be beautiful, beyond words. My heart raced as I waited for her to be in my presence. She headed downstairs, and her breathtaking beauty took me aback. I smiled and took her hand, helping her down the last few stairs. My eyes traced her body as I admired her outfit. She wore an all-white long-sleeve dress with rose-gold jewelry and matching rose-gold heels. Her makeup looked amazing, and her hair was pulled up into a bun. You look stunning, Lola. I smiled and pulled her closer to me. She draped her arms around my neck and pulled me into a hug. I smelled her natural scent, but it had been enhanced. Her aura opened my senses a little more. She pulled away slowly and smiled at me. Ready to go? I asked, and she nodded, sliding her hand back into mine. I led her out to the car and opened the door for her. We both got in, and I closed the door behind us. The driver pulled off, and he began taking the long way. I wanted Lola to see the entire city in one night. Instead of cutting through town, we took the highway surrounding the city. You could see all the buildings and bright lights in action, and it was closer than the view from my place. Her face lit up when she saw everything, especially the harbor. I saw the twinkle in her eye when she saw the tall Ferris wheel. Little did she know I already had that planned for after dinner. I felt like a teenager again, out late at night with the girl of my dreams. For that moment in time, it felt as if we were the only two people on Earth. I looked over at her, just taking in the beauty of her surroundings, and felt my feelings becoming even stronger. We made it to the restaurant, and it wasn't crowded. This made me 10 times happier than before. We were escorted to a table in the middle of everyone. The people surrounding us looked like everyday people, which is exactly what I wanted. I wanted Lola to know that there would be times when we could hang out and still be around normal citizens. How are you feeling tonight, beautiful? I asked Lola. You look stunning. Why, thank you, Arson. She blushed. Her cheeks became a rosy pink, and she flashed a childish grin. I'm feeling amazing tonight. Thank you for bringing me out. I nodded. I just want the night to be special for you. For us. I wanted tonight to be memorable for both of us. I wanted us to express our love for each other, and hopefully take a big step forward with what we have between us. I'm really honored to be here right now. It's really comforting seeing ordinary people here tonight, and the fact that you are here with just me and no guards is amazing. You're a billionaire with a crazy woman after you. You're so brave, and I admire that. Lola spoke, pulling her chair closer to the table. If anyone should be honored, it should be me. I'm sitting face to face with an angel right now, and I couldn't be any more grateful. I smiled and grabbed her hand, placing a kiss on it. I felt like I was on top of the world. It was like time slowed down, but we were still in the present. The only thing I cared about at that moment was me and her. I would love for her to really give me a chance. I'd been sitting there the entire time, thinking about the right thing to say to her. Maybe something along the lines of, Lola, I know we've only known each other for a short while now, but I'm falling fast and hard. My feelings for you are starting to become so unbearable that if I don't tell you, I'll lose my mind. You may not feel the same, and that's okay because we are still in the process of getting to know each other, but if you could give me a chance, I won't disappoint you. I can promise you that I can make you happy and provide you with the things that you want and need. I don't want you to look at this as me trying to bribe you with money or materialistic things, because giving you everything that you want and need doesn't just apply to luxurious items. I can satisfy you mentally, physically, and emotionally. If you could just let me show you how much you mean to me, this could be the start of something new and amazing. Hi, my name's, the waitress began but was quickly cut off by Lola. Annabella? Lola shouted. Lola, the waitress questioned as she raised an eyebrow. She turned to me, and her face turned into a look of disgust and hate. Bingo. This had to be the daughter of that awful man who had worked for me, who also happened to be Lola's best friend. Annabella, I smirked. You, she spat, and before I could blink she lunged toward me.
A billionaire's strength. Lola.
Annabella, Arson smirked. He looked as if he was reaching out to introduce himself. I smiled at how nice he was being. You, Annabella spat. She began to lunge toward Arson, and thankfully a worker was nearby watching the entire situation. Before she touched Arson, the other waiter hooked an arm around her body and snatched her back. I'm so sorry about that, Mr. Lockhart. The waiter apologized to Arson and pulled Annabella away, leaving me shocked and Arson very confused. What was that all about? My eyes widened in disbelief. Why would she even do a thing like that? I have no idea. Arson sat up straight in his seat and shrugged his shoulders. Did I do something? No. I shook my head. She's just been acting strange since I met you. I think the fact that I may be paying more attention to you than her may have gotten into her head a little too much. That's unfortunate, Arson spoke with a saddened tone. He sounded really genuine, and I couldn't believe Annabella would even be that upset about what was going on between us. Yeah. I sighed and looked down at the menu. You probably want to leave, don't you? I can't believe she just ruined everything. No. Not at all. My head shot up and I saw a smile on his face. I felt my heart melt. Really? Yeah. I'm not going to let a little incident like that ruin our night. I planned this night specifically for us, and no one's going to come between that. His smile got bigger. Well then. I smiled back at him, picking up my menu and nodding. What do you plan on eating? Let's find out. He let out a small chuckle and picked up his menu, scanning it with his eyes. I couldn't do much but blush. I couldn't believe that something extreme had just happened, but we were still here enjoying ourselves. The waiter came back to our tables and introduced himself, apologizing once more for what had happened with Annabella. I nodded along with Arson, and we proceeded to order our meals. So, I have an interview with this magazine for novelists, and they want me to bring someone along with me who's a great writer. He smiled. That's so cool. I exclaimed. Who are you going to take? You. My mouth dropped. And me? Out of all writers, why me? I mean, I completely agreed that I deserved the opportunity, but how did he even know if I was a good writer or not? Why me? I raised an eyebrow. The waiter returned with 2 glasses of water and a plate of lemons. I dropped 2 slices of lemon into my water and swirled them around with my straw. I forgot to mention that whatever is saved on the computer in your room automatically syncs to every other computer in the house. He chuckled. My mouth dropped again, opening wider than before. That meant he had read the story that I had begun to write, about the girl betraying her master and being thrown into a basement under lock and key. I wondered if he noticed that the story was slightly related to the situation between us. Don't worry, he laughed. I loved your story, and honestly, I think you're an amazing writer. The way you write is similar to how I write, and I think you'd be perfect for the interview. Wow. Thank you so much, Arson. I smiled and took a sip from my water. Could this night get any better? This could be a big break in my career. What better way to celebrate than with the man who made it all happen? I wondered what the rest of the night had in store for us. I would have never seen all of this coming a couple of weeks ago, but I'm glad it came as a surprise. It was crazy how the one time I decided to do something that I shouldn't, I was introduced to a man who could change my life forever. Gosh, what did I do to be this lucky? We began to eat as soon as the food got to the table. We must have both been starving. Arson ordered the steak with rice and asparagus, and I ordered a hearty salad with a side of mixed veggies. I wanted to stay light on the stomach. He began to talk, going on about something, but I wasn't paying attention because I got lost in his eyes. They glistened in the restaurant's light as he continued to speak. "Are you okay with that?" he asked. Yeah, I said, not really knowing what he was asking me. I didn't want him to know that I hadn't been paying attention. Whatever I had agreed to couldn't have been that bad. "Great." He smiled and finished up his meal. I did the same. Arson paid for the meal and we left. When we got back inside the car, the driver pulled off in the direction of Arson's home. I frowned a bit, not really wanting the night to be over with. I looked out of the window and watched as others walked hand in hand through the city streets. It made me happy. I hoped that Arson and I could be like that someday soon. I looked over at him, and he was staring directly at me. "What?" I laughed. "Is there something on my face?" "No," he stated bluntly, with a mild expression. "You're just really beautiful, Lola." "Thanks." I blushed, brushing a piece of flyaway hair behind my ear. "You're beautiful too, Arson." "I know." We both looked at each other and laughed. He was doing a good job of keeping me amused tonight. Other times he had been very pushy, but tonight he'd been really laid back, and I appreciated that. We took the highway back toward Arson's house, but I noticed the driver took an unexpected turn. I turned to Arson to see if he had noticed, but he didn't seem to care. We soon pulled up to the harbor and my eyes lit up. I'd always wanted to go but never did. I felt myself become very excited, like a child in a toy store. The lights were bright and lit up everything around us. What made everything better was that it was right on the beach. The waves were crashing, and couples were making their way toward the water as the sun began to go down. When the driver came to a stop, Arson got out and jogged around the car to open the door for me. I stepped out and grabbed Arson's hand, pulling myself closer to him. I looked over the harbor in amazement. He led me down a path over to a stand. We walked hand in hand under the trees. He bought me 2 roses from the florist at the stand, 1 red and 1 white. "Thank you for all of this, Arson." I smiled. "Anything for you, princess," he mumbled in a low but audible tone. I felt my cheeks burn red. I didn't know why I got so shy and childlike around him. We walked down to another stand, where he bought me cotton candy. I didn't know exactly where we were heading, but I hoped it was somewhere great. He led me to another stand, but that time he bought me a teddy bear. It was red and white, just like the roses. We continued walking down the same path, and Arson told me to close my eyes. I closed my eyes and walked with him slowly to our destination. I felt a gush of wind blow across my face as I felt him guide me onto some type of seat. I sat there with my eyes closed and I felt him sit beside me. He was rather close too. I heard what sounded like metal clamping together, and that completely erased my thoughts of us being inside the building. "You can open your eyes now, Lola," Arson said softly, and I felt us begin to move. I opened my eyes and saw that I was on a Ferris wheel. I clapped my hands together in excitement and flashed a big smile at Arson. "I saw the way you looked at it on the way to the restaurant and figured that I couldn't miss out on the opportunity to see that smile on your face. The exact smile that you have on your face right now. I know this will be a great decision." He smiled at me and took my hand into his. "You've made me so happy tonight. I don't know how I could repay you." I stared him directly in the eyes. "You don't have to pay me back. This night is about you," he said while taking a piece of my cotton candy. I laughed and looked out at the sunset. The sky was various shades of pink, orange, and purple. As the sky was going dark slowly, and the Ferris wheel was heading up toward the sky, I started to drift off into deep thought. Was I getting in way over my head, or was I actually falling for this guy? It was just a simple date, but it was just the way that he went about things that made this more than ordinary. Everything about him, besides him being a murderer, was perfect. It was sort of scary. He could kill me at any time and get away with it, but for some reason that was completely okay with me. I felt wild, carefree, and reckless when I was with Arson. I wanted this feeling to last forever, but I'd have to wait a little to see if the feelings were real or just lust. Lola. Huh. I came back to reality and looked over at him. We're back on the ground. He chuckled and opened the metal door for us to get out. We got out and started to walk toward the beach. The walk gave me just enough time to eat my cotton candy. I shared most of it with Arson because I wasn't that big into sweets. I held the stuffed bear and roses close to my body as we neared the water. Beautiful, isn't it? Arson asked, referring to the now dark sky and sparkling stars. I nodded in agreement and took off my heels. I sat the bear and roses next to them and walked toward the ocean, letting the water come up to my calves. I pulled my bun down and loosened my hair, letting the soft wind blow through it. Serenity. I felt pure serenity. You are absolutely stunning. Arson took me by the hand and spun me around. Was this a fairy tale? It felt like it. I felt Arson's hand slide around my waist and pull me close. He rested his chin on my shoulder and took a deep breath. All I could do was smile. I couldn't find the words to say. I didn't have any words to say. I just wanted to take in everything at the moment. Who knew the next time this would happen again? I laid my hands on top of his and looked out at the stars once more. I felt him place small kisses on my neck and I tensed up. Let's go, beautiful. He spoke under his breath, but clearly enough for me to hear. He walked away to get my things. I slid on my heels and followed behind Arson like a lost child. Funny how he made me feel like a child and a grown woman simultaneously. When we returned to the entrance, the driver was waiting for us. It was odd. I never knew if he waited outside of places for us the entire time, or if Arson texted or called him. I laughed a little and got inside of the car. The driver has classical music playing softly, and it actually put me at ease. I laid my back against the seat and felt myself begin to doze off.
Arson.
We made it back to the house, and Lola was fast asleep. She looked so beautiful, but she was so unaware of it. She looked like a fallen angel. I smiled slightly and rested her roses and a teddy bear in her lap. I scooped her up in my arms and went inside. I took the elevator up to her room and took her inside, laying her in her bed. The room was loaded with flowers that I had delivered while we were out. I wanted to undress her, but the moment between us was just so innocent. Though I wasn't planning on doing anything physical to her, I still wanted my first time with her consent. I jogged to the bathroom and got a washcloth. I brought it back and gently wiped off her makeup. I smiled at the view of her bare face and threw the now dirty cloth in the hamper. I called Ms. Rose upstairs to change her out of her clothes and into a gown so that she could sleep comfortably. When she made it to the room, I left and went to my room. I sat on the bed and sighed, rubbing my hands over my face. What was I feeling? I asked myself that every day, but I really needed answers. Even with women, I found myself really liking. I went to bed with them the first night, and maybe even before we got the chance to go on a date. But with Lola, everything was different. Of course, I lusted after her, but I just wanted to wait until she was ready. I wanted to wait for the right time for the both of us, in general. She was special, and I didn't want to lose her. I took a quick shower and slid on a fresh pair of sweats. With only the light of the moon and stars shining in my room, I went to sleep. I woke up the next day without a care in the world. It was my day off from everything, the cartel, the office, etc. I didn't really know what to do, so I just sat in bed thinking about the night before. Her skin was flawless, and so was her smile. I didn't think she had any imperfections other than being nosy, and looking through my emails. I shook my head, thinking back to why I'd had to lock her back in her room. I didn't quite know if I was ready to let her free just yet. When I told her at dinner, she seemed completely okay with it. I grabbed my phone and texted David, giving him all the details about what happened with Annabella. I told him that we now knew that worker's daughter's name, and that we could use his last name to track her and her mother down. Just thinking about how she had lunged at me like that pissed me off. Who did she think she was? What did she think she was going to do to me? Choke me to death? Ha! Did she know who she was messing with? I got angry just thinking about it. I decided to go to the gym I had built in my basement to blow off some steam.
Lola.
I woke up in bed, dressed in night clothing again. I must be a really hard sleeper, because I never felt it when I was changed or carried to bed. I looked at the clock, and it was 8:13 on the dot. I finally looked around the room, and there were multiple bouquets of white and red roses. I blushed and pushed myself out of bed. I walked over to the roses and smelled them. They smelled beautiful, and put me in an even better mood than before. I looked over at the window seat, and there was a huge box of black roses with a note attached. It read, "Dear Lola, last night was beautiful, and I hope we can share more similar experiences. You bring out a side of me that hasn't been out in a while. Thank you so much for that. I hope these flowers can show you a little of how I feel. Enjoy, Princess." Arson. I felt on top of the world at that moment. I just wanted to hug and kiss him. I skipped over to the door and turned the knob, but it barely moved because it was locked. My eyebrows knitted together in confusion. We'd had such a good night together. I didn't see why he kept me locked in the room. I rolled my eyes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. I let the warm water run through my hair and down my body. It relaxed me instantly and made me think clearly. I began thinking back to dinner, when I absent-mindedly agreed to something I hadn't heard Arson say. I may have agreed to continue being locked away in this room. I sighed and got out of the shower, drying myself. I went to the closet and threw on some sweats and a sports bra. I opened the journal I was given, with all my tasks inside, and saw that I had nothing to do that day. I shrugged and decided to work on more of my story, since I had that interview with Arson soon. He has the most beautiful mind I have ever come across. I know that after just a couple of months, he is becoming much more than just a dominant to me. I am falling for him. And he is falling for me too. It was cool because it was just a contract at first, but then it stemmed into a strong relationship because of the bond we have. I remember when it happened. We had just finished a session, and while we were getting dressed, he offered to take me out to dinner the next night. Of course, I agreed. With a gorgeous man like that, I couldn't pass up the offer. His personality was amazing and so charming that I developed a huge crush on him. Before that night, it was just lust, but after I got to know him better, we connected, and it turned into the best relationship I've ever been in. I had just described my feelings for Arson. I wondered if we would read it later on. I hoped he would read through the lines and see what I said about him. I shut off the computer and went to my bed to watch TV. I appreciated what I had done the previous night with Arson, and loved the roses. It was a brand new day, and I wished I had something to do other than lying around. If this had been the weekend, back in school, I would have been okay with watching movies, reading a book, or writing. But it was the summer, and I wanted to have fun. I needed to find a way to be closer to him, but also to have a life of my own. After a few minutes of thinking, I knew exactly what I was going to do.
Arson.
About 3 days passed, and I hadn't spoken to Lola. I knew her schedule had been empty, but I would change that. I was going to do a little shopping, and wanted to take her with me. I went to her bedroom, and I knocked on the door. Yes? I'm not exactly able to open the door, but who is it? I heard her voice through the door. It's Arson. I'm coming in. I unlocked her door and went in. She was tucked under the blanket, reading a book. She looked so adorable. I'm going to the mall, and I want you to come with me. Okay. How should I dress? She asked, lifting her head from the book and turning to look at me. Just something simple and comfortable, I replied. I'm leaving your door unlocked. Come get me from my room when you're ready. She nodded and got out of bed, walking into the closet. I quickly left, leaving her door unlocked, and went back to my bedroom to change out of my sweats. I took a quick shower and threw on a t-shirt and jeans. I also decided to wear a pair of shades and a hat. Believe it or not, people failed to realize who I was in that simple disguise. As I sprayed on cologne, I heard a knock on the bedroom door. When I answered it, it was Lola. She was wearing a nice flowy blouse with jeans and flats. I already knew that people would view me as some sugar daddy, although I looked great for my age. The ponytail and soft makeup made Lola look younger than she was. Maybe it was because she wasn't wearing her signature bold red lipstick. But at that moment, I couldn't care less what anyone had to say about us. All I knew was that I was having fun and spending time with a girl, no, a woman, that I really liked. I knew we would get stares from various people, and I didn't have a problem with that, but I did consider those feelings. She was tough enough to handle it, but that didn't mean she was comfortable with it. This was going to be in the back of my mind the entire time we were out. You ready to go? I asked. Born ready, she replied with a smile and turned to walk down the hall. She could make the simplest things so cute and attractive. It was amazing. I decided to drive us to the mall myself because I wanted this to feel more personal. I wanted to show her that I was putting thought into our outings and that only some things were fancy and professional when it came to me. I opened the door for her and closed it after she got in. I smiled and spun the keys around my finger while walking to the driver's seat. Today was going to be a great day. While driving to the mall, we sang along to the classic rock songs on the radio. It was cool to know that she was into the same music that I was, and that she knew about these older songs in the first place. We finally made it to the mall, and I parked in a spot that was usually more convenient for me. It was a place off in the corner of the parking garage, right next to the elevator that led to the store I liked the most. We both got out, got on the elevator, and went up to the second floor. As soon as the door opened, I led her across the mall to the store I needed to go into. It was a menswear store. I needed something new to wear for the interview, and I was sure that Lola could help me find something. My mother always told me that a woman's opinion could go a long way, and I believed that since I was a child. And while all women may not be the best, the nicest, or the most intelligent, their opinions on different things can give you the answers you need. That was why I went to Ms. Rose with a lot of the problems that I had. She was trustworthy and had been with me for so long, and her knowledge and wisdom had gotten me through some of my toughest times. Can you help me pick a suit for the interview? I asked, looking over at Lola. Sure. She smiled and walked further into the store. I walked behind her until she made a sudden stop. Is there anything specific you're looking for? No, not at all. Index finger against her chin, she walked toward a dark gray suit. This would look amazing with a red tie. You think so? I asked, smirking and holding the suit up to my body. I do, she stated bluntly. It's a bit slenderer than what you usually wear, and it will make you stand out. You have the perfect body for it. Well, then I'm buying it. I smiled and took it to the cash register. Lola followed behind me with a red silk tie in hand. After paying for my things and leaving, I wanted to take Lola to get something she wanted. Do you see anything that you like around here? Better yet, what were you planning on wearing to the interview? I asked. I was thinking about wearing a nice dress with a blazer, a pair of heels, and a nice necklace and watch combination. Maybe even some rings. She looked passionate about what she was planning to wear, and I loved it. Any other time I'd taken someone out shopping, they had acted shy and claimed that they didn't know what they wanted, didn't know what clothing they were into, or that I should choose for them. It was weird that girls would even act that way around me. I knew I had a lot of money, but I'd always made women feel comfortable enough to be bold and straight up with me. Or at least I thought I had. I think I might know the perfect store. My treat. Get whatever you want, I said, and she followed me around the mall. We finally made it to a women's more modern wear store, so I thought that would be perfect for her. I knew she wouldn't like to go shopping in a store for women much older than her. We walked inside, and she didn't hesitate to go directly to whatever she wanted or caught her eye. I liked that. I loved a woman who knew what she wanted. She picked up a few things and 2 blazers. "Follow me," she said as she walked to the dressing room. I followed her to the main area of the fitting rooms, where there were seats. I sat down and waited for her to come out and show me whatever she chose to try on first. She came out in a lilac-colored dress that was fitted at the top, but flared out at the bottom. She had decided to put the white blazer over top of that. "What do you think about this?" she asked, spinning around the circle. "I think you look super adorable in it. That's not what we want. You're a grown woman, which must be shown in this interview." I spoke in complete honesty, and she nodded in agreement. "I'm glad you said that because the next 2 options are just that." She returned to the dressing room to try on the second option. The next time she came out wearing a long-sleeved knee-length fitted dress that was black. She covered that with the same white blazer she had tried on. She lifted an eyebrow and waited for my response. "Now this." I paused. "This is beautiful, Lola. The only thing that I don't like about it is that it's a little bland. We need something that will catch the interviewer's eye. It's going to be recorded and broadcasted on their website." She nodded again, but she didn't say anything in return this time. I waited a little longer this time. I scrolled through my phone, sending a few short texts, until I saw a pair of legs standing before me. I looked up at Lola in complete awe. She was wearing a red jumpsuit with a dark gray blazer. It was perfect, and I didn't know if she did it on purpose, but it matched the outfit she had picked for me to wear. "This is the one." I nodded. "We're getting it. I knew you'd like it. That's why I saved it for last." She giggled and left to go put her clothes back on. When she returned, I helped her pick out the jewelry she said she would wear, and she picked out a nice pair of heels. I paid for everything, and we were on our way. I started going downstairs, where there were more stores in the food court. "Where are we going next?" Lola trailed behind me like a lost puppy. "Well, you can't go to the interview without a new bag, can you?" Her eyes lit up, and she smiled from ear to ear. "You are the best, Arson. Thank you so much." I felt her fingers slide between mine as we walked side by side. The thing I mentioned earlier about people staring at us was that neither of us bothered to look, nor did we care to. We were both having a great time and cherishing that moment between us. I never knew if I would feel like this again. I never thought the pain of heartbreak I had felt for the last 7 or 8 years would subside, all in the name of a 21-year-old. Quite the gap, but age shouldn't matter as long as it's legal. I swear, whenever I was with the woman, I fell harder for her. Her personality, her confidence, and her elegance inside and out. She was a woman of pure beauty, and I knew I had to have her. She was like a book that I couldn't put down. We made it into the store to get her a new bag, and her eyes opened wide. I knew there was a lot to choose from, so I whispered in her ear to get 3 different types of bags. "Thank you so much." She stood on her toes to give me a kiss on the cheek. She wandered around the store, looking at different bags that caught her eye, and I walked behind her slowly, admiring her beauty and excitement. I knew many men had a problem shopping with a woman because they found it boring, but honestly, I found it relaxing. How could you not love watching your woman do something that made her happy? Even if it was not your thing or your hobby, why be negative about it? A woman you like or love is genuinely happy, and you complain because it's not what you want to do. I couldn't relate. I paid for the 3 bags she chose, and we started to walk toward the food court. Do you know what you want to eat? Chinese, she answered. It's my favorite thing to get while I'm out shopping. What are you having? Chinese. It's your favorite, so I'll have what you have. I smiled and held my hand out for her to lead the way. She blushed and made her way over to the Chinese restaurant. It was one of those all-you-can-eat places, but cleaner and with better food because of the area of the city we were shopping in. I paid for our entry and got our plates, looking around for what we would eat. I stuck with vegetable lo mein and spring rolls, while Lola got orange chicken and steamed rice with vegetables on the side. I didn't eat Chinese food that often, but I craved it that day because it looked so good. We went back to our seats and began eating. It was silent for a few minutes, just the sound of chewing between us until Lola spoke up. I have something to tell you, she said as she looked down at her plate, pushing a piece of chicken around with her fork. What is it, love? I put a forkful of lo mein into my mouth and began to chew it up. I want to help you with the drug cartel. She dropped her fork onto the plate and looked up at me. What? I nearly choked on my food and hurried to swallow it. What do you mean you want to help? I want to be a part of it. I want to help you. I know that this means a lot to you and that you're still working on trying to trust me again, but this could help. If I'm a part of the cartel, telling someone could get me in trouble too. She smiled sneakily. I don't know about that. This is a dangerous business, and I wouldn't want you hurt. I took a sip of my drink and sat in my seat, looking at her. She also had a point about taking the fall, if this secret were ever to get out. I don't care, Arson. I want to be a part of this, and I want to help you. Even if I'm doing work behind the scenes and no one knows who I am. It'll be like anonymous work, you know? She took a few more bites of her food and waited for my response. Are you sure about this, Lola? I raised an eyebrow. Yes? Now tell me what I have to do. She smirked and finished her plate of food.
Lola.
I was glad to have finally been able to leave the house, to be able to get new things, to be treated like a princess, and to top it all off, for my plan to work. Yes, my plan to be closer to Arson, and not always be trapped inside that room had begun. Working with a cartel had its pros and cons, but the way my life looked, I didn't seem to have that much of an option. Yes? Now tell me what I have to do. I smirked and finished my plate of food. Maybe my tasks within this cartel wouldn't be that big of a deal. We should go home before discussing this topic any further, Arson spoke under his breath. He finished his meal and took a sip of his drink. I flashed a small smile to let him know that I understood. We grabbed our bags and left, getting on the same elevator that let us off right in front of Arson's car. I didn't notice until we pulled out that the parking spot had the name, Lockhart, painted on it in big yellow letters. I chuckled and rolled my window down. I felt the breeze push my ponytail toward the left, to where it hit Arson's arm. I laughed at the overly dramatic look of annoyance on his face, and pulled my ponytail into a low bun. I tied an extra hair tie around it to keep it secure. There was silence between us, but it was a comfortable silence. The radio still played those classic rock songs, and we were cruising. I liked that he wasn't in a rush to get home. It made me feel like he somewhat felt the same way I did. This marked the start of some crazy adventure I was about to get into. But who cared? I was young, and I felt even younger. This was the excitement that I had been craving since I turned 20 years old. I never expected an older man to bring out the youth within me, but that was exactly what happened. He brought out a side of me that had become very foreign. My wild side was starting to show. When we made it onto the highway, Arson pulled the roof of his car back and turned the music up louder. He began picking up speed and swerving past other cars. "Did you enjoy yourself today?" Arson asked. "I did." I giggled. "Thank you so much for taking me out, and thanks for the new things." He smiled and nodded. Suddenly, I had a flashback to when we first went out. I was 21 years old, and I had butterflies before going on a date. Nothing wrong with that. I just always thought life would turn out differently for me. Maybe that was why I was so open with Arson. It might not seem like it on his end, but I didn't even give guys the time of day, so he was lucky. I felt like he could be that missing excitement that I needed in my life. I was just so used to being by myself without any distractions. I was wondering if a relationship was what I needed right now, but I was willing to try it out. My phone lit up, showing a text from Arson. It said he was outside, and his driver was waiting for me. I laughed a little and slid on my shoes. I didn't even know why I would have expected a billionaire to drive himself to a restaurant. I made it outside and saw the driver open the back door. I kindly thanked him and got inside. Arson sat, watching me get in the car with a smile on his face. His teeth were the whitest I'd ever seen. All of his teeth were perfectly straight. It was mesmerizing. "You look stunning, Lola," he spoke. "Thank you. You look good as well, Arson." I blushed slightly at the nickname he had given me. The ride there was lovely. I saw the view of downtown at night while music played softly in the background. The air was fresh while blowing through my hair. I felt like my 19-year-old self again. I heard a chuckle and turned to see Arson watching me. This adrenaline rush within me caused various flashbacks. Before I could even reach the door, Arson stepped in and closed it behind him. "Did you find everything you were looking for on the computer?" I gulped and nodded. "I'll just be leaving now." When I tried to walk past him, he grabbed my wrist, and I felt myself being pushed against the wall. I gasped and looked up at Arson, who was now hovering over me. I could tell by the look on his face that I was caught, and this wouldn't be easy. "You know, it's really not polite to go through people's emails." "You don't have the right," he spat. "I don't know what you're talking about," I mumbled and was quickly cut off. "Don't play stupid with me, Lola." "I was standing in the doorway the entire time," he scoffed. "Arson, I swear," I was cut off again. "I know what you saw on that computer, and you don't know how much trouble you're in now, Lola. But you don't seem like the type to be a loudmouth about these things, so I'm considering letting you go." After he said that, I felt so much relief. He smirked down at me and backed away slowly. "Just know that if you run your mouth about anything, you'll end up like that woman's husband. Unlike his situation, your family won't have the fortune of ever finding your body." What was wrong with me? "Before I go, come here." He spoke in a very demanding voice. I got up and walked over to him. He grabbed my waist and pulled me closer to him. Our noses were barely an inch apart, and he flashed a smile that melted my heart. It felt like everything around us had stopped. One of his hands grabbed the back of my neck and kissed me. He kissed me so hard that I stopped breathing. He pulled away and chuckled, and walking out of the room in one swift movement. Hearing the lock on the door made me snap back into reality. This was strange. "Now you listen to me, and you listen closely." He spoke to me in a stern voice, asserting his dominance. My eyes widened as I nodded slowly. "Oh, okay." "Nah." He pulled my hands over my head and gripped my wrists with one of his hands. "From now on you answer with yes sir, do I make myself clear?" "Yes sir." I bit down on my lip and he smirked. He loved seeing me under his control. He wanted me to submit to him. He wanted to have complete dominance over me. "Whatever I say, you do." He chuckled. "You didn't think that tough girl act was going to cut it around me, did you?" I opened my mouth to speak, but he cut me off. "Think before you answer, Lola." "No sir," I spoke quietly. "Louder, Lola." He pushed himself closer to me. "No sir." I squealed and the pace of my breathing increased. "That's a really beautiful dress you're wearing, Lola." He spoke in a low tone, but loud enough for me to hear him. "Take it off." He let go of my wrists and stepped back so I could get undressed. I turned my back to him and slowly let down the zipper of my dress. I let the straps fall down my arms slowly and proceeded to pull it off of my chest. From where he was standing, it looked like a simple red bra, but then I turned around and the lace took him by surprise. I slid the rest of my dress to my ankles and kicked it across the room. I wore a matching pair of lace panties underneath my fishnet stockings. I bet he thought it looked beautiful and laid across my long legs. He sat on the bed and just admired my body. Everything was happening in my favor, and I couldn't be happier. "Take off the stockings and bring them to me. When you make it over here, lay across my lap and do not make a sound," he said to me, and that's just what I did. Without hesitation, I complied with each demand, and his expression showed that he loved every moment of it. When I made it over to the bed, I stood in front of him. I placed the stockings in his hand and laid across his lap. Laughing slightly under his breath, he pulled my hands behind my back and tied them together. "Don't make me punish you." "Yes, sir," I whined, and he gave me another one. "Don't say another word," Arson instructed. He lifted my body and tossed me on the bed. He brushed my hair back out of my face to admire my beauty. My skin was perfect and soft, and the lipstick color I chose made my eyes glow. I could tell by the way he looked at me. He looked me directly and said, "You're never going home." I closed my eyes and shook my head, trying to get rid of those thoughts. This wave of excitement had gotten weird really fast. The first flashback hadn't been bad, but the other three referred to a couple of strange incidents that had happened between Arson and me. I pulled myself out of my thoughts and saw we were now parking in front of Arson's home. I saw Ms. Rose standing at the door with a smile, which made me 10 times happier than before. I hadn't talked to her in a while, just small talk when she brought me my meals. Arson grabbed all of the bags and followed me inside the house. Ms. Rose followed us upstairs as well. He dropped the bags off in my room and stood back to look at me. For a few seconds, we just stood there smiling at each other. He broke the awkwardness and gave me a hug. "I had a great time with you today, Lola," he whispered in my ear. He kissed me softly on the cheek and left my room, leaving me with Ms. Rose. "Hey, darling. How was your day?" She closed the door behind her and took a seat on my bed. She smiled as I sat down beside her. "My day was great. Arson took me out to get a new outfit for the interview that he got me." I smiled and began pulling out my items to show her. "These are gorgeous." She ran her hand over the items of clothing and nodded her head. "You are going to look amazing in this." "Wow. Thank you so much." This day consisted of me smiling all day. "He really likes you, you know." She put her hand on mine. "Arson." I blushed. "I'm sure he does. Just not as much as I like him." I begged to differ. She let out a small laugh inside. "I heard your name multiple times before I even met you. You are something special." I looked down at my left hand resting in my lap and tried to fight back with another smile. That made me feel special. That showed me that I was more important to him than I had thought I was. It made me feel warm inside. That makes me feel good. I directed my attention from my lap to Ms. Rose's face. "As you should." She smiled and stood up from the bed. Without saying anything else, she left. As awkward as it sounded, it wasn't awkward at all. It felt normal. Not knowing what else to do, I decided to put my clothes away in the closet and lay on the bed. I laid on my back, pressing my head into the pillow. It was still the most comfortable bed I had ever slept on, especially compared to the ones we slept on in school. I closed my eyes and imagined Arson and me on a black sand beach. There was no one else on the entire beach but us. A big blanket was laid out on the ground with various foods. We were having a picnic. I was wearing a long, flowy gown, and Arson was in a casual button-up with shorts. The weather was nice, and so was the scenery. This was my dream date. We began making small talk and tasting the different food options sitting around. He told me that there was something really important that he needed to tell me. Well, what is it? I asked. I love you, Lola. You love me. Yes, Lola. I do. I smiled, feeling at ease and content. I love you. Lola? I heard a voice yell in real life. I jumped up and it was Arson. He was sitting on the edge of my bed. I guess I had drifted off to sleep, dreaming instead of daydreaming. Sorry, I drifted off. Don't apologize. Sleep is natural. I'm not going to kill you or anything. We both looked at each other and laughed in unison. I came to tell you about the job you'll be doing for the cartel. Okay, tell me everything, I said, sitting straight up. You're going to handle finances. This means we give you the money, and you're responsible for putting it into our banks a little at a time so the bank doesn't get suspicious. Also, you manage our input and output online. You calculate exactly how much money we should make and update us on whether we are fulfilling that task. All right? All right. I nodded. It seemed like a pretty easy job, especially for someone like me.
Arson.
After telling Lola exactly what she'd have to do for me, I returned to my room to tell the guys. I sent a simple text saying that she was working for us now. I didn't bother to call because I wanted to enjoy my day off instead of listening to them go on and on about what needed to be done. I could handle all that when I was back on the job tomorrow. Since Lola was now working for me, I had even more of a reason to keep her under lock and key. She was now a part of the gang, and since she was handling our money, her life was more in danger than ours. That's why I asked her if she was sure. I knew she didn't like to be cooped up in that room for a very long time. We had to keep her safe and anonymous if she wanted to handle a job like this. You needed a certain level of intelligence and power to be successful in this job. The question was, Lola had that, but was she ready to use it in full force? I heard a light tap on my door, and I told whoever it was to come in. Lola walked in with a small smile on her face. Hey Arson. You never locked my door. I know, I replied bluntly. Why is that? She asked. You can walk around the house if you need to. Just learn how to mind your business. I laughed, and she let out a small laugh as well. You could tell by the tone of her laughter that it annoyed her, but it needed to be said. I wanted to know if we could watch movies together. She flashed a toothy grin. Right now? I asked. Yeah. She looked over at the window, then back at me. It's getting pretty dark outside, and you didn't seem busy. I mean, unless you are busy. Then I'll just go back to my room. No. I'm not busy. I patted the space on the bed beside me. Come sit. What kind of movie do you want to watch? A French film, she exclaimed loudly. She closed the bedroom door behind her before skipping over to the bed. She looked so cute in that silk shirt and short set she used as pajamas. Any specific French film? I laughed. She nodded and slid the remote out of my hand. She went directly to a movie about a younger girl and an older man. What a coincidence, huh? I sat against the headboard and waited for the movie to start. Meanwhile, Lola was on my other side, tucking herself in under the blankets and cuddling up to my side. I chuckled at how adorable she was and decided to get under the blankets. It was hot outside, but with the air on in the house, it often tended to be very cold. I turned off my bedroom lamp. The only light would be from the sky and the TV. Her arms felt warm and wrapped around my waist. I liked this a lot. About an hour into the movie, I felt her eyes staring at me. When I turned my head to look down at her, she kissed me. It wasn't just an innocent peck on the lips. It was full force making out. It caught me by surprise, so I just sat there for a couple of seconds, frozen. Then I realized I couldn't pass up this opportunity. So I put my hand on the back of her neck and began kissing back, deeply and passionately. She pushed me on my back and rolled on top of me. I could feel her hands trying to pull my shirt off, so I took mine off and pulled hers off too. I laid her on her back and hovered over her. "Is this really what you want?" I asked. She nodded and pulled her bottom lip between her teeth. I smirked and left a trail of kisses from the middle of her chest and up to her ear. I laughed softly and whispered in her ear, "I've been waiting so long to have you." She let out a quiet moan. Her head rolled back in slight pleasure, but this was only the beginning of it.
Lola.
I never expected to be in this situation. Arson was so frustrated that he almost wanted to skip the foreplay and get straight to it. His groans turned me on even more as he whispered sweet nothings into my ear. I finally came down from my high of sensual desires and fell onto the bed breathless. "How was it?" I heard Arson ask from over me. "Amazing." I rolled on my back and smiled up at him. "You do know how to make a woman feel amazing." He placed a soft kiss on my lips and laughed. "I'm happy I could make you feel on top of the world, baby girl." He laid down next to me, and I drifted asleep in his arms. I woke up back in my bedroom. There were rose petals all over my bed, and a note that said Arson had to leave early for work. I began to think back to when I first stayed the night. "Lola, you don't have to hide from me. We're both old enough to be without any clothes around each other, and be comfortable with it." He walked by me and picked up my clothing from the floor. He placed them on a chair beside his desk and looked at me again. "Where will I be sleeping?" I tried changing the subject to take away from the awkwardness. "With me, hopefully," he responded. "I respect whatever boundaries you have. I haven't slept beside a beautiful woman in a long time." I nodded slowly, not wanting to put up a fight, and climbed into bed. He turned off the light and got into bed next to me. A huge floor-to-ceiling window was directly across the room, and the curtains were pulled back completely. There was a beautiful view of not only the moon and stars, but over the city as well. I could see almost every building was well lit, and that alone made me feel safe. The light from outside made it easier to see around the room, and to see that Arson was staring at me, staring at the view. I looked over at him and smiled. "The view is beautiful. Thanks for letting me experience this. Anytime you want to see it, let me know." He ran his hand over my thigh, and it drove me crazy. "You know, Lola, I've wanted you ever since I laid eyes on you." "I'm well aware, Arson," I replied bluntly, trying not to say too much. "Well, do you feel the same way?" I felt him move a little closer to me. "Maybe," I smirked and rolled over on my side. I felt him pull me back so that my body touched his, and his hand grazed my leg. "So why aren't we doing anything about that?" His hand slipped between my thighs, and I began to melt, but I wasn't going to let him know that he had full control of my body at the moment. I pulled his hand away and laughed lightly. "Good night, Arson Lockhart." I felt like the connection was there. "I guess not," he spoke quietly. He moved back away from me and turned over. "Whenever you're ready, Lola, just let me know." Again, I smiled to myself. "Good night, Arson Lockhart." Oh, how times have changed. I went from trying to be uptight around him to making love in his California king bed. I felt truly refreshed. The note also stated that Ms. Rose would be off for the next 3 days on vacation, so I could go downstairs and help myself to something to eat for breakfast. I slid out of bed, grabbed my robe, and headed downstairs to the kitchen. It was my first time there, so I was amazed at how big and nice it was. I didn't really feel like cooking anything, so I looked around until I found a bowl and spoon to get some cereal. I sat on the island and ate in silence. I felt out of place not eating a 5-star breakfast in a huge bed, but I liked it. This way made me feel like I belonged here. I smiled and spun around on the stool. Hey, beautiful. I heard Arson's voice and quickly snapped my head in his direction. Arson! I shouted excitedly and jumped down from the stool to run over to him. I wrapped my arms around his neck and gave him a big kiss. How are you? He smiled and held my waist in his hands. I'm great. I smiled. I thought you were at work. I came home for a quick lunch. He smiled and walked past me into the kitchen. He went into the fridge and pulled out a sandwich covered in plastic wrap. Pre-made sandwiches are a blessing. I laughed and grabbed my empty cereal bowl to put in the dishwasher. I looked over at Arson, who had already started to eat his lunch. I picked up a napkin and wiped the side of his mouth. I just watched in amusement as he ate. I couldn't wait to see his reaction the day I cooked for him. The next day, Arson taught me how to calculate how much money was supposed to be coming in and being sent out to the cartel's partners. It was pretty easy, like I expected. It was a process that took a lot of time, and you had to be very careful. After going through that mini lesson, Arson explained that I would meet the gang. I was extremely nervous about this. They all knew me as the nosy girl who had peeked through Arson's email and put their cartel at risk. The ride to the meeting was long and boring, due to the lack of conversation between Arson and me, and the lack of good music on the radio. We had to change the station at least 3 times. Nonetheless, I was very anxious, no matter how confident sitting in a car beside someone as beautiful as Arson made me feel. We finally made it to our destination, and took a deep breath. I looked in the mirror to ensure I looked presentable, and hoped for the best. Are you ready for this, Lola? Arson asked, while watching me watch myself in the mirror. No, but I'll have to get it done whether I'm ready or not. I laughed a little. Then let's go, love. He got out of the car and started walking toward the building. I soon followed his actions and walked inside behind him. He led me to a room in the back, which smelled like beer and cigarettes. I hated the smell, but I'd just have to deal with it. Guys, gather around, Arson called. He sat in a chair and pulled me onto his lap. All of the guys sat down in a group in front of us. This is Lola, and she'll be helping us out around here. What will she be doing, boss? A random guy asked from the back of the group. I'll be handling all you guys' finances, I said. And trust me, you have nothing to worry about. I am completely trustworthy and a perfect fit for this job. Cool, the guy replied. Welcome. Yeah, welcome, one of the men in the front spoke. The rest of the guys followed suit and welcomed me as well. Thanks, guys. I promise I won't disappoint. I smiled. Arson then began telling me each member's name and job, including their job outside of the cartel. Are you ready for your first task, Lola? Arson spoke in my ear, and I agreed. We need you to take this money. Pete lifted a box and sat it on the table, separating them from Arson and me. And put it into 3 different banks, David said, sliding a piece of paper to me that had the bank's account number and information. Cool. I stood up and grabbed both the box and the piece of paper. I think you should wear 3 different outfits so no one will notice you going from bank to bank, Pete suggested. Actually, I stated, if you guys have cards with these accounts, I can just go to the 3 different banks all over the town and maybe even go to one in the next city over. You got yourself a smart one, Lockhart, David chuckled, which caused me to smirk. I know. Arson laughed and slid his keys into my hand and a spare phone. You can use my car, babe. Sweet, I replied and turned to him. Thanks, babe. I leaned over and gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. I hummed as I pulled away and winked at him. See you guys later. Geez, boss. How'd you pull one like that? I heard one of them mumble on my way out. I laughed at the comment and left the clubhouse. When I got inside the car, I looked up the bank's locations on the GPS and decided to go to the ones that were all very far away from each other. Before I pulled off, I got a text from Arson telling me to meet him back at his place when I was finished.
Arson.
I texted Lola, telling her to meet me at the house when she was done because David would give me a lift home. I see why you couldn't kill her, Pete laughed. She's gorgeous, man. How'd you get her? I just raised an eyebrow in response. Not saying hot girls can't be interested in you, Pete said, holding his hands up in defense. But that is a different level of attractive, man. She's flawless. It just happened. I laughed. I saw her, and I knew I had to make her mine. I remember it like it was yesterday. When I first saw her, I knew she was the one. She had brown eyes, wavy hair, and plump lips painted a matte wine red. What first caught my eye was the smirk on her face when the teacher called out everyone's name, and she didn't reply. Watching her, I wondered how she could be bold enough to sit in on someone else's class. I walked to the middle of the class with my hands behind my back to introduce myself and smiled. You could hear the silent whistles and occasional OMGs coming from the female students. All except for her. That was new for me. She didn't even move her eyes up from her bag to see what was happening. I was honestly caught off guard, being that I was always the center of everyone's attention when I walked into the room. A woman had not taken an interest in me, so this random student not giving me the time of day made me drawn to her and only her. I loved a woman that I had to chase after a little. So of course, I started my lecture with the basic, "Hello ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arson Lockhart, and this is how I became a billionaire novelist." As soon as the word novelist slipped out, something clicked inside her brain. Her head popped up immediately, and she began paying attention to everything I said. We made eye contact from across the room, and from the moment I saw her, I knew I had to make her mine. She bit down on her lip as she watched me walk around the classroom. It was a coincidence that on the day she skipped her class, a great opportunity like this had come about. There had to be a reason the universe pulled us together. I felt so deeply about her that telling the story to the guys made me fall for her all over again. Those almond-shaped eyes and pouty lips made me weak, not to mention the nights we had. It was amazing. Life just feels right with her in it. I smiled to myself. That's really beautiful, boss, but I just got an email that there's a new gang in town, and they're trying to become the biggest gang here.
Lola.
Making the bank transactions was easy, but while leaving the bank, I noticed that the crazy lady who had attacked Arson on our first date was watching me from her car. The lady was oddly familiar. I drove past her slowly to try to remember exactly who she was. That's when it clicked. The crazy woman was Annabella's mom. She looked very sick and demented, which was probably why I didn't notice her in the first place. That explains why I saw her leaving my dorm building. She stared at me the entire time I drove past her, and continued to watch until I was out of sight. It gave me goosebumps, honestly. The look on her face was terrifying. She looked dead inside. I shook away her vision in my mind, and focused on getting back to Arson. The drive back home was peaceful. I didn't bother playing the radio, because I got lost in my writer's brain again. If this were a scene in a book, the sky would be orange. No peach. The way it varied in 3 shades would resemble the ombre of the juicy fruit. The clouds resembled the peach fuzz that grazes the thin layer of skin. The sun would be a yellow spot peeking through. Oh, what a beauty. And what was I? Just an ant, finding its way through the heavy traffic of this hive we called life. The gush of wind was heavy, and there were signs of a hurricane coming. Well, a hurricane to an ant, that is. Back in reality, it was just a simple summer's rain. And I was just a writer who was also a hopeless romantic regarding Arson Lockhart. For some reason, I always forgot that he was a murderer and a drug dealer. It was just that I never saw his bad side unless we were intimate. It was scary to say, but my feelings for him wouldn't have faded even if I had seen that side of him. I called his phone twice, but there was no answer. The rain was pouring down. There was even a bit of thunder and lightning. When I opened the contacts application on the phone, I saw that the only other numbers were Ms. Rose and the driver. I didn't expect to find anything, but I opened the notes and there was something that I needed to see. The note said a spare key to the front door was underneath the plant on the right-hand side of the front step. I got out and ran to the door to avoid getting wet. I got the key and opened the door. I didn't hear anything or see any sign of anyone being home. I shut the door behind me and locked it. I jogged upstairs to my room and got ready to take a shower. I had to wash this rain off of me. I tossed all my clothes into the hamper and went to the bathroom. I ran the shower water until it got hot enough for my desires. I stepped inside and let the water kiss my skin. There was nothing better than a hot shower after your first day on the job as a financier for a drug cartel. I laughed at the thought of the god-awful joke in my head. The shower was my favorite place to think. It gave me time to process what was going on in my life. The first thing I was focused on processing was my relationship with Arson. Where did our relationship go from here? Honestly, we had both shown each other how we felt, but neither had put it into words. It was strange. Two very bold and courageous writers, yet we couldn't come up with the words to say to each other. It was confusing, and honestly, I didn't think either of us had the answers to each other's questions at that very moment. But we both knew that we had strong feelings for each other. We were both expecting and longing for that perfect speech in which we expressed our undying love for each other. I didn't think that was going to come anytime soon. So, we were going to have to live in the moment. We just had to take a deep breath and exist as two humans. My feelings for the man were going to be the death of me. I believed it more and more each day. I could see us spending our lives together in paradise. Just us two together, forming one bond. That was my dream life. That was the life I saw myself sharing with him. He was the perfect guy for me. As much as I loved to dig deep into my thoughts while showering, it was time for it to end. I washed my hair, face, and body until I was squeaky clean. I headed directly toward my closet to find something to wear when I got out. I put on a sports bra and a pair of sweatpants. I also put on a couple of slippers because I wanted to go downstairs and find something to eat. I made it downstairs to the kitchen to find something to eat. I didn't feel like cooking a full meal, so I pulled out whatever food was left in the fridge. I made a sub sandwich loaded with veggies and topped it off with a small amount of mustard and mayo. After eating the sandwich, I returned to my room just to check on my schedule for tomorrow. The only thing I had planned was to go grocery shopping, and I was excited. I rolled over on my back and stared at the ceiling. Hopefully, Arson had enough free time to cook something for me. We could go to the beach again, or we could go dancing in a nightclub. Just something new. I had every right to be a dreamer, and that's what I was doing. I was always daydreaming. My head was always in the clouds. I just wanted to go out and spend as much time with him as possible. I knew he was a very busy man, and that being a billionaire didn't come easily, but I couldn't picture my day without him. I started to become lonely without him around. I craved his energy. I knew I needed to be around him more than usual because our bond was becoming unbreakable. "Hey, baby girl." I heard his voice from the doorway and jumped up instantly. "Hi." I smiled. "I didn't know you were here." "Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I decided to take a quick nap when I got home, but I think I fell asleep too deeply, as you can see." He shook his head. "I missed a lot of phone calls and texts." He walked into the room and came and sat down next to me. He used his index finger and thumb to brush my hair behind my ear. Such an innocent gesture, but it held so much passion within it. I leaned in and left a peck on his lips. This wasn't love, but it was something very close to it.
Arson.
We both woke up in Lola's bed. My arms wrapped around her, and her head was on my chest. This was a moment of pure bliss. "Good morning," I whispered as I kissed her forehead. "Morning." She yawned and sat up. "Let's go get some breakfast." I stood up from the bed and scooped her up into my arms. I carried her downstairs to the kitchen and sat her on the counter. "Pancakes, please," she uttered in a soft tone. "Pancakes it is, sweetheart." I smiled and proceeded to take out all of the ingredients that I needed. I turned on the radio and opened the curtains to the kitchen's patio. When she looked at the backyard, so much excitement grew within her. "You have a pool and didn't tell me?" She hopped off of the counter and ran over to the patio door. She unlocked it and went outside to look around. I laughed at her excitement and pulled a packet of maple bacon out of the freezer. Ms. Rose told me how she loved this kind of bacon the most. I put some out on a pan and put it in the oven. While I waited for them to cook, I began making my special apple cinnamon pancakes. She'd never had my cooking before, so I wondered how she'd react. She came back in and walked over to me. "Can I make coffee, babe?" She looked up at me. "And your backyard is stunning, if I may say so myself." "Thanks." I chuckled. "And of course you can make coffee. The machine is over there. Make a big pot for both of us." "Gotcha." She nodded and started to make the coffee. The only sounds that were audible at that moment were the sizzling of the bacon in the oven, the coffee brewing, and the soft music from the radio. I finished the pancakes and put some on plates for the both of us. I took the bacon out of the oven, and I heard Lola gasp. I couldn't help but burst out into laughter. Everything was just so exciting to her today. "Is that the maple kind?" she asked. "Yes." I laughed out loud and shook my head. "Ms. Rose told me all about how you loved it, so I had to make it." "I love her. She's so sweet." Lola smiled and poured some of the fresh pot of coffee into 2 cups for us. I watched as she put an equal amount of sugar and cream into her coffee. "Sugar and cream?" Just about 2 tablespoons of sugar," I told her. "I like mine mostly black. For more energy and just a little sugar for flavor." "I don't know how you do it," she laughed. "It just tastes too bitter to me without any cream." I used to feel that way about it too, but it eventually grew on me. I smiled and put the cooled down bacon on our plates. I grabbed a few utensils and the syrup bottle and sat it up to look nice. I quickly cut up a couple of fresh fruits and laid them over the pancakes. Breakfast is complete. Lola approached me with the 2 cups and placed one before each plate. I smiled at the sight and sat down to begin eating. Lola did the same. I heard her moan as she took a bite of the pancakes. "They're so full, and the apples just melt in your mouth." I smirked. "Yeah, I'm pretty talented in the kitchen." "You're talented everywhere, Arson," she giggled. "Well, yeah, you're right." We both looked at each other and laughed. When we were both finished, we headed back upstairs to get ready for our day. I was going to the clubhouse to talk business with the boys today, but since we had awoken early, I had time to go grocery shopping with Lola. We parted ways after going back upstairs for the sake of being able to spend more time with each other. We both took quick showers and got dressed in our rooms. I walked back into Lola's room and watched her put on very natural-looking makeup. "Hey Lola, can you check the bank to see if all of our money is secure?" "Of course, babe," she said, getting up and walking to the computer. She put in all of the information carefully and read over the details. "Okay, bae, everything looks pretty fine now. It just says that someone took out $40. That's strange." I raised an eyebrow. Maybe one of the guys needed cash quick. I'll ask when I meet up with them later on. She nodded and logged out of everything, ensuring nothing was open. I taught her well. "Ready?" I asked. "Yup." She got up and wrapped her arms around my neck. She kissed me deeply, and I kissed back, biting her bottom lip. "You're going to get yourself in trouble kissing me like that," I smirked. "I like trouble." She smiled and turned to leave the house. I followed her downstairs and outside to the driveway. "You can drive." I tossed her the keys. "We're taking the Corvette." "Sweet," she yelled out and got into the front seat. I got in on the passenger side and we were off. She turned on the music and blasted it. They were playing all of the best classic rock songs again, so we had to sing along at the top of our lungs. The morning air felt amazing against my skin, and I felt like I was on top of the world. All because I was spending time with the girl of my dreams. Life was going great. When we pulled up to the grocery store, Lola found the perfect parking space right out front. We got out and went inside. I opened the list, and we walked around to get the items we needed. Once we got everything that we needed, I paid, and we left. That had gone faster than I expected, making me sad that we would be parting ways soon. "Hey babe?" "Yes, my love," she answered me. "Do you want to go with me to meet up with the guys?" I looked over at her as we pulled up to a red light. "Of course." She smiled. "All right." I smiled. "We can go there now. Do you remember how to get there?" "Yup." She emphasized the P and sped off when the light turned green. Nearly half an hour later, we finally pulled up to the clubhouse. I saw all the other cars, so everyone was there waiting for me like usual. I walked in with Lola, and everyone exchanged greetings. "So what's new?" I asked, sitting down and pulling Lola down on my lap. "Nothing much. Everything is pretty much going great," David spoke up. "Great," I said. "Oh, whoever took $40 out of the bank yesterday, we need you to put it back because it wasn't time to distribute money yet." All the guys looked around at each other, confused. "No offense, Arson, but none of us took any money out of the bank," Pete spoke. I grabbed the laptop on the table and opened it. "Babe, show them," I whispered in Lola's ear. She entered all of the information carefully, and suddenly she felt tense. "What the hell?" she yelled, dropping the laptop on the table. "What is it?" I sat up in my seat. Someone stole $20,000 from the accounts altogether. The transactions just happened about 15 minutes ago. The room became loud. All the boys were yelling about what was happening, and I was furious. "Go take the groceries home," I said to Lola calmly. I walked her to the front door and kissed her on the forehead. "We have some business to take care of." "You sure you don't need me here, babe?" she asked. She was pleading with me to be allowed to stay with the look in her eyes. "Just go, baby." I sighed and kissed her. "I'll see you when I get home. I love you."
Lola.
I love you too. I smiled and left out of the clubhouse. I was completely disturbed by the fact that someone was stealing money from Arson, but how he kissed me and told me he loved me made me feel like I was floating on a cloud. I got in the car and drove back to Arson's house. I wondered if it was something I had done, or had something to do with Annabella's mom because she had been watching me when I left the bank. I picked up the spare phone Arson gave me and texted him that the crazy lady who had attacked him the night of our first date was Annabella's mother, and she was watching me as I left the last bank. The look on her face had been so sinister. She looked as if she had just escaped a mental asylum. I decided to listen to classical music to calm my nerves on the way back home, because the thought of seeing Annabella's mother that way sent chills up my spine. I heard a pop, and the car began to slow down. Great, a flat tire is exactly what I need right now. I sighed deeply, and exited the car to see exactly which tire it was. I went around to the side of the car, and saw that it was the front, right tire. I heard a car pulling up behind my car and stopping. Then, a man walked up behind me and asked if I needed any help. Being the skeptic that I was, I lied and said I'd be all right and had already called the police and my boyfriend. They were both nearby and would be here in no time. Just when I thought he had walked away, he hadn't. I felt a cloth covering my mouth, and my body jerked back into somebody else's. I tried to scream at the top of my lungs, thinking that someone would hear because it was broad daylight. But there was no one around. They picked me up and threw me in the back of a car. The cloth was now tied around the back of my head so that I couldn't make a sound. Tears streamed down my face because I felt so hopeless. Why was this happening to me? I pushed the cloth out of my mouth and yelled for help as loudly as possible. Something hit me over the head, and everything started going black.
Arson.
I got a text from Lola saying that she saw Annabella's mom watching her at the bank when she went to deposit the money. That gave us a major lead in finding out who exactly stole the money. We had this new gang in town who wanted to say they were the biggest and the best around town, but to become that, they would have to take us down because that's our spot. Annabella and her mom were both out to get us because of the deaths of their horrible husband, father. There were two groups of people out to get us, and either they were trying to get what they wanted individually, or working together. I was sick of trying to play nice when it came to these people who threatened my life and played with my money. I didn't take kindly to threats. If you threatened me or ruined any source of my income, you would lose your life. Donnie, get their information now. We're ending this tonight, I screamed angrily. What do you want us to do, boss? One of the members, Jacob, asked me. What do you think? Start loading the guns and packing them up. We're going on a manhunt tonight, and we won't rest until we find who stole from us. Got you, boss. Jacob nodded and went into the back with a couple of guys. Pete, take the others to fill the trucks with gas, I instructed. David, you stay with me. Sure thing, boss, Pete said. The rest of the members followed him out of the back door. David, why do people keep trying to mess with us? We ask that people stay out of our way, and we'll stay out of theirs, but some people are too dumb even to respect that. So they deserve to lose their life. I started to pace around. I'm not sure, but I do know that they've messed with the wrong team, and everyone can use this as an example of what not to do when it comes to messing with us, David responded. I picked up a glass and threw it against the wall. That's how frustrated I was. Hearing the glass shatter as it broke sort of calmed me down. It made me think again. If we were to take down the enemy, we must be calm and have an amazing plan. Rule number 1 of our personal cartel business was never to let the enemy get away with anything.
Lola.
I woke up in the back seat of a car, my hands attached to my head from the heavy pounding. My wrists were tied together and so were my ankles. I fully opened my eyes to see some random man driving slowly. His face was emotionless in the rear-view mirror, and his hand gripped the steering wheel a little too tightly. Why am I in here? I asked quietly. He paid no attention. He kept his eyes on the empty road ahead. Why? I yelled. Will you shut up? He screamed, gripping the steering wheel tighter than before. Gosh, you dumb skank. You just woke up and the first thing you do is talk. Well, what do you expect me to do when I've been kidnapped? I mumbled, rolling my eyes. Who the hell are you, and why are you kidnapping me? Shut up. His voice was very stern and demanding. He was intimidating as well. The car abruptly stopped, and the next thing I knew, I was being snatched out of the car by multiple people and dragged into some random house. I wasn't sure where I was, but I didn't like it. I wasn't safe there. I only wanted to be with Arson. Whoever kidnapped me brought me to a house, walked me upstairs, and made me sit in a room with nothing but a rollaway bed and a window. It was cold and had very little light. I think it may have been the attic. What did I ever do to deserve this?
Arson.
It was finally dark outside, so the plan was in full effect. My guys tracked down the new gang's clubhouse. We also discovered that the computer used to steal money from our banks had an IP address linked to that same clubhouse address. Not only was that new gang stealing from us, but that house they had their clubhouse meetings in was Annabella's mother's house. Annabella and her mother must have called in for backup when they realized I wasn't afraid of them. It took 2 trucks to fit all of us. We drove about 5 to 10 minutes away from one another so that no one would be too suspicious. When we all arrived, we huddled. There was going to be a group of people going through the front door and another going through the back. We all drew our guns and got out of the trucks. The group in the backyard had gone around to the back door already. My group was now approaching the front door. 1, 2, 3. I yelled, kicking the door in. We all ran in with our guns and demanded everyone get on the ground. We went all around the house, rounding everybody up downstairs. Once we all had them backed into a corner, we all smiled. "Hi, Annabella." I chuckled as she tried to hide behind the others. "Bye, Annabella." Everyone just started shooting at the crowd, and we didn't stop until each of them was dead. I shook my head at the gruesome scene and ordered everyone to start collecting the illicit substances and money. After collecting all of their things, we ran out toward the trucks. As we were driving away, Annabella's mother appeared on the scene. I shot at her through the window, but didn't look back to see whether I had killed her or not. We got back to the clubhouse to discard all of the clothes we were wearing and clean the guns. After everyone had cleaned up and changed, we opened the bags to see exactly how much we had gotten from them. I gave David the pleasure of counting the money and Pete the honor of seeing how many illicit substances we took. They had exactly $55,000 sitting around like it was nothing, David said, and all the guys cheered. It always felt amazing coming into a shitload of money. "We managed to get 4 bricks of rock as well," Pete said, and the guys cheered once again. This was amazing. My phone began to ring, and the room got really quiet. I let it ring 2 more times and finally answered. "Hello?" I asked. "Yes, is this Mr. Arson Lockhart?" a man answered on the other end. "This is him," I replied bluntly. "Hi, this is Detective John Downey from the city's police department. We found a Corvette registered under your name empty on the side of the road." "What?" I questioned. "Yes, sir. Is this your car?" "It had a flat tire and the driver's door was slightly left open," the detective said, and my heart dropped. My girlfriend was driving it." "Are you sure you guys didn't see her?" "No, sir. The car was empty. Your girlfriend is missing." I dropped the phone from my ear and stood there in complete shock.
A Billionaire's Fate. Lola.
3 men entered the room, closed and locked the door behind them. Frightened, I pushed myself into the corner of the bed as best as possible and watched them closely. Just then, I heard multiple gunshots from downstairs and footsteps running around. I screamed at the loud sound and was instantly punched in the face by one of the men. I gasped, completely shocked and in pain. I kicked my feet at him, despite my ankles being tied together, and hit him on the side. I immediately regretted the decision when I felt multiple blows to the face. The pain was wild, and I tasted blood spilling from my lip. I knew better than that the next time. All the while, there were still multiple shots going on downstairs. I couldn't tell if people were shooting at the house, or if the people in the house were shooting at someone else. I was hoping someone would kick down the door and get me out. It seemed like it took hours for the shooting to stop, when it was just a couple of seconds. I squirmed in the bed and lay on my bed, sobbing softly. I made sure to keep an eye on all of the men while doing so. "What are they doing?" the man who hit me asked the man listening through the door. "Sounds like they're taking all of our stuff." "Shit," the third one yelled in a whisper. "I'd stop them, but it's too many. It's a guarantee that we'd get shot in an instant," the man by the door whispered and shook his head. I could tell the others were against them by the way they were talking. I wondered if they could potentially save me, but I was terrified and not in the mood to be beaten in the face again. Who knew? I could scream, and they could put a bullet through my brain.
Arson.
What's wrong, boss? David asked, running over to me and picking up the phone. Lola. I just stood there, staring into space. I was still trying to wrap my mind around Lola being gone. What about her? Pete asked. She's gone. Gone? David took a step closer. What exactly do you mean by gone, Arson? Gone, I yelled. Someone kidnapped her from the side of the road. The detective said something about a flat tire. The room fell silent, and the air grew thick around us. It was as if no one knew what to do or what to say, and I understood completely. I looked around the room and saw that everyone else was sitting down. I couldn't wrap my mind around thinking she was gone that fast. I'm going to go find her. I grabbed my jacket from the coat hanger and threw it on. Boss, it's 11 o'clock. You should get some rest and look for her in the morning, Pete suggested. You must be out of your mind to believe I'm just going to leave her alone and in danger. I scoffed. You don't even know where to start looking, Arson. Let's be real here. David spoke, standing up from his seat and walking over to me. Pete followed shortly behind him. What if your wife was missing? You would lose your mind. You'd search worldwide for her the minute you found out, David. You too, Pete. So don't even act like you don't understand where I'm coming from. I forced out a stiff laugh and looked over at David. Give me a ride home, will ya? All right, man. Whatever. He grabbed his keys and threw on his jacket. I walked out of the building to his car, and he soon followed behind me. We got in the car and headed off to my place. There was so much running through my mind. I didn't even know if she was dead, and that's what troubled me the most. We finally returned to my place, and I went inside without saying goodbye to David. I walked straight up to Lola's room to see if she was there. I knew she wasn't there, but I felt I had to do it. Her room was completely empty and really cold. It was as if the house could tell she was missing too. I hated it. It was usually cool in her room, but her spirit and presence gave off a peculiar warmth. I got dizzy but quickly shook it off and walked down to my room. I plopped my body on the bed and rolled over onto my back. I felt myself falling asleep until I was interrupted by my phone ringing. It was a blocked number. Hello? I answered quickly. Arson. I heard a small woman's voice. Lola? I asked, now sitting up on my bed. Help me, she mumbled out. Lola, baby. Where are you? I asked frantically. She's with me, I heard a male voice speak up. And who are you? Don't worry about that. You could have had your precious Lola if you had looked in the house's attic you shot up. He chuckled. But don't worry now. We're not there anymore. I'll find you, and I'm going to kill you, I spoke quietly. You want the girl back? $50,000. I want everything you stole from us back. Fine, I agreed. Where are you going to meet me? I'll let you know soon. If you mess this up, you will never see the girl alive again. I'll get rid of your entire family with no remorse, I spoke calmly, trying to show him now how angry I was. I will leave you deserted, without a dime to your name. Do you want that? He scoffed. I'll tell you when and where to meet me. The phone clicked, indicating that he had hung up, and I dropped it on the bed. I slammed my fists on the bedsheets, then ran a hand through my hair. I couldn't believe that I had let them touch her like that. I was so stupid and careless, letting her go home alone, especially after she told me that Annabella's mom was watching her like a creep. I stood there, not knowing what to do. I was going out of my mind and unsure how to get over it. I breathed deeply and decided to take a shower. I didn't know how I would be able to sleep, knowing that my princess wasn't in the other room safe and sound.
Lola.
I was being carried out of the house I had been locked in earlier. There was a heavy smell of rotting flesh in the air. When I dared to open my eyes while passing by the living room, I saw Annabella. She was dead. I had never felt sicker to my stomach. My best friend since forever was dead, and I wasn't sure how to deal with myself. She was lying in her mother's arms, who caught me staring and came charging toward me as I was being carried to the car. When I was placed into the back seat, her mother pushed the man out of the way and gave me a horrible slap with the back of her hand. Her sharp ring left a gash on my cheek. What the heck was that for? I screamed while attempting to kick my feet. The restraints on my wrists and ankles made it impossible to defend myself. This is all your fault, you tramp. I couldn't believe this was happening. What did I even do? I screamed. You let that killer into your life, you traitor. She screamed in my face. My eyebrows knitted together as my face cringed. Was she talking about Arson? Then it snapped in my head. She screamed that Arson had killed her husband, who would be no other than Annabella's dad. I stared blankly at her as flashbacks started to play in my head. It was just 2 years ago. It was summer, and Annabella and I were preparing to go to the beach. She stepped out into the hall to take a call and ran back into the room minutes later, screaming and crying. It was the most horrible thing I'd ever seen, and all I could do was hold her while she cried. When she finally calmed down, I got her to talk to me. You remember when I told you my dad worked for a drug cartel? She asked, looking up at me. Yes, I nodded. What happened, Anna? They killed him. They're trying to say he betrayed them, but I know my dad would never do that. She cried even harder. Oh my. My heart dropped. I am so very sorry, Anna. I'm so sorry that you have to go through this. All of them are extremely rich, so if he did anything they claimed he did, it's not like they would be losing any money. She held me closer. The only thing I felt as if I could do was stay quiet and listen. She needed to get all of her emotions out. Why couldn't they have just fired him? Why did they have to take my father's life away? He had a family that he loved so much, and we loved him. She was crying uncontrollably, and I felt horrible. I hated whoever did this to her and her family. Her dad was always so nice and sweet to me. After his death, I had never seen Annabella's mother again. She was always locked away in her room when I went over, and never cared about what Anna or her siblings were doing. I guess his death had made her sick, because she wasn't as beautiful and radiant as she used to be. She looked sick and evil, making it hard for me to recognize her at the restaurant. I shook my head slowly as she screamed and yelled at me. Her words were going in one end and out of the other. All I could think about was why Arson had done that. Was I being used by him to antagonize their family? I hoped not. I didn't want to speak to him, but at the same time I just wanted to be safe in his arms. Did Arson kill Annabella? Was I next to die? All of those questions were weighing heavily on my mind. I was wondering if I could take it. I got really dizzy, and everything around me was spinning. I heard the back door close, and drifted away into pure darkness. I woke up in a different house. I was tied to a chair, and my head was still spinning. We're going to make a call to your little friend, Lola. Are you ready? I heard a male's voice. I tried opening my eyes, but they felt swollen. I could only see slightly between my eyelashes. I saw Anna's mom and 3 other men standing across the dimly lit room, watching me. There was one guy kneeling in front of me, with a phone in his hand. I said, "Are you ready?" I felt a hard smack against my face and I winced. The stinging sensation was almost unbearable, but my vocal cords weren't letting me muster up a scream. I nodded slowly, and it felt like I would pass out again. I'd probably die if I didn't have a glass of water soon. Hello? I heard Arson's voice, and that made me stronger in a sense. I felt like I could hold on a bit longer. Arson. I called out for him. I couldn't speak very loudly, but I tried for him. "Lola?" he asked. His voice was so loud that I couldn't tell if he was on the phone or in the room. My eyes were now completely shut. "Help me," I mumbled, unable to say much else. "Lola, baby. Where are you?" That was the last thing I heard before my mouth was covered with a cloth with a very distinct smell. As soon as I inhaled it, I began to choke, and soon felt myself fading into the darkness again.
Arson.
I tossed and turned all night. There wasn't much I could do but wait for that call to say that I could get my Lola back. I got dressed and looked in the mirror. Bags were forming under my eyes, and my hair was out of place. I pulled a comb through my hair and left the bathroom. I grabbed a bottle of water on my way out of the house and hopped outside my car. I was going to meet up with the boys for breakfast and explain everything that was going on. I was too afraid to turn on any music, thinking it would only remind me of the times I had shared with Lola. The only thing on my mind was getting her back. All I wanted was her. I'd do anything to have her. She was the light to my darkness and the stars to my night sky, and that was something that I couldn't give up. I pulled up to the restaurant and parked on the side of the building. I walked inside and was immediately escorted to the back room, where all my friends sat and waited for me. They sat down and sent a waitress into the room to order our drink. It was early in the day, but some guys insisted on getting a beer while we settled for coffee. "Guys, I brought us here all today to tell you the good and bad news." "What is it?" one of the guys asked from the other end of the table. "The good news is that the kidnappers will give Lola back." "And the bad news?" David looked at me. The waitresses came back with our drinks and I got silent. They didn't need to know our business. They took our food orders and walked back out. Anyways, I sighed. They want everything we stole back. Meaning the entire 50,000, even though they stole a majority of that from us. The guys threw up their hands in disappointment and groaned in agony. No one seemed willing to give up the money, so I thought of a plan while in the shower that morning. The room fell quiet again as the waitresses came back into the room with our food. They had weird looks because of how immediately quiet it had become. They sat our plates before us and left us alone once again. "So what's the plan?" David asked, noticing the look on my face. "I want you guys to hide out, and when it's time for us to exchange, take them out. All of them. And we leave with both the money and Lola." I took a sip from my cup of coffee, the cup's warmth laid upon the pads of my fingers. "That's a damn good idea," Pete said, laughing and picking up a piece of bacon. I flashed a slight smile and nodded. "I'm down," David chuckled. The rest of the members agreed and began eating their breakfast. On the other hand, I wasn't eating because I hadn't ordered anything. I knew I couldn't keep any food down with the thought of some jerk's hands all over her body. I cringed and finished my drink. I got a call from a blocked number again and answered it instantly. "Hello?" I answered. "This tramp is annoying," he spat from the other line. "Excuse me?" I asked with a bit of attitude. "She has a big mouth. Doesn't know when to shut up," he chuckled. "You little," I started but was cut off. 650 Promise Street. "Tonight at 12, he said, then hung up the phone. All the guys were staring at me when I sat the phone down. "Looks like we have a mission tonight, boys. 650 Promise Street. Tonight at 12 sharp," I sighed. I was frustrated at how he had talked about her, but I was happy that I got to get her back into my arms. The boys all cheered and laughed surprisingly. I thought they'd be bummed that they'd have to set this all up on short notice, but I guess the rush of doing this and keeping the money filled them with excitement. "Meet me at the clubhouse at 9 to prepare," I said while standing. I dropped just enough money to pay for everyone's meal on the table and left. All I could think about was seeing Lola's beautiful face again.
Lola.
Since we arrived, I had been tied down to this chair and couldn't feel my body. I didn't think I could feel anything anymore. My face was swollen, my wrists felt as if they were going to break, my hair was dirty, and my clothes had accumulated all the dust that filled this dirty room. I was starving and nearly dehydrated. I found myself praying to God and asking why this was happening to me. Although I'd never been friendly, I wasn't mean either. I was just always focused on myself. Was this what I got for worrying about myself? Or was this what I got for hanging out with a drug-dealing billionaire? The possibilities were endless, but I knew then that I didn't care about what Arson had done. I was still very hurt about what he had done to Annabella's father, and the possibility that he may have killed her too, but all I wanted was to be in his arms. The way things were going, I thought I would never see him again. Not him, not my family, and not even my best friend. I felt completely helpless and hopeless, but I couldn't care less if I had died right then. I guessed this was what I had signed up for when I fell in love with Arson in the first place. How wonderful life would have been right now if I hadn't skipped class to be with my best friend. She would have still been alive, and we could have had so much fun over the summer break. I would have never met him, and I would have never fallen in love, but then again, I would have never remembered those moments of being young again. I would have never fallen in love. Who knew there could be two sides developing feelings for someone? That feeling went way beyond being friends or considering each other as family. The feeling of pure bliss and serenity while being around that one person. Being around someone who could bring back memories you wished you could relive or create moments you wished would never end. That's what I felt about him, not with any of my ex-boyfriends, my family, or even my best friend. I had known my relationship with Annabella would end soon, but I had never thought it would end with her being dead. This was not what I wanted. I never wanted her to be in pain. I never wanted to betray her. I never wanted to fall in love, and I never even wanted to meet someone new. I had thought my past would stay in the past, but when it was brought back up, it felt so good that I couldn't deny it. I couldn't push it away. It had come alive in my mind, and it was here to stay. I had gotten so caught up in my love for a man who I barely knew that I was ignoring my best friend's cry for help. Although she refused to tell me what was wrong when I was genuinely confused, I still felt like I could have tried a little harder to find out. It was too late now. She was gone, and I didn't think I'd ever be able to see Arson again. I was sitting there, trapped in a room, practically losing my mind and giving up on life. It had only been 2 days, but my life had changed drastically. My mindset was completely different from how it was before. If I made it out of there alive, I was going to live with no regrets, and I was going to treat every day like it was my last. But then again, who knew? This day might really be my last day. I felt the tears begin to fall on my face. The things that were going through my mind were sickening. My breath began to quiver, and I became nauseous. The pain that was buried inside of me at that moment was unbearable. Death seemed like the only way out.
Arson.
When I got home, I changed into my sweats and decided to take a short nap. I knew it would be hard for me to sleep because the thought of Lola was on my mind heavily, but I thought that the reassurance that I would have her back in my arms in just a couple of hours would help me rest a little. I closed my eyes and began to drift off. I love you with all of my heart, Arson. You're the best thing that has ever happened to me, Lola said, stroking my hair gently. She used her free hand to caress the side of my face. Her eyes stared deeply into mine, and I felt my heart beat so fast that it began to melt. As painful as that sounds, it felt so good. It felt so right. It felt like we were meant to be together with one another, as if we were already a couple. Like we had already made it official. Like we had already broadcasted it to the world. I turned away from her for a quick second to admire the sunset view behind us. It was breathtaking. Truly stunning. But it wasn't as beautiful as her. When I turned back to look at her, she was gone. The sky had instantly turned black, and all I could hear were her screams in the distance. We were no longer on the beautiful and dreamy island. There wasn't even a we anymore. It was just me, standing in nothing but darkness. Pitch blackness surrounded me and engulfed me in its terror. I didn't know where to run or which way to turn, but I knew that I had to find Lola. And I had to save her. "Man, get up." I heard David speak outside of my dream, waking me up. I gave him a confused look, wondering what he was doing here and how he even got inside. "Rose," was all he said, answering the questions that I hadn't yet gotten the chance to ask. I nodded in response and sat up on the bed. I ran both hands on my face and then through my hair. "What is it? What's the problem?" I asked. "It is 9:15, man." "How long have you been asleep?" he asked, and my eyes widened. Honestly, it felt like only a couple of minutes, but I guess it was a couple of hours. "Get dressed, boss. It's time to go get your girl back." He smirked and left the room. I got dressed in my all-black outfit. It was go time, and I felt stronger than I was before. I was on a mission to get Lola back, and that was just what I would do. I had promised myself that I would always keep her safe and under my watch, but I failed, and it was time for me to redeem myself. I got my phone off the nightstand and headed out to get inside the car with David. We sped off into the night, driving as fast as possible to make it to the clubhouse. It was time to prepare for everything coming for us. I had a strong feeling that they would try to pull some trick on us and try to kill us. We weren't going to let that happen. When we pulled up to the clubhouse, we quickly hopped out and went inside. The rest of the guys were dressed in their all-black outfits and waiting for us. The bags were packed and loaded with guns. There was one specific bag for me that sat on the table. It was the bag that we were supposedly going to exchange for Lola. I grabbed the box of gloves and handed them to everyone. They knew what time it was. We packed our things inside the truck and were on our way. The street they wanted to meet us on was in the next town over, so we had to leave early to make it there just in time for us to set up. The guys held great conversations with each other on the ride there. The funny part was that none of the conversations contained worry about what would happen in an hour. When we reached the street, we parked in the far corner. When the job was done, we left one person in each truck to sit behind the steering wheel. I stayed in the car with the bag to see when the jerk pulled up with Lola. The other members checked their surroundings and made their way over to the buildings, where they cut the connections to the keys of these specific buildings so that they could make it up to the roof. When they made it up there, they laid down and hid so no one could see them. By then, I was getting anxious. I hadn't seen her face in 2 whole days, and I was hoping that it looked the same or things might not get too pretty. When I saw the car arriving, I placed a gun into the back of my pants and hid it beneath my jacket. It was a little cool out that night. I grabbed the bag and proceeded to walk toward their car. I stopped in the middle of the street and waited for them. When the driver's door opened, only one man got out, but I wasn't dumb enough to believe that he was alone. He walked around to the car's back door on the right side and opened the door. He grabbed a girl by the arm and pulled her out. But that wasn't my Lola. It couldn't have been. Her face was swollen and badly bruised. He had to hold her up because her legs looked extremely weak, and she looked extremely pale and lifeless. Her hair was a mess and all over the place. This looked nothing like Lola. "This isn't her," I said, and a smile crept on his face. "It's me, Arson." I heard her speak. It was very low, but I knew it was her, and my heart broke. I could feel the tears swell in my eyes, but I fought them back. "Give her to me," I demanded. "Not just yet," he said. The smirk on his face was the most horrendous thing I had ever seen. "Give me the money, and I'll give you the girl. It's a part of our deal." I threw the bag of money toward him. When I went to grab Lola, his gang came from around each corner, pointing their guns at me. There were about 3 on each side, which made it easy for my men to take them out. "Do you really want to do this?" I questioned while raising an eyebrow. A smile appeared on my face, and I cleared my throat. Just then, Bullets rained down from the building tops, hitting every member except for the man holding Lola. I pulled out my gun and aimed it directly at him. I moved it over just a little and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit Annabella's mother directly between the eyes, killing her instantly. She thought I hadn't seen her, but I watched her as she looked through the car window the entire time. The guy dropped Lola onto the ground and tried to make a run for it. I allowed him to get to the car before shooting him in the head. He died instantly as well. I put the gun up and signaled for the guys to come down. I ran over and picked up Lola. I carried her in my arms back to the truck. I held her on my lap until we returned to the clubhouse. The money I had thrown at him was just a bag of trash. We wouldn't have actually brought the money with us, since we had no intention to give it back. When we returned, I put Lola in the car, and David drove us home. I took her inside and laid her on my bed while I bathed her. It was really hard to look at her face and see the damage they'd done to her without breaking down. When the water was perfect enough for her to get in, I dropped in a few rose petals and walked back into my room. She was sitting on the bed's edge and looking at me. She opened her mouth to speak but quickly closed it. I figured she wanted to talk but was too tired or in too much pain, so I decided not to bother her. I took her clothes off of her and carried her into the bathroom. I sat her down inside the tub and watched as she winced. I finally had my Lola back, and although she wasn't at her best, I was willing to nurse her back to health. I watched her as she tried to relearn moving her arms and legs. It was the saddest thing I had ever seen, and my heart broke even more knowing that I was the one who put her in this type of danger. She learned fast. That's how strong she was. Just thinking about her strength made me think back to the different moments we shared, specifically when all this started. I knew she wanted that kiss as badly as I did, and I knew that the kiss would leave her wanting more. I didn't have a meeting. I just wanted to leave her on edge. Even the strongest, most independent girl couldn't hold herself back. I knew my magic, and it only took a couple of days. I chuckled and walked back to my desk, taking a sip of my coffee while looking out the window view. I had everything I wanted in the palm of my hand. Lola made me feel young again. Being around her took me back to when I was around her age and just starting to discover what love was all about. That was a time when I was wild and adventurous. I had a lot of downtime and could be myself without any consequences. That was why being with her was such a valuable time for me. I felt as if she was the one for me, and that was why it hurt me so much that she would betray me. If her feelings were almost the same as mine, I felt she would respect my privacy. Whether my email had been left open or not, it wasn't her place to look inside. That whole situation angered me, but I couldn't force myself to be over-the-top upset with her. I knew showing extreme anger toward her would make me uncomfortable, and I couldn't hurt her that much. My phone began to ring, disrupting my thoughts and making me slightly irritated. It was a call from David. I answered quickly, because it was rare for David to call me in the middle of the day. "Boss, you're not going to like this." His voice sounded frantic, and I almost didn't want to hear what he would say next. "What is it?" I kept my calm. Panicking just as much as he was wouldn't help at that moment. "That lady who's been chasing you down for years says she's coming after the girl, and it's not going to be pretty." "The girl? What girl?" I asked in confusion. "The one you went out with the other night, you know? The one who found out about us," he said. There was silence on the phone after that as I took a minute to think. "How'd you figure that out?" I asked. She sent me an email from her husband's account he had with us and said these words exactly. "Dear David and crew. Since Arson stole the love of my life from me, I'll have to take something from his as well. That girl, his new arm candy. My daughter has been telling me she's seen them around town together, and it's more than just him taking her out to make himself look good. He has feelings for this girl, and this is the perfect time for me to come in and make my move. I just hope you guys get a hold of her before I do." "Arson," Lola called out, breaking my train of thought. "Yes, my love." I knelt before the tub, willing to do whatever she asked. Why did you kill my best friend? She looked over at me with wide eyes. Her knees were pulled up to her chest. Who told you that? I asked, wondering how she found out. I heard the gunshots, and when they took me out of the building, I saw her lying there. Dead. Her mother said you did it. She sniffled, and I saw her eyes begin to tear up. You killed her and her father. Lola. I started, and honestly, I didn't know how to finish. You took her father away from her, and you took her away from me. How do I know if I'm next? She tried to speak louder, but I could tell it was putting a strain on her throat. Lola, I would never hurt you a day in my life, I spoke. Prove it, she said quietly. Don't hurt anyone else close to me, please. Anything for you. I nodded. Now tell me why. Why did you kill her? Why did you kill her father? She looked down at the water. Well, her father was stealing money from us and giving it to other gangs who were against us. He was one of our best members, and he was setting us up the entire time. I lathered a washcloth with soap and started to clean her up. As far as Annabella, she and her mother were plotting to hurt you in order to get back at me. She looked up at me in disbelief. There's no need for me to lie. The situation is over now. I continued to clean her. Your best friend was plotting against you. Things got quiet fast. As I washed over her body with the cloth, the only sound between us was the light movements of the bathwater. I grabbed the bottle of strawberry shampoo and began washing her hair. She sat there, staring into space. More than likely, she was thinking about what I had just told her. I finished washing her up and sat there. I reached for the drain to let the water out, but she grabbed my hand, stopping me. Can I stay in here a little longer? She whispered. I nodded and still drained the water. Anything you want, my love. Let me just run you some fresh water. I smiled slightly, trying to make her comfortable, and ran her some more warm water. I'm going to shower in your room if that's okay. She nodded, and I got up to leave. Before I left, I grabbed my phone, turned on some soft music at a low volume, and sat it on the sink for her to listen to. Maybe the music would help her calm down. She'd been in the same position since she got in. As I cracked the door, I saw her relax her body. She pulled her legs down from her chest and stretched her arms out. She lowered her body into the tub so the water touched her neck. It made me smile that she felt at home. I grabbed a fresh towel and a pair of sweats to wear to bed and headed into her room. I took off my clothes and got into the shower. I hadn't had a good shower since the day Lola had gone missing. I made sure the water was hot and the shower was steamy. That way I could relax and become one with my thoughts. I began washing over my body slowly, sure not to miss a spot. I washed my hair, then stood under the water for a few minutes, soaking up the heat before I went back into the chill air of my bedroom. I dried off my body when I got out and threw on my sweats. I took a deep breath and walked back to my room. Upon entering, my eyes fell upon Lola, who was lying on her side in my bed. It looked like she had a gown on. She must have gotten it out of her room when I was in the shower. She looked so peaceful. Just when I was about to turn to go sleep in her room, I heard her voice. Arson, she whispered. Yes, Angel? I asked, walking over to the edge of her bed. Stay, she commanded in a light voice. You sure? Yes. Please don't leave me. Sleep with me, please, she whined. All right. I climbed into bed beside her and turned off the desk lamp, the only light on. The moonlight shone inside the windows as Lola turned to face me. She cuddled up to me, and I wrapped my arm around her. I was so glad to have her back next to me.
The end.
Sneak peek for a second chance for her. Chapter 1. Jenna.
Rod, you home? I call out as I come into the little apartment we rented last week. After only a few months of dating, we decided to take it a step further and move in together. To say my parents were pissed would be an understatement. Try furious. But what Rod Manning and I have is as real as it gets, even if I am just 18, a thing my parents tell me is a real issue, though it's not really. Rod's a few years older than I am. Okay, 5 of them, but that's not a big deal to me. My father made me wait until I turned 18 to date Rod, or anyone else for that matter. Rod's been after me for the last couple of years, but being underage had him waiting for me. Dad threatened all kinds of hell on the poor guy if he touched me before I turned the legal age. The funny thing is that Rod's mother cautioned me about their oldest son as well. At a senior party my graduating class had at one of my classmates' ranches just before I turned 18, I saw Rod's mother. She was helping chaperone the party. She had no idea of Rod's interest in me and took me aside, then asked me if I knew her son Reed. I knew of Reed, of course. We all live in a minuscule town in Jerome, Arizona. Reed is only 2 years older than I am. I was shocked when she told me he and I would make a perfect couple. He was away at college at that time, but would be home for the summer, and she wanted to know if she could give him my phone number when he got home. Her dismay when I told her it was her son Rod, who was interested in me and him, confused me. She was very open about him being a difficult person, which I found crazy. He doesn't seem difficult to me at all. Quite the opposite. He seems so rugged and manly and tough as nails, but in all the right ways. His job as a mechanic keeps his muscles tight, and he keeps a 5 o'clock shadow thing going on his handsome face. I'll admit it. The man does have this dangerous edge to him. But I find it exciting as hell. The way he handles me is so sensual. And he's told me he has a surprise for me tonight when he gets home, which I thought would be by now. Hey there, baby. His deep voice calls out from our bedroom. I go that way, turning down the short hallway that leads off the living room. There he is, leaning his tall body against the doorframe. His dark ash blonde hair hangs to his shoulders in waves. His steely blue eyes running up and down my body give me chills. Hey, Rod. As he's clad in only his tight black underwear, I see he's taken a shower and rid himself of the grease of the garage he works in. The smell of his soap fills my senses. My insides are already melting as he looks me over. I brought home that surprise I told you about, but we have something to talk about first. He pulls me into his strong arms as I come to him. I want something permanent with you, Jenna. His words make my heart pound. Kay. A grin creeps across his handsome face. I haven't told you what it is yet, and you answer yes already? I nod and he smiles. Permanent is what I want too. I love you, Rod. Love is for the weak, baby. What did I tell you about all that love crap? He lets me go and moves away from me. Life is about other things. Life is hard, baby. Love is fleeting. Commitment isn't, though. I want that from you. A real commitment. He moves to the bed, sits on the edge, and pulls a pack of cigarettes out of the bedside table. A long neck bottle half full of beer sits on top, and he takes a drink, then lights his cigarette. That's the one thing I hate. I hate the smell of cigarettes, and he knows it. Yet he's not about to do as I've asked him repeatedly, to smoke outside. But I think he might be about to propose, so I'm not going to bring that up right now. Instead, I went to sit next to him in bed. So what is it you want, Rod? From under the pillow he sleeps on, he pulls a sheet of paper. It's a contract for him to own me. My heart stops and my eyes go wide. I pick up the sheet of paper and look at it, then at him. His face is sterile. No emotion. Not a thing. Slave. Why is the word slave on this paper? And what is it all about? His strong hand moves up my arm and tightens around my bicep. I want you. I want all of you. I want to own you, baby. My heart starts to pound in my chest. Own me. He nods slowly and I can't think. Then one thought floods my brain. My father will kill you, Rod. This has to be our little secret. This town is too small to let this kind of thing out. He takes a drag off the cigarette and the smell intensifies, and I cough. A secret. I look around the little bedroom. My eyes fall on a hook that's on the wall near the closet. A hook that wasn't there before. Then I look back at the paper I hold in my right hand. It's shaking, and I hold it with my left to steady it so I can read what he wants from me. Words pop out at me. Punishments. Tortures. Expectations. Rod, is this a joke? I look into his eyes and find no humor there. He shakes his head slowly and easily. It's no joke, Jenna. It's what I want. And I always get what I want. You know that. Smoke encircles his head as he taps the cigarette's ashes into the clean ashtray on the nightstand. This doesn't look like a thing I want to be a part of. I thought you were talking about marriage, Rod. A low laugh comes from him. Marriage? Nah. I'm not into that. That can end in divorce. What I'm asking from you can't end. It's forever, girl. Isn't that better than a marriage? This says you want me to stay available for your every need. My eyes move to his and find them squinting as he takes another puff of the cigarette. My job, though. He shakes his head. That little job ain't making you no money anyway. See, the way I'm thinking is, it's better for me if you can come to me or I come home and you're here, and you can take care of whatever I feel I need at that time. Intimacy? I stare at him. Are you saying I don't give you enough already? You don't. But that isn't your fault. It's your job's fault, he says as he grinds the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Like this afternoon. I wanted someone to please me so bad I nearly went across the street from the shop and found one at that little bar. My heart stops. You didn't though, did you? No, he says with a shake of his head, sending his wavy locks swinging around his broad shoulders. His eyes move to mine and pierce me. But as you'll find in the contract, that is a thing I can do if I see fit, and you aren't meeting all my physical needs. And you have to take it, baby. You can't leave me over it. My stomach hurts all of a sudden, and I bend over and place my hand on it. No. No, Rod. No way. Okay, I said that only in my head. My voice is shaking as I say out loud, why do you want to sleep with other women? I don't want to. But if I can't do the things I want with you, then I'll have to. I have certain desires, and if you won't let me do those things with you, then I'll get that elsewhere with someone who will. His hand runs over my shoulder and down my arm. But I really want to do that stuff with you, baby. Only you. But I'm a little afraid you're too vanilla to do any of it. I turn my head slowly to look at him, and my age and experience, or lack thereof, hits me. I'll let you do whatever you want to me. I'm no child, Rod. I can be everything you want. If I lost you, I don't know what I'd do. And I can't stand the thought of you with anyone else. Here's the thing, baby. You can't tell a soul. Not only would your dad kick my butt, but mine might do the same damn thing to me. He's told me as much. He looks away and rubs his jaw. You've talked to your dad about whatever it is you like to do in bed. I look at him with a face full of confusion. I don't even talk to my mother about the things I like. Nah, I didn't talk to him about it. He found some of my literature on the subject. He told me when he found out you and I were a thing that if I ever tried to bring you into that dark world, he'd beat me up himself. His arm goes around me and he kisses my shoulder. Gosh. What kind of literature are we talking about, Rod? That doesn't sound like your average stuff. I watch him as he peers at me through his thick lashes. It isn't average. I'm not an average man. A bit above, you know. I nod, then say, I think you're the smartest guy the first know, Rod. He laughs. Not like that. Like the way I feel. I feel more than some. I want more than some, baby. You don't know how bad I want you. My face heats. Rod. I laugh and look at him and see he's dead serious. Really? Yes, really. I will train you. I will show you how to give me everything I want. You think you can train the morals out of me? I was a Sunday school teacher last year, Rod. Not an adult star. I turn my head, and he takes me by the chin and pulls me back to look at him. So, Sunday school teacher, what do you think it means that you gave your verses card to me? In the biblical sense, you already belong to me. His words hiss from his mouth. You are already mine, Jenna Foster. He kisses me hard again. Then he looks at me as he continues to hold me down. Or do you want me to do what I have to, with another woman? I can keep you too. Rod. Don't talk like that. He smacks my cheek. No more cussing. It's disrespectful. I move my hand to touch my cheek and he takes my wrists before I can and holds my hands over my head. Rod. Would you stop? He shakes his head. You need to learn your place, Jenna. Your place as my woman. Do you want that or not? I'm getting tired of having to beg you. Wow. This is begging? Let me read the whole thing. He moves off me and hands the paper back to me. There. Hurry up. You're making me feel weird. He walks out of the room, and I hear the fridge open and slam shut. Then the sound of him opening another beer as my eyes start at the very first word of the contract has me thinking about what I'm even doing. Why am I contemplating this? The whole thing is crazy. He stands in the doorway, leaning against the frame. Read it out loud, baby. I clear my throat. This contract is between Jenna Foster and Rod Manning. This contract can never be voided. It will end only upon the death of either signing party. I look up at him and he smiles. See, forever, baby. Jenna Foster agrees to become Rod Manning's subordinate in all ways. His servant for life. She agrees to do whatever he asks her to, whenever he asks her to. Rod Manning agrees never to ask Jenna Foster to do anything deemed inappropriate in front of Vanilla's children or any family members. I look up at him again. So, we won't do anything bad in front of anyone who matters then? He nods and takes a swig of beer. Keep reading. All will be followed by Jenna Foster thanking him for showing her the way to please him, and she will willingly give herself to him after punishments if he so desires. I look up at him again. He nods and looks right into my eyes. He takes a drink of the beer. I want to teach you all about pain, baby. I want to teach you all about the things that make other people flinch. I want you to be fearless, just like I am. By the way this reads, Rod, I won't be fearless. Because I'll always have to fear you. I look at him again to see if he understands me. As you should, Sunday school teacher. He comes to me and places the beer on the table, and his hands on my shoulders. After all, doesn't it say something like that in the Bible? Fear the Lord, for he giveth and he can taketh away. Or something like that. You're the Sunday school teacher, not me. In essence, you're saying, if I want you, I have to show you I will give you everything you want. And I will take complete care of you for doing that. What if I don't want you to take complete care of me? Then I'll find someone who does want that. It won't be hard to find a woman who wants me. It's a fair deal, baby. You should take it. I have another girl in mind if you aren't into it though. Just so you know. I stare into his eyes to see if he's actually serious. This man has begged me to be with him for 2 years, and now all of a sudden this comes out. I love this jerk though. My eyes fall back to the paper. The next part says you can be with whoever you want to. It also says you can make me sleep with whoever you want me to. It says I have to do anything you ask me to. So I can't be sure by signing this thing that you will only be mine, Rod. This thing will last forever, Jenna. I had to think about what might come up in the future. I didn't want to leave anything out. Just to be on the safe side, you know. A knock comes at the front door and his eyes turn toward it, then they come back to me. It's time, baby. You can't answer the door in your underwear, Rod. He laughs and throws open the door. A small woman with a jet black dye job looks at us through the screen. So is she out? She asks him. Her lip is pierced, as is her eyebrow. Her skin is pale, and she's wearing close to nothing. Rod doesn't open the screen door. He just looks back at me. Meet the other interested party, Jenna. The darkly lined eyes of the woman peer in at me. She's so vanilla. Come on, Rod, pick me. She'll never be enough for you, man. He looks at me intensely. She'll do whatever I want, Jenna. I don't know where you found her, I say. She interrupts me. Scottsdale. Off the internet. And you should really just let me have him. You aren't woman enough to please this man. He's all man. Close the door, baby, I tell him as I pull my shirt off over my head. Then I unhook my bra and reveal to the little piece of crap who has come over 100 miles to steal my man that I am woman enough to please him, and I will prove that fact to him if I have to do it right in front of her. He says without looking at her, "Beat it, Lola." She's decided to keep me around. He slams the door and I push my jeans down. Rod grabs my hand and pulls me to the bedroom. Sign it first. He grabs a pen off the nightstand. I sign the bottom without even reading the rest, and then he signs it and puts the pen and the contract back in the drawer, then throws me on the bed. His eyes are almost scary as he grins at me. And now it's official. You are mine.
Chapter 2. Jenna.
Undress, he says as he steps away from me and turns his back to me. I do as he said, and notice him dropping his underwear to the floor before going to the dresser. He opens the top drawer and pulls out his leather belt. My stomach tenses as he bends it in half and slaps his left palm with it. Then he reaches back into the drawer and pulls out a small black bungee cord. When he turns back to me, I'm undressed and looking at the things in his hands. Get on your knees and don't look at me unless I tell you to. Do you understand? He asks me as he looks into my eyes with his eyes narrowed. I'm not an idiot. Of course I understand you. I yelp. Rod. He talks between clenched teeth. I want no smart mouthing. You get me. I nod. "K." He pushes me to the floor, and I scramble to get back into the position he told me to get into. His words are sharp and clear. You only talk when I tell you to. You only do what I tell you to. Do you understand me? I nod and say yes. The belt flies through the air and lands solidly on my back. I have to fight to control the urge to get up and knock the living crap out of him. I can feel a welt forming on my back from the hit, and I'm not sure I can do this. I don't know why he needs this. Then I'm reminded of the little tramp who is not very far down the road, and put everything out of my mind except doing what pleases the man I love. With my head down, I can only see his bare feet walking away from me. Then I hear a drawer open and he comes back. With another hard yank on my hair, he pulls my head up, and I catch a glimpse of a black dog collar. He puts it around my neck. It's tight, and I feel a little choked by it. He puts one finger between it and my flesh. It's not too tight, he says. I beg to differ. I can't even wear turtleneck sweaters because they're uncomfortable for me. And he wants me to wear a dog collar. I go and feel odd and weird and very uncomfortable, and not the least bit sensual. Once I get to the wall, I stop, and he says, "Kneel and place your hands together in front of you." I do what he's told me to, and find him wrapping the little bungee cord around my wrists. He binds my hands together with it, and then he pulls me up. Once I'm up, he takes my bound hands and loops the cord over the hook on the wall. I'm facing the wall and can smell the old cigarette smoke as it clings to it, from all the times Rod smoked in here. I make a note to wash the walls, as the smell makes me sick to my stomach. But to be honest, this whole act is making me feel sick. I feel the heat of his breath as he leans close to my back, moves my hair to expose my neck. Jenna Foster. This will tell me what your initial threshold for pain is, and I will give you this many thrashes each time we do this, adding one more every time. Do you understand me? How do I tell you when I've had all I can take? I'll need you to say the safe word. No or stop is not enough because you will never say those words to me again when I ask you anything. Your answer to all of my questions or demands will be a simple, yes, master. In public, it will be only yes. And the safe word is candy. Do you understand? Yes, master, I say, and I don't know how I'm going along with this. Only say the safe word when you are crying. I don't want to hear it before that time. This is to build a bond between us that will last a lifetime. A bond between the master and his servant. My body sags and my arms ache. Then he takes them off the hook and undoes the cord. My arms fall to my sides and I can't move them. He picks me up in his strong arms and lays me face down on the bed. I'm going to get the medicated cream to put on you. Stay right there. He walks away, and I don't think I could move if I had to. Then he's back and rubbing the cool stuff all over my butt as it numbs it, and the burning finally eases. You did better than I ever imagined you could, for the first time, baby. I'm so proud of you. I knew you'd be good at this. He kisses my back as he moves me up on the bed, then climbs over me, straddling my back, then begins massaging it and my shoulders, which already feel stiff. I don't say a word as he hasn't told me I can yet. And I don't know what I would say anyway. Thanks for beating my butt. Nah, I have nothing to say. Rod stops the massage, pulls the hair off my neck and kisses my cheek. It's a sweet kiss. Nothing like the way he's been treating my body. I'm going to get you something for the pain. It'll help you sleep. I'm really proud of you. Thanks. He climbs off me and leaves the room. I try very hard not to cry.
Chapter 3. Jenna.
Almost 6 months into our contract, and Rod and I are having New Year's Eve dinner at his parents' home. Sue and Jason Manning are retired school teachers. Sue was my English teacher in junior high. I never had Mr. Manning in high school, as he taught the ag class and I wasn't an ag. But he's a very nice man, and I find myself looking at the older couple as they're very sweet to one another. I have to wonder where Rod got his bad side from. The lessons, as Rod calls them, are nearly every night, and I guess I'm thankful for them. Because I can endure so much. We are intimate like normal people sometimes. And I love those times. Rod is a complicated man. I often wonder if something happened to him when he was young. He seems to fight demons only he can see. Though he won't tell me he loves me and refuses to let me tell him, as he sees love as a weakness, I do love the man I have the deepest feelings for. Headlights light up the living room, and Rod makes his way from the little minibar with a couple of beers in his hand and goes to the door. Looks like my little brother's made it. Sue grabs her husband Jason by the hand. Oh, come with me to get the food out of the oven. Let's hurry. They leave the room, and it's only Rod and me who left to greet his brother. I haven't seen his younger brother Reed since he left for college a couple of years ago. And I never really knew the guy before that. He's only a couple of years older than I am. Truth be told, I was always very shy anytime we found ourselves around each other. Rod's handsome but Reed's gorgeous. His hair is really blonde and his eyes are dark blue. Rod opens the door and walks Reed. Right behind him is a short young woman with glasses and dark hair. She looks smart as hell and she must be his girlfriend. Reed smiles and looks happy. Hey big bro. He hugs Rod and Rod claps him on the back. The two together like that shows me Reed has put on some muscle since he's been away at UCLA in California. Reed's a couple of inches taller than Rod, probably because Rod has been smoking since he was 16, and Reed has always been a jock and really healthy. The men are over 6 feet, and both have broad shoulders and muscles. Only Reed looks a bit sturdier. When Rod lets Reed go, I find Reed's eyes moving over me. And who do we have here? He asks as he pulls his girlfriend along behind him and comes toward me. I get up off my place on the sofa and give him a smile. Hi Reed, I say shyly. Rod comes around them and puts his arm around me. Her daddy finally had to let his little princess grow up, and I snagged her quickly. Jenna and I are living together now. Reed's eyes go kind of wide and he shakes his head. Already? Damn. Didn't you barely graduate in May, Jenna? I'm surprised he even knew that. I nod. Yeah. And you didn't go to college? Reed asks as he looks into my eyes, and I feel all wiggly inside, most likely because he's a gorgeous mass of a man, and he probably has this effect on most females. Rod makes a huffing sound. She doesn't need college. She's my woman. I take care of her every need. Reed's lips form a tight line. Then he pulls up the young woman's hand he's holding. This is Pam. She and I go to college together. She pushes her glasses up her nose a little. Her deep brown eyes kind of glisten as she says, "Nice to meet you all." Sue and Jason finally come out of the kitchen and Sue shouts, "My baby." Reed quickly abandons his girl and goes to his mother. He picks her up as he hugs her, and she giggles like a young girl. "Oh, Reed. I've missed you, baby boy." He puts her down, and his father claps him on the back. Then he gives his youngest son a hug. "Good to see you, son." "You too, Dad," Reed says, then comes back our way to grab his girl. "This is Pam." "Nice to meet you, Pam," Sue says, and Jason gives her a nod and a smile. The girl is nothing like I pictured when I thought of Reed having a girlfriend. He played the field when he was in high school. But he never got serious about anyone here. I suppose she's pretty in a way. Mostly plain, not ugly or anything. And she seems even quieter than I am. Rod hands one of the unopened beers to Reed. "Here you go. You finally made it to 21. Reed takes the beer and opens the top of the long-necked brown bottle. "I did. Even though your attempts on my young life were kind of often, I managed to grow up, Rod." His lips conform to the bottle, and I find myself looking far too hard at them. I look down and shudder. If Rod ever caught me looking at another man, he'd skin me alive. Rod grabs my hand and pulls me with him to sit down on the sofa, placing me on his lap and making me feel very uncomfortable. I wanted to be an only child. Reed laughs. So did I. Their parents laugh too, and I look up to find them looking oddly at one another. So I asked Rod, "Did you two fight a lot when you were little?" "I kicked his butt," Rod says with a grin. "I wouldn't call it fighting." Reed takes a long drink and then pulls the bottle from his mouth. I watch him from my peripheral vision, as I had better not look full on at him. "Until the day I made you eat asphalt. You do recall our very last fight. Don't you, Rod?" Sue looks nervous. "Let's not bring that day up." She grabs Reed's hand and pulls him along with her as Pam trails along behind him, looking like a midget, as she's so much shorter than he is. "Help me grab the trays with the appetizers, please." I look at Rod. "What happened?" I whisper. His eyes have gone steely, and he takes a drink of his beer. "Don't worry about it." His mood has gone south suddenly, and I wonder what happened between the two that had their fights ending so fast and putting Rod in a foul mood. Rod's hand moves up my back and his lips touch my ear. "We're going to the bathroom." I don't ask why. I just get up when he pushes at me, and let him lead me to the bathroom. His father watches us go, and I know my cheeks are turning the deepest shade of red. Once inside with the door closed, Rod unbuttons his jeans and I know what he wants, and go to my knees in front of him. His hand moves over my hair and he whispers, "I like your blonde hair much more than that drab brown Reed's tramp has. Your green eyes are prettier too. You're so much better than what he brought home." "Thank you, master," I say as I clean him all up. He pulls me up and puts his arms around me. It's a softness he rarely shows. There's mouthwash under the sink. Use it, then come out in 3 minutes. Not 1 second before that. He lets me go and walks out. I have no idea why there's a time limit, but I start counting in my head, 1001, 1002. Grabbing the mouthwash, I pour some in one of the small cups on the vanity top, then swish it around my mouth. Making sure I have no residuals on my face, I look at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes go glassy as I fight the feeling of being used. I say to myself, he needs you to be this for him. You love him, Jenna. I blink the tears away and the last second goes by. I walk out of the bathroom and Reed is standing right there. Oh. His hand is in my face. I was just about to knock. Sorry. I move to the side and look down at the floor. Sorry. His hand on my arm stops me. Jenna, you okay? Yes, I say quietly. He lets me go. Okay then. And he goes into the bathroom. I fall against the wall in the dark hallway. His touch sent electricity straight through me. The entire time I gave Rod head, I never felt the least bit excited, and when Reed touched me for a mere second, I felt different. What the hell is wrong with me? Jenna, Rod calls out from the living room. I hurry down the hall and into the room and go to his side. Yes? His arm goes around me and he pulls me tight to his side. What were you and he doing back there? Nothing. I look down and his hand touches my chin, pulling my face up. You look flushed. His eyes roam over my face. I smile and whisper, "You have me that way, master." He smiles back at me and kisses my cheek. Good girl. Not feeling very proud of myself, I lean against Rod and think about how much he does for me and how I should appreciate him so much more. Looking at other men, especially his brother, is not a thing I should be doing. Rod takes a tiny sausage wrapped in a crescent roll and places it on my lips. I open them and accept the food into my mouth. Like it? I nod, and he picks up another one from the tray. I eat it too, and hold my hand up when he tries to get me to eat one more. Can I have a drink? He has a beer on the table and picks it up and takes a drink of it, then hands it to me. His mother's eyes go right to me as I take the beer from his hand. I really shouldn't. I'm not old enough yet, Rod. You can if I let you. And I'm letting you, he says. His mother comes to us, takes the beer out of my hand and replaces it with a cold soda. Here you go, sweetheart. We don't want you getting into something before you're ready for it now, do we? No, ma'am. I take a drink of the Coke and try not to look at Rod as his mother walks away and he narrows his eyes at her. I'm ready to get out of here. He takes my hand and pulls me toward the door. Then he looks over his shoulder as Reed comes back into the living room. You want to join us over at Stacy's bar, little bro? Reed looks at Pam. Want to? She nods and they follow as Sue calls out, Jenna can stay here while you go out, Rod. She's much too young to be in that bar. Rod's arm goes around my shoulders. I got her, Mom. His arm tightens around me as Reed adds, I'll watch out for her, Mom. Don't worry. As we walk outside, I can feel Rod's body go tense, and he opens the driver's side door of his old Ford truck. Get in. I slide in and stay in the middle where he likes me to. Reed and Pam take the car they came in. Rod gets in and looks at me. Then he starts the truck. We roll out of the driveway and Reed and his girlfriend follow us. Your mother is so nice, Rod. A little too nice. He looks back at me. Seems my family thinks I don't have sense enough to protect what's mine. I'm sure that's not it at all. They're all very nice is all. I run my hand over the top of his thigh and he looks at it. Did I give you permission to do that? I move my hand. Sorry, master. No, you did not give me permission to do that. Seems you bring out the protective side of my mother and little brother. Why do you think that is? He steps on the gas and goes pretty fast. My age, I guess. I watch the speedometer move up fast and reach around to grab the seatbelt. You don't trust me or what, Jenna? He looks straight ahead. It's not that. It's the law, Rod. Nothing more than that. Please don't read anything into it. Let's go have a nice time tonight. It's so rare you take me with you when you go out. I'd like to enjoy it. Maybe you'll see fit to dance with me some. I buckle the safety belt, and he throws on the brakes and makes a sharp right. We'll see. There are some grown women in this place, baby. I'm going to let you see how they treat a man. His eyes narrow as he pulls the pack of cigarettes off the ledge in front of the steering wheel. He hands the pack with the lighter inside it to me. Light one up for me. He knows I hate doing this, and I don't really know why he makes me do it. And I don't know what the hell he meant by what he just said. But asking him will get me into trouble, so I do what he said and light up the cigarette, then hand it to him as I cough. He laughs and puts the nasty thing in his mouth. Tonight, I expect you to smoke at least one of these. The entire thing. My body goes tense and I look down. I won't be doing that, Rod. My grandfather died from lung cancer. I've told you that a lot of times. No one has proven that cigarettes cause that. I hold the pack up where it says exactly that on the side of the packaging, and he looks back at me with squinted eyes as he blows smoke in my face. I place the pack back where he had it, turn my head, and cough again. We pull into the packed parking lot and stop. He gets out and reaches in for me, so I take his hand. We wait as Reed pulls in next to us, and Pam gets out of the passenger side. She waves her hand through the cloud of smoke Rod just exhaled. Didn't anyone ever tell you smoking is very bad for you, Rod? He laughs. Yeah, Jenna just lectured the shit out of me about just that same thing. What's up with chicks these days? My eyebrows raise up high. He thought that was a lecture. Reed comes around and takes Pam by the hand, and we all start walking in. Are they going to let her in here, Rod? He asks. I'm a regular. They give me special treatment here. What I say goes, little brother. He pulls me in tight to his side. My woman is welcome anywhere I am. As long as I want it that way. Reed moves up next to me and looks at me. You come here a lot with him? I shake my head. This is the first time he's brought me here. He always comes here alone. Reed looks at Rod with a frown. You leave her home and come out here by yourself, Rod. So. Rod says as he pulls the door open and smoke billows out of it. We walk straight into the thick stuff, and I cough again. A tall, skinny blonde woman looks at Rod. 4 shots and 4 beers coming up, Rod. He smiles. See, they know how to treat me here. He leads us to a table, in a dark corner, where another woman brings the drinks on a tray. I wince as, after she places the drinks in front of everyone, she takes a seat on Rod's lap and runs her arms around his neck. It's been a week. Where've you been, stud? Her red lips touch his cheek and he smiles at her when he pulls back. He gives her a wink. The holidays, girl. My old lady had me busy with domestic shit this week. No time for play. But this is New Year's Eve and playtime is upon us. The woman looks at me. So this is the old ball and chain, huh? He nods. This is my woman, Jenna. Reed clears his throat and the woman looks at him. And this is Reed Manning. The hottest sob this town ever let go. How you been, college boy? Mona, nice to see you again. It's been a few years since I've seen you on my brother's lap. Heat goes all through me as I look at her. Are you one of his exes? A smile moves over her face. I wouldn't call myself an ex. Rod pushes at her to get off his lap. Mona and I never really dated, Jenna. She laughs as she stands up but leaves her hand on his shoulder. No, we've never really dated. But does anyone date the legendary bad boy, Rod Manning? I have, I say, picking up the shot of whiskey and down it as I look into her light blue eyes. Rod's arm goes around my shoulders and his lips touch the side of my head. Easy, baby. She's not a threat, he growls in my ear. I put the shot glass on the table and she smiles. I'll get you another, missy. Then she swings her hips as she walks away and I find Rod watching her. Rod. I say under my breath. His eyes move to mine. What? He takes his shot and downs it. Then he looks at his brother. Well, what are you waiting for, boy? Drink up. Reed looks at me, and I see a little sadness in his deep blue eyes. He picks up his shot and raises it to me. Here's to the girl who got Rod Manning to settle down. Then he drinks it, slams the glass on the table, and glares at his brother. Rod laughs and picks up his beer. I wouldn't say that. Reed doesn't laugh as he says, yeah, I may have spoken too soon. The woman brings another round already, leans over Rod's shoulder and whispers something into his ear. He looks at her, And then at me. Someone has challenged me to a game of pool. You don't mind, do you, baby? Of course I don't. I pick up the beer and take a drink to calm my anger. Rod looks at Reed. Watch my woman for me, little bro. Don't let any jackass bother her. Get me? Reed nods. As Rod walks away, Reed looks at me and says, You heard what he said. So when are you going to get smart, Jenna? What? I ask in confusion. My eyes follow Rod as he walks up to yet another woman, and she falls all over him and kisses him right on the mouth. I look away, and Reed turns back and sees what his brother is doing. I remember you were a smart girl. Weren't you even a Sunday school teacher for a while there, Jenna? What the hell happened? I had no idea you knew a thing about me, I say and turn my chair, so I can't see Rod head on anymore. What the hell are you doing with Rod? Reed taps the table in front of me to get me to look up at him. He's been after me since I was 16. I guess he wore me down. I take another drink, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Rod lean over the pool table with the woman in his arms to make a shot. Reed and Pam turn back to look at Rod and his antics, and they look back at me. The girl looks at me with sorrow in her dark eyes, and Reed looks at me like I'm an idiot. I feel awful, and would love nothing more than to go back home. And now that I know this is what happens when he goes out, I know I'll get a knot in my stomach every time he does from now on. Before I pictured Rod hanging out with other men, shooting some pool and drinking, and not once were there women in the picture. How wrong I was. Reed and Pam finish their drinks, and he takes one more look back at his brother who's kissing the woman. Come on. We'll take you home, Jenna. This isn't cool at all. Reed gets up and Pam does too. I sit still. I can't go with you guys. Thank you though. Pam looks at me. Come on. If you want, we can drop you off at your parents' or even Rod's parents if you'd rather not go back to your house. I wouldn't if I was you. It's okay. Thank you. I have to stay and go with Rod. I pick up the shot and drink it. Reed comes to me and places his hand on my shoulder. Despite the numbing effects of the alcohol, I feel the current of electricity flow through my body and my insides pulse. I look up into his dark blue eyes as he says, Jenna, just come with me. The next thing I know, Rod's head pops over his brother's shoulder. Hands off my woman, little bro. Reed removes his hand and turns to face his brother. I wasn't really touching her, Rod. And maybe you should stop the crap and pay attention to her since you brought her here and all. The thing with the skanks is a bit much, and I really don't like to see someone as good as Jenna is treated the way you're treating her. Mind your business, little bro. Rod reaches around him and takes my hand. Let's dance, baby. He pulls me around Reed, and as our bodies graze past each other, I feel the current again, and my knees go kind of weak. Bye. Thank you, I say as Rod pulls me along behind him and I look back at Reed. The edges of his eyes droop a little, and he and Pam walk out of the bar. Rod pulls me into his arms and holds me tight. Did you like watching me with that girl? No, I say very fast and then realize I've said a word that will get me punished. He stops dancing and looks at me. Then he laughs. For that, I want you to follow that tramp into the bathroom next time she goes and beat her up for what she did to me. You did that to her. It wasn't exactly her fault. He starts moving us again with the music. It's up to you to curtail that kind of thing. Isn't that what you tell me about other men? I'm a man with needs, and she was in the right place at the right time. If it makes you feel any better, your body is better than hers, and I like being with you much more. He twirls us around and then his mouth is on mine. I feel like pushing him away, but I know that will get me in trouble, most likely right here in front of everyone. He stops his hard kiss and lets me out of his arms. She just went in. Go in there and teach her to stay away from me. He spins me around and smacks me as I walk away, not sure what to do. I've never been in a fight, much less provoked. The woman has to be at least 5 or 6 years older than me. And she looks rough. Pushing the bathroom door open, I turn and lock it behind me. When she comes out of the stall, I look at her, reminding myself of what will surely happen to me if she doesn't look kind of roughed up when she walks out of there. I take in a deep breath, then say, "I don't like what I saw you doing with my man." She washes her hands, then grabs a paper towel and looks at me through the mirror. "That guy is the biggest womanizer, baby girl. If it wasn't me, it would have been some other woman. As a matter of fact, he's most likely sleeping around with another woman out there as we speak. Don't take it personally. Rod Manning is just a dog." And just like that, I snap. Her hair is in my fist, and I bang her head against the porcelain sink. Blood splashes on my arm as her forehead splits open. I let her go when I saw the blood, and my body started shaking. "Stay away from my man, tramp." I unlock the door and hurry out. Rod is wrapped around another woman, and I walk right past them as I go outside. The next thing I know, he's grabbing me up and carrying me through the parking lot. "Is that blood?" I nod and feel the sting of tears in my eyes. He puts me down, unlocks the truck, opens the door, and then looks back at me. "Get in, Rocky." Getting inside the truck, I start to cry as he gets in and starts it up, and hurries out of the parking lot. He looks over at me with a big grin. "Don't you cry?" He frowns as he sees the tears. "I'll take every tear out of your hide. Do you understand me?" "Yes." I wipe the tears away and suck them up. "I'm proud of you. That's one of the first womanly things I've seen you do. You're taking those steps to be the woman I need, someone who doesn't take crap from any other woman. If it was the other way around, I'd beat anyone who laid a hand on my woman. But you told me I had to accept you being with other women." "I don't understand, Rod," I say as I look at him in confusion. "Maybe once in a while, I'd like to see you stand up for yourself. That's all." And now I'm thoroughly confused by this man.
End of sneak peek for A Second Chance for Her by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.